Chapter 665. Li Yuan really couldn't sit still. Along the way, he pulled Chang Yaojin to sit in the palanquin. Chang Yaojin felt like he was sitting on pins and needles, but he was still detailed and honest like a good baby. Whatever Li Yuan asked, he would answer. Just like that. The two of them sat in an ordinary palanquin, disguised as they went out of the palace, and then circled around a few times. Under the crooked tree in Tonghui Lane, Chang Yaojin was kicked down by Li Yuan, who ordered him to guard Tonghui Lane and not let even a fly in. Only then did he impatiently urge the palanquin driver to come to the tavern. At this time, at the entrance of the tavern, Zhang Feng sat cross-legged under the crooked tree, looking at the wooden door that had just been replaced, which was very different from the original color of the house. He wondered if he should replace the whole house with iron. Even that door directly changed to look like a mace. How long had it been since he knew Lao Li? The door had been broken at least 3 times. If it was kicked down, then wouldn't everyone in Chang'an City want to come and kick his door? Then what would Zhang Feng become? And just as Zhang Feng was sketching in his mind whether to replace the iron door or rebuild a reinforced concrete house, Li Yuan's excited voice sounded at the door. "Boy, old man is here." This sudden voice gave Zhang Feng a big fright. But this voice, in the whole Chang'an City, only old man Li had it. It was arrogant, unruly, and unruly. Zhang Feng couldn't help but have a headache. He got up and looked at Li Yuan, who walked down the palanquin in a hurry, and said, "Old man Li, what are you dressed up like?" He suspected that old man Li ran out of a mental hospital. His hair was casually tied on his head, and there were even a few big red flowers on his head. The robe on his body was also askew. Li Yuan also didn't care about what Zhang Feng said. He waved his hand and pulled Zhang Feng into the tavern. He glanced at the door and said, "Brat, you should install a door." Hearing this, Zhang Feng's eyes couldn't help but light up. In an instant, countless kinds of doors as thick as city gates flashed through his mind. However, he also heard Li Yuan's teasing. After all, even if this thing was made, where would he put it? Zhang Feng invited the old man to sit down and pointed at the beer and white wine. Li Yuan chose the latter. The two of them sat down. Li Yuan did not care about his image as he drank his wine and looked at Zhang Feng, clicking his tongue non-stop. Zhang Feng felt goosebumps all over his body. "Old man, is your tongue okay?" How could Li Yuan not know that Zhang Feng was mocking him? "You brat. You've been insulting the old man since we met. Do you really think that the old man is senile?" Zhang Feng pursed his lips. Li Yuan continued, "Last time, you tricked the old man and won the old man's resort. You tell me what to do." Zhang Feng was stunned. He suddenly remembered that there seemed to be a land deed in the cellar. He said, "If you didn't mention it, I would have forgotten. I'll go take a look some other day." "All right, you brat, don't say anything else. The resort is yours. However, this thing, it's really not easy for you to take." Li Yuan's arrival. Zhang Feng really didn't expect it. However, he could more or less think of something. However, when he came up and said this, Zhang Feng was really a little dumbfounded. "Uncle, you're going a little overboard here. I won this with my own ability. If you didn't mention this, I really would have forgotten. When the time comes, I might still give it to that brat Li Gone. However, since you said this, then I really won't give it to him." Li Yuan really didn't plan to take it back. He was just angry. He pulled up his sleeves and took out a deck of poker cards from the trash. He said, Come. Let's play again. Old man doesn't believe that I can't beat you this time." How could Zhang Feng dare to play again with Li Yuan? He heard from Chen Tiniu that this master basically turned the house upside down. He looked for people to play poker every day. Although this skill was not considered a master, with Zhang Feng's current ability, if he wanted to win, he would have to rely on his own ability. However, the academy's matters were a mess now. How could he have the time to do this? Seeing that there was still more than a month left, the academy was about to be completed. The books and teaching materials were still not settled. How could Zhang Feng not be anxious? He thought that Li Yuan came because of the military studies matter. He was originally prepared to show off. However, looking at it now, he didn't come because of that matter. However, Zhang Feng couldn't help but wonder. It seemed that this old guy didn't know. However, that didn't make sense. Lao Li came back yesterday. Moreover, today's matter was so big. It was impossible that Lao Li didn't know. Moreover, he even dug a hole for Lao Li. There was no reason for Lao Li to not see it. However, the old master actually didn't know? Then there was something to be said. Li Yuan saw that Zhang Feng didn't want to play cards. He could only put away the cards and hold on to him tightly. However, he didn't let go of the courtyard. Kid, do you know how much money that courtyard spent? Last time, my skills weren't as good as others. However, this matter, old man really has to argue with you. Stop. Zhang Feng hurriedly shouted for him to stop. Old master, you should also know about my matters, right? I'm here on the emperor's orders. If you blindly meddle and the emperor blames, I won't be able to shoulder it. Li Yuan didn't even need to think. This kid was fooling people. Even if Li Shimin dared to say that, now that he, Lao Tzu, was here, even if Li Shimin and Li Shimin came, what could he do? Kid, don't think that you can fool the old man with this. Do you think that the old man is really muddle-headed? Come. Let's talk about the matter of this courtyard today. Zhang Feng was dumbfounded. Isn't it just a courtyard? Do you need to go so far? However, Zhang Feng's eyes turned. He sighed and said, yeah, forget it. I thought that the old master was really loyal. So it's still like this. However, tsk, isn't it just a courtyard? In a moment, this kid will return the deed to you. When Li Yuan saw that this kid actually returned the courtyard to him, he couldn't help but become anxious. Today, he really didn't come to the courtyard. He shot a glance at Zhang Feng. How could he not know that this kid was also testing him? Li Yuan said indifferently, that's enough. Don't think that the old man doesn't know. That courtyard, your woman has already prepared it for you. Your mouth says it's good, but what did you do behind the scenes? Chapter 666. Zhang Feng was dumbfounded. Ever since he won this villa at the gambling table last time, he had completely forgotten about this matter. If it weren't for the old man mentioning it today, he might not even remember that there was such a thing. But where did Jingshu get this news? Why did she go to tidy up the house? However, Zhang Feng instantly understood that this must have been spread by Chen Tiniu, that big mouth. When he saw a woman, he didn't even know how to walk. As long as Jingshu slightly thought about it, none of them would be able to fight. No wonder the old man would be so angry. But this wasn't right. Even if Jingshu went to tidy it up again, the villa had never been lived in before. This wasn't a big deal, right? Why didn't he want the villa now that it was returned to him? No. There was a ghost. There was a big ghost inside. Sure enough, Li Yuan's words instantly made Zhang Feng understand. Kid, I heard that your house on Shao Mountain was built differently from the houses at the foot of the mountain and all the houses in the Tang dynasty. Zhang Feng nodded. He didn't understand what the old man was selling in his gourd, but Zhang Feng also had his own plans. He patted his chest and said, that's needless to say. This is our Zhang Feng's product. How can it be compared with these ordinary adobe houses? Moreover, this academy is something that I poured my heart and soul into. Shouldn't I tidy it up properly? Li Yuan glanced at Zhang Feng and said smugly, do you know that this brick wall can only be used by those rich and powerful people with meritorious deeds? I know. But aren't we viscounts now? In any case, we're also people with status. We can also use this brick, right? Besides, this is the academy. There's no rule that says that the academy can't use bricks, right? During the Tang dynasty, there were rules governing the use of bricks. Ordinary people would either build mud houses or use stone strips to build their houses. However, bricks were strictly controlled. After all, they were not only used to build houses, but also the main material for building city walls. Those who were not powerful and meritorious were not qualified to use them. If bricks were used rashly, then the slave would be demoted to the border area and would never be able to enter the city. As for the rich merchants, they would be demoted to slaves. Similarly, he would never be able to rise again. However, the academy was different. Originally, there were not many people who built academies in the Tang dynasty. Moreover, the academy did not explicitly state that bricks could not be used, so Zhang Feng took advantage of this loophole. Even if he was caught, he wasn't afraid. On the one hand, he was building an academy. If anyone dared to say anything, Then please take out the relevant documents and say that the Tang dynasty's law stated that the building of an academy could not be done by turning stones. If anyone dared to take out something, then he would definitely become the target of the world's literati. On the other hand, he was a viscount at this time, the Viscount of Lingshan. The bricks he was using now were not the common black bricks in the Tang dynasty, and they were not as big as the bricks in the present. His red bricks were the ones in the future. This kind of brick did not belong to the category of bricks used by the government. Therefore, Zhang Feng wasn't afraid that the government would find trouble with him. Seeing that he couldn't threaten Zhang Feng, Li Yuan had to give up. Li Yuan snorted twice and then gave up. Boy, you have foresight. If the higher-ups investigate this thing, something will happen sooner or later. Fortunately, the old man still has some connections in the court. If you ask the old man, maybe the old man. Okay. Old man, you'd better put it away. Could it be that the person you know is more powerful than Zhongsun Wuji, the minister of the Ministry of Personnel and the assistant minister of the Ministry of Justice? Li Yuan glared. In the end, there was nothing he could do. He could only snort twice again and say, Ayaya, you boy, you don't know how to respect the old and love the young at all. I don't know how you are a teacher. How do you want to educate your students? If all the students you teach in the future are like you, how can it be? If there is no one watching over you, boy, won't you turn the sky upside down? After Li Yuan finished speaking, he patted his forehead and said, I remember now. That Yu Shernan was also tricked by you to go up the mountain. That godly Dr. Sun Simiao also went up the mountain. The old man also heard that Yu Shernan has already announced that he will stop writing. Moreover, he seems to be looking for Chu Suiliang and the others. This is all thanks to you, boy, right? Zhang Feng was talked about by Li Yuan in such a way that he couldn't figure out what Li Yuan was going to do in an instant. He looked at Li Yuan suspiciously and asked, Old man, what do you want to say? Li Yuan didn't say anything. He only took out a brocade-covered item from his embroidered robe and patted it in his hand, saying, The old man has a volume of Xianxia here. Boy, you should know its weight, right? Hearing this, Zhang Feng's eyes instantly widened to the size of copper bells. Xianxia. This was one of the 5 classics of Confucianism. Back in the Western Jin dynasty, wasn't this thing lost? If this was true, then, how could it be in the old man's hands? Zhang Feng couldn't help but feel his heart heat up. With a bang, he stood up. And Li Yuan seemed to have long known the fatal attraction of this thing to scholars. Instead, he covered the bamboo slip with his embroidered robe. Looking at the slowly approaching Zhang Feng, he said, Boy, what do you want to do? Don't come over. Zhang Feng rubbed his hands and said, The old man is really loyal. This boy here really lacks this kind of good thing. If you are willing to part with it, we can talk about anything. Chapter 667. The Xianxia in the annotations to the 13 classics that was commonly used in later generations was the difference between Jinwen Xianxia and Guwen Xianxia. In fact, this thing was very easy to understand. The book, Xianxia, had long been lost in the West Jin dynasty. Later in archaeology, and from the words of the previous dynasties, it was compiled. Therefore, only the Xianxia after the West Jin dynasty was actually a fake Xianxia, also called Jinwen Xianxia. The Xianxia before the West Jin dynasty was the real Guwen Xianxia. Zhang Feng was in college before. He was fooled by others that the girl in the ancient literature department was particularly good, so he stupidly took this course. But after he went, he was dumbfounded. There were only 3 people in this class, and the 2 of them were rough men, plus a dinosaur girl. How many King mud horses did he have in his heart? But it was too late to run away. After all, as long as he took the course, he would need to count credits when he graduated. In addition, the female professor finally saw a normal human being who was willing to take this elective course. She couldn't help but treat Zhang Feng as a treasure and take care of him. However, at that time, Zhang Feng only felt that this course was so good that he wanted to die. But now, he really had to thank the female professor. If she hadn't forcibly instilled the knowledge of ancient literature at that time, not to mention other things, he wouldn't have been able to learn the 100 family names, the 3-character classic, and so on, and the 18 hygge beats that he specially studied in order to pretend to be cool and flirt with the girl in the music department next door. Although he also signed up for the music elective course. But now it seemed He was so excited that he wanted to find an artist to draw a portrait of the professor and offer 3 incense sticks every day. However, in order not to shock the world, Zhang Feng could only give up. After all, in this era, if someone knew that your teacher was a woman, then you were done for. Therefore, when Zhang Feng saw this Xianxia that hadn't been revealed yet, he was so excited. He dared to conclude that this thing must be the Guwen Xianxia. Zhang Feng didn't ask where Li Yuan came from. Just by looking at the embroidered auspicious cloud pattern on the silk, he could see that this thing was extraordinary. If it was the Jinwen Xianxia, that kind of thing from Landa Street, did it need to be so precious? It could only be said that there was something wrong with the old man. At this moment, just as Zhang Feng's hand was about to touch Li Yuan's embroidered robe, Li Yuan smiled. He had found this item among the treasures of a great Confucian scholar of the Sui dynasty after destroying the Sui dynasty. He also knew the value of this item, but it was not a good idea to keep it hidden in the library. The reason why he wanted to take it out today was to see if this brat knew anything about it. More importantly, he wanted to take revenge for what he had done to him. After all, after being pretentious by Zhang Feng several times, Li Yuan flew into a rage. Seeing Zhang Feng's appearance now, Li Yuan's entire body instantly felt incomparably comfortable. Boy, you should know how precious this thing is. However, this thing can't be easily imparted to others. You should understand this principle. Moreover, when the old man obtained this thing, he almost used up more than half of his family property. Otherwise, the old man wouldn't have paid any attention to the Guanlong 8 great families. Zhang Feng was a little surprised when he heard this. At this moment, the preciousness of Xianxia was even more apparent. It was too exaggerated. Although he could hear that Li Yuan was exaggerating a little, how could he not pay any attention to the Guanlong group? You're bragging, aren't you? They could make Emperor Yang of the Sui dynasty hover between life and death. Otherwise, there wouldn't be any Li Tang. You're telling me that if you didn't buy this thing, you wouldn't pay any attention to the Guanlong group? You're bragging too much. Do you think you're the Li family of Longnan of the 5 surnames and 7 watches? However, Zhang Feng didn't dare to say it directly. He could only lower his head and say, "Old man, you're awesome. Such a good thing, it must be the Guwen Xianxia, right? Ha ha ha, at least you know what's good for you." Hearing this, Li Yuan laughed out loud and said while stroking his beard. The corners of Zhang Feng's mouth twitched as he watched Li Yuan unhurriedly untie the silk bag. In the next moment, a roll of slightly reddish-brown and slightly dark bamboo slips slowly leaked out. Although the silk threads connecting the bamboo slips had been replaced with new ones, based on the color of the bamboo slips, this thing was definitely the Guwen Xianxia. This was a real treasure. If he could get it, then the reputation of White Deer College would instantly soar by a large margin. However, until now, Li Yuan still hadn't said what he wanted. Instead, he talked about how he obtained this thing with great difficulty. This let Zhang Feng know that the difficulty of obtaining this thing was undoubtedly greater. Zhang Feng couldn't help but sigh. He resisted and didn't allow himself to look at the bamboo slips that were jingling because of Li Yuan. He said, "Although I know the preciousness of this thing, there's an old saying. A gentleman doesn't take what others like. So, forget it, forget it. To be able to see it today is also a great fortune in life." Li Yuan was stunned. He looked in astonishment at Zhang Feng, who changed his face faster than flipping a book. He asked, "Kid, this is the authentic Guwen Xianxia. Don't tell me you don't want it?" Chapter 668. I want it. But you made it sound so awesome. You clearly want to use the pig slaughtering knife to kill people. Do you think Lao Tzu is a fool? Is it those sour literati who see the book as if they see the soul? What do you want? If you say it, we'll be good. Why do you have to beat around the bush? Lao Tzu doesn't care. Although this thing is good, once it exceeds Zhang Feng's tolerance, even if it's a gold mountain, Zhang Feng will turn around and leave. Want a hammer? Don't you want your life? Li Yuan also instantly felt that he had played too much. He once again saw how difficult this kid was to deal with. However, he was not discouraged. After all, this thing had aroused this kid's interest. He was not afraid that he would not take the bait. However, his purpose was definitely not this small tavern. He sighed and said, "You've been carrying it around in the yard all day. You've become useless. I heard that your Shao Mountain is doing well now. Do you want to go with Old Man for a walk? If Old Man is happy, What's wrong with giving this thing to you? Zhang Feng was a little suspicious. However, he finally understood the old master's intention from this sentence. Did he want to go to Shao Mountain? Fine. This is what you said. Old master, I'm very straightforward. Don't play with me. If I don't play with you, why should I play with you? Li Yuan said with a smile. Later, Li Yuan called people and basically emptied Zhang Feng's wine. He also urged Zhang Feng to get a lot of delicious food. Then the group of people set off leisurely. Along the way, Zhang Feng's group attracted a lot of attention. It was basically like moving house. They brought everything, from the small chamber pot to the big road bedboard. Zhang Feng could not help but be suspicious. Is this old master planning to settle down on Shao Mountain? Zhang Feng did not know how to ride a horse. In the end, he had no choice but to arrange a sedan chair. Only then did the group of people leave Chang'an City and leisurely head toward Shao Mountain. Along the way, Zhang Feng was thinking about the book, Xianxia, and what the old man was going to do next. However, no matter how much he thought about it, Zhang Feng still couldn't figure out what the old man was going to do. However, Zhang Feng discovered more and more that he could not see through Li Yuan. He was harder to deal with than Lao Li. At the very least, he could tell something from Li Shimon's words and deeds. However, this old man simply didn't play his cards according to common sense. This was what gave Zhang Feng a headache. In the end, Zhang Feng didn't think about it anymore. Once he went up Shao Mountain, it would be better to get rid of the old man as soon as possible. Otherwise, he would be cheated badly. Wasn't it just a villa? How much could it be worth? At most, it would be worth 1,000 taels of gold, right? But why didn't he let it go? Zhang Feng didn't know the scale of this villa, nor had he seen it. Otherwise, if he saw the villa, which occupied an area not much smaller than Shao Mountain Academy, Zhang Feng would shut up. He would definitely wake up laughing in his dreams. However, these were all in the future. At this time, with the bumps of the sedan chair and the noises, the sedan chair finally stopped at the market at the foot of Shao Mountain. Getting off the sedan chair. Looking at the scene at the foot of Shao Mountain, Li Yuan couldn't help but feel a little confused. Old man remembers that this place was originally a barren land. Boy, is this really Shao Mountain? Zhang Feng looked around proudly and said, Old man, what do you think of this place? Li Yuan pointed to the market here and asked, These people here, did they all come here when Shao Mountain was established? Shao Mountain. When Z was conquering the world, Li Yuan had been stationed here, so he still had a little influence here. This was actually a barren mountain. But how long had this boy been here? The plain at the foot of the mountain had been slowly flattened out. There were banks, food stalls, and even thatched sheds. Moreover, there was an inn written on a piece of tree bark. Although most of the buildings here were now built with thatched sheds and tree shacks, Li Yuan could faintly feel that in time, this place would become the second Chang'an city. No. It was already the case. After all the way here, there were only a few people who could afford to buy in Chang'an City. What about here? Brothels and banks were complete. And the people here seemed to be much richer than the people in Chang'an City. Bargaining could be seen everywhere. Even here, Li Yuan saw that many merchants were transporting wood and stone. Looking at their posture, they wanted to do a big job. This was all made by this boy. Zhang Feng shrugged and said, Old man, there is something you don't know, right? Actually, business is like a piece of meat. When the meat is placed here, there will naturally be people who will smell the meat and come. Slowly, not only will there be meat and people who eat it, there will also be a large number of things that will be born from the operation. Business is a gathering of people, not a decision that can be made by one person. I just dug up Shao Mountain here and stepped out a road here. Naturally, people will follow this road and slowly turn it into a spacious road that can reach directly to Chang'an. Li Yuan always felt that Zhang Feng's words were very roundabout and scholarly. But his intuition told him that what Zhang Feng said was really so reasonable. He could not help but ask in surprise, Is this what your academy wants to teach? Chapter 669. Zhang Feng took a deep breath and said, This is a kind of knowledge. My teacher once said it, a great person once said it. The sample meaning of these words is like this. Actually, there is no road in this world. When more people walk, there will naturally be a road. Great person? There is no road in this world? When more people walk, there will naturally be a road. Li Yuan was silent. His expression was somewhat frightening. After Zhang Feng finished talking about this matter, the two of them walked along the small path and climbed the mountain. Along the way, Li Yuan was pondering over Zhang Feng's words. Until when they could no longer climb, Li Yuan's accompanying bodyguard hurriedly brought over Zhang Feng's reclining chair. Even Zhang Feng's tiger skin that had been missing for a long time, under Zhang Feng's shocked and angry gaze, slowly placed it under Li Yuan's buttocks. After resting for a while, Li Yuan looked at the whitewashed white houses halfway up the mountain, or houses that were being built with red bricks. He asked in surprise, "Fengzi, what is going on with the houses here? Why does it look like every house is almost exactly the same? And this layout, old man can't quite understand. It seems like there are 2 floors. Could this row of houses be a single family? But why does it look like there are countless families?" At first, no one could see the reason for Zhang Feng's houses. However, only when the foundation of this house was completed and the walls were slowly being built, could one see that this house was very different from all the houses of this era. Because these houses were all conjoined houses of the later era. That is to say, 2 rooms for a family. Although they looked somewhat short and small, not as large as the houses of this era, in terms of function and the overall structure of the house, they flung the houses of this era by several streets. At the very least, Zhang Feng was not bragging. At this time, with these people under him now, if they were to go out and build a house, they would not need 5 days to complete the main frame of a house. If it was an adobe house, it would be strange if you could finish it without a month or so. On the other hand, the red bricks burned quickly. It was not as thick as the green bricks of this era. Therefore, in Li Yuan's view, this house seemed to collapse with a push. Facing Li Yuan's inquiry, Zhang Feng just smiled. "Old man, there's something you don't know. Excluding the craftsmen and workers, there are more than 1,000 students on the White Deer Academy's mountain. Although I allowed them to participate in the construction of my house, it's not like anyone can build a house just because they want to. After all, if someone is opportunistic and casually builds a shack for me with a few tree branches, then wouldn't my test become a mere decoration? But I don't have enough manpower right now. Moreover, we don't have enough funds, so I came up with this brilliant idea. Although this house doesn't look sturdy and the walls are so thin, I can guarantee that this thing will become a house that everyone in the Tang dynasty wants to live in." Li Yuan's interest could not help but be aroused. "Then I'd like to see what's so different about your house. Although your house seems to be built faster than that adobe house from what I've seen, the bricks aren't cooked yet. Can they withstand a punch from a strong man?" Zhang Feng smiled. Pointing at a Jianghu guard behind Li Yuan, he said, "Why don't you let your guard go and push it for me to see? Old man, let's make a bet." "Stop." As soon as Li Yuan heard Zhang Feng mention a bet, he felt uncomfortable all over. Now that he heard Zhang Feng mention the bet again, how could he not have goosebumps all over his body? Waving his hand, he let the Jianghu guard test the wall. Under the Jianghu guard's side impact, although the wall was like a bare bamboo pole, swaying non-stop in the wind, it still did not fall. And those craftsmen only looked at the Jianghu guard and continued to work, too lazy to care. It seemed that this kind of thing happened every day. This time, Li Yuan was somewhat unable to sit still. Hinting the Jianghu guard to pick up a few bricks to test, Li Yuan became even more stupefied. His sharp eyes could not help but see that someone actually added lime powder into a pile of silt-like things, causing Li Yuan to become stupefied again. "Fengzi, could it be that the thing that can make the wall so sturdy is this silt?" Zhang Feng glanced at the cement. He did not feel like explaining anything to Li Yuan. He only said faintly, "This is a kind of adhesive that I invented. Once it completely absorbs these bricks and dries up, if a strong man like you bumps into it again, then the only thing that will be broken will be his arm." Hearing this, Li Yuan could not help but be shocked. A moment later, Li Yuan got up, squinted his eyes, and then pointed at the faintly visible waterfall. He said, "Fengzi, old man does not want my villa anymore, but old man has a condition. Somewhere, make a slightly bigger house for old man, old man. It must be better than theirs." Zhang Feng glanced at the brick waterfall. "Isn't it just a villa?" "Deal. But this Xianxia must be given to me as a deposit? After all, the cost of building this villa will definitely be dozens of times more than the houses these people live in. When the time comes to build it, you will know that your Xianxia was not spent in vain." Chapter 670. Actually, there was a reason why Zhang Feng agreed to Li Yuan's request. After all, Building a villa for Yu Shernan and the other masters was the same as building another one. Anyway, they were all together. When the time came, it would still be a connected villa. This would save a lot of trouble. If he really only built one for the old master, then he had to wait. After all, he really didn't have the time and spare money now. As the two walked, they discussed the matter of the villa. With that said, Li Yuan's eyes became more and more heated. After learning that Yu Shernan and the others would be Li Yuan's neighbors in the future, Li Yuan was very excited. After all, if he were to be alone in this academy, he would definitely be driven crazy. However, no matter what Zhang Feng said, Li Yuan just smiled and bypassed the matter of Xianxia, which made Zhang Feng so angry that his face turned red and his neck thick. But he still couldn't do anything to Li Yuan. In this way, one old and one young quarreled all the way up Shao Mountain, leaving only the stunned craftsmen and students on the ground. At this time, Hao Chu-jun and the others who originally wanted to come up and say hello saw this situation. It was not until a long time after Zhang Feng and the others had left that they reacted. What's this situation? Who's this old man? Li Yifu looked at the long line of furniture moving and couldn't help but be stunned. This house was all made of mahogany. Although many things were packed in that big wooden box, from the carved patterns on the wooden box and the mahogany material, it could be seen that the old man's background was definitely not simple. This doesn't look like a great scholar. If it's a great scholar, why would he quarrel with the dean like this? But it seems that he wants to live on the mountain for a long time. There's no harm in visiting more in the future. Guo Zhangyi picked up a pile of cement and stood behind the crowd and said, "Okay, he's already up the mountain. After all, this has nothing to do with us. It's better to finish the course properly." Hao Chu-jun heard this and couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. How long have we been here? Why do I always feel that Dean Zhang Feng is ordering us around like long-term workers? Li Yifu heard this and couldn't help but put on a straight face and said, "What do you mean? Are you questioning the dean? There's an ancient saying. All right, all right, all right. Don't talk to me like that. Do you guys want credits or not? Now, the academy is still a wasteland. How can it have the time to teach you? Don't tell me it's on this barren mountain?" Just as the few of them were muttering, Dugo appeared out of nowhere and berated everyone. He then took a look at Zhang Feng and the Grand Emperor's figures and hurriedly ran up the mountain. This was a big matter. The retired emperor seemed to want to stay here for a long time. How could this be? With retired emperor's temperament, he would definitely ruin the atmosphere here. He had to tell this matter to Li Chengqian and the others as soon as possible so that they could think of a way to trick the retired emperor down the mountain. Otherwise, no one would have a good life in the future. When Dugo climbed up the mountain, Zhang Feng had already brought Li Yuan into the wooden house that Zhang Feng was temporarily staying in. Seeing this situation, Dugo asked old He and the others where Li Chengqian and the others went. Only then did he hurriedly run to the chicken farm. From afar, he saw Li Chengqian and Cheng Chumo sitting on a rock by the river, directing a large group of children on the mountain. They were leaning on shelled eggs. Dugo couldn't care about anything else. He hurriedly pulled Li Chengqian and the others to the side and said, "The retired emperor went up the mountain." What? When the few of them heard this, they couldn't help but ask in unison as if they were constipated, "When did this happen?" "Just now with Feng Zi." When the few of them heard this, they couldn't help but feel like their heads were about to explode. The retired emperor was good at everything except that he was now obsessed with poker cards. When he saw someone, even if he squatted on the floor, he could squat for an entire day to play with that person. He wouldn't stop until that person was left with only a piece of cloth. At this time, Li Yuan was in the palace. That matter was even more difficult to avoid than the god of plagues. There was no other way. Everyone lost miserably. Besides, they were all young people. Could an old man like you get involved? Thinking like this, the few of them instantly lost their calm. They hurriedly brought a beggar's chicken and ran to Zhang Feng's small house. There was no other way. If the retired emperor stayed here, no one would be able to be at peace. Not far away, Ma Zhou, who was following old eunuch Gao to feed pigs, and the old eunuch saw the crown prince and the others roasting meat excitedly just now. The old eunuch's heart felt like it was being scratched by a cat. He had long wanted to go over and freeload a chicken. Ever since he ate it twice last time, this thing always lingered in his mind. Not to mention, previously in the palace, it was the food that the emperor and empress pulled down. It basically went into their stomachs. They were used to eating good food. Although this porridge was very good, they couldn't eat porridge all day, right? Moreover, they were eating porridge on the side while watching others nibble on the chicken. Who could stand this stimulation? However, at this time when old Gao saw the few of them leaving in a hurry, he couldn't help but push Ma Zhou and said, "Boy, do you want to eat chicken?" Chapter 671. Li Yuan's ostentatious display. It had already spread like wildfire on the mountain. Especially now, it had just reached Yushi hour, which was also the time Zhang Feng set for eating. Although the people of Chang liked to wake up early in the morning to eat, and then say that they were going for a stroll, or to find something to do, to earn money, and so on, and only at night would they eat here. But Zhang Feng's place was completely different. Eating at Yushi hour was right. But everyone only had half a bowl of porridge, plus a millet-steamed bun mixed with unknown things. At noon, everyone had a big bowl of porridge, plus a black millet-steamed bun. There was a difference between the porridge in the morning and at noon. In the morning, there was no meat added, and everyone could not chew out a trace of meat in the thick porridge. But at noon, it was different. This porridge was as thick as the dry rice they ate on a daily basis. The most important thing was that there was meat in the porridge. If they were lucky, if they could stir out a few meat bones, that night when they were hungry, they could use the broken pot to cook it, add some tender roots dug out from the soil, and make do with a meal. Or they could burn the chicken bones and pig bones in the fire and grind them into powder. These were all good things. But the meal at night was different. The porridge was still the same porridge, but everyone had to take 2 bowls. A bowl of porridge, a bowl of chicken mixed with wild vegetables, and unknown things, meat soup, there was pork, goose meat, eggs and so on. It could be said that this meal at Yushi hour was very much anticipated by everyone. It was also at this time every day. All the people on Yushi mountain, no matter how tired they were, would raise their bowls high, as if they were celebrating the new year, and grin foolishly. But today was different. Li Yuan's high-profile appearance ceremony was everyone lining up to get food, or squatting on the ground to eat the food, which they talked about with great relish. You didn't see that scene today. You could smell the fragrance of wine from afar, this wine aroma. Ah, it's like the imperial wine of the palace. The people of Tonghui Fong, who were squatting together and separated from these people, looked at those people who were talking animatedly as if they were looking at fools, and said, "Only you can. Do you know that the wine that the old man took is also our dean's?" Hearing this, in an instant, those people and craftsmen could not stay calm. What? What did you say? This wine was made by the dean? Impossible. When Lao Tzu was rich before, he was also a person who drank wine. He even drank that 1 copper a bamboo barrel of beer. That thing, that taste, is simply better than that wine. This wine is really brewed by the dean? Doesn't that mean that our dean is from heaven? By the way, you guys seem to be from the same street as the dean. Can you tell me about the dean? Tong Hui Feng's people, as they heard this, they were eating and eat to eat, while we're talking about our dean. That's an incredible figure. Do you all know Chang and University? Hearing this, everyone nodded their heads like chickens pecking rice, slurping the porridge along the eaves of the bowls, and staring at the people of Tong Hui Feng. The person who spoke put down the bowl that was bigger than his face, wiped his mouth and said, "Actually, this dean, I heard long ago that when he was born, guess what?" What? Have you ever seen a child not cry after the midwife gave birth? But our dean is different. The moment he was born, he looked up to the sky and laughed. Hiss. Hearing this, everyone could not help but be dumbfounded. Everyone asked curiously, "Then isn't the dean really a god? Who doesn't cry when they are born?" This is really different. No wonder he was conferred the title of Viscount by the emperor at such a young age, and he has such ability. He is different from us from the moment he was born. That's right. This is what the temporary chancellor of Chang and University, the old scholar, said personally. And you have not seen it, every time the dean does a good deed, his head is shining with golden light. Everyone was shocked. No wonder the dean never wore a hat. So it was because wearing a hat affected his supernatural powers? In that case, ayaya, aren't we doing something for the immortals? The people of Tong Hui Fong snorted. Their meaning was self-evident. Don't you eat? Even eating can't stop your mouths, can it? Old He and the others, who had just finished distributing the food, were listening while distributing the food. At first, they did not think much of it, but the more they talked, the more they were going overboard. If they let these people continue to gossip, what would happen? After old he shouted, he did not care about these people anymore. Instead, he took out a big pot of braised red pig trotters from the temporary kitchen and kicked Zhu Zhu, who was holding a bowl to drink the braised water, and said, "Damn it, eat, 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 eat. If you follow those stubborn people all day, you will eat to death sooner or later. Hurry up and send the food to Feng Zi."
Oh!
Only then did Guzi stare at the bowl that belonged to him, carried the bowl of porridge, and followed old he into the small wooden house. Chapter 672. The atmosphere in the small wooden house was somewhat strange. At this time, Zhang Feng had a cold face, his back facing Li Yuan and Li Chengqian as he ate the beggar's chicken. Li Yuan sniffed from time to time. That aroma instantly made Li Yuan's stomach growl again. What was even more infuriating was that those little bastards were eating while smacking their lips. Not only that, but they were also drinking to their heart's content. They didn't even look at him. This made Li Yuan explode with anger. "Qian Tang Yo, and you little bastards, get over here and kneel down for old man." Li Yuan finally couldn't take it anymore. Hearing this, Li Chengqian and the others' faces instantly changed greatly. "Here Lao Tzu is the dean. If you go over fine tomorrow, get the hell down the mountain for Lao Tzu." This time, these few second-generation masters were in a difficult situation. They clearly knew that these two grandpas were angry, but they still bumped into them. This was great. No matter how today's matter was resolved, with Li Yuan's habit of holding grudges, in the future, no matter if he stayed on the mountain or went down the mountain, when the time came, these few people wouldn't have a good time. But what could they do? This was all Feng Zi's business. You two immortals fighting, what did it have to do with us? And just at this time, as luck would have it, the appearance of old he and the stupefied Guzi instantly made Li Chengqian and the others feel as if they had met a big savior. "Wow! It smells so good. This is the braised pig trotters you tinkered with? Come, Grandpa, you also want to eat some? You can smell the fragrance of this thing." "I can't take it anymore. I'm going to *CK his mother." Under the fragrance of the braised pig trotters, Cheng Chimo was the first to be unable to resist surrendering. He grabbed a pig trotter, hugged it, and gnawed on it. On the stubble on his mouth, fat dripped down from the corners of his mouth, causing Li Yuan's eyes to turn red. He personally picked up a pig trotter for Li Yuan and said, "This old man, please have a taste. This was made by our Feng Zi after staying up late a few days ago. He said that there would be an important guest these few days. Fortunately, I heard a large group of magpies chirping here early this morning. Look, just as it was braised you came." When Uncle he was at the door, he glanced around and saw two people fighting. From the matter of the servants and servants Li Yuan brought up the mountain, as well as those fellows he had never seen in his entire life, how could he not know that this master was a person who could not be provoked? But now, Feng Zi was actually fighting with him? Wasn't that just asking for trouble? Under Uncle he's excuse, Li Yuan still could not resist the temptation of delicious food in the end. After looking at the bright red pig trotters, Li Yuan snorted twice. "For the sake of this pig trotter kid, old man will let you off for now. Let's argue after the meal." "Humph, I thought you weren't going to eat anymore." Zhang Feng also snorted. Then, as if in a fit of pique, he glared at Li Yuan. The two just stared at each other and ate in a fit of pique, causing everyone to be dumbstruck. There was something strange. There was something very strange about this. But at this time, these two did not say anything. What could they do? Originally, they were still waiting to eat a good meal. Now it was great. They were here to eat between the cracks. However, the few of them were even more curious about what was going on with Feng Zi. Just as everyone had their own thoughts, a large pot of pig trotters was basically wiped out. Fortunately, in the end, Zhang Feng hurriedly blocked the few of them and left some for Sun Simiao, Old Gao, and the others. He also sent a jar of fine wine that he brought from the shop to each of them. Only then did he stop. Li Yuan looked at Zhang Feng's expression that was like an angry little wife and was also speechless. After waving his hand and driving away the few bastards, he picked his teeth and took out the Xianxia from his bosom and threw it to Zhang Feng. In an instant, the moment Zhang Feng hugged the Xianxia, his smile was as brilliant as a flower. "Yeah, old man, you should be a little gentler. This thing is precious. If by any chance it bumps into something, it will make one's heart ache." Li Yuan rolled his eyes. You still know that this thing is precious? Such a precious thing. Can't old man feel some heartache? You little bastard. You actually want to be angry with me. You are simply, if it was in the past, old man would have slapped you. Zhang Feng chuckled and was not embarrassed. Instead, he said, this is your fault. You know that this kid has a one-track mind. You still want to lower yourself to my level? Isn't this what it is? Come, come, come. I will toast you with a cup of wine. Will this matter be over? Li Yuan glanced at Zhang Feng and then said lightly, don't. This cup of wine of yours is too precious. I can't afford to drink it. Seeing that Li Yuan did not appreciate it, Zhang Feng knew that the matter was serious. Sure enough, at this time, Li Yuan narrowed his eyes and said, there is no need for empty words. Old man is not interested. However, what is your academy like? Tell the old man in detail. The old man is now very interested in your academy. What do you mean? Very interested in my academy? What do you mean? Could it be that you have taken a fancy to my academy? Zhang Feng was a little dumbfounded. Li Yuan saw Zhang Feng's defensive face and said speechlessly, there is no other meaning. I just want to see what your academy is like. Do you think that the old man wants to snatch your academy? Chapter 673. Zhang Feng felt relieved after hearing this. But at this time, he was still a little worried. This thing was a bit difficult to take. Just now, in a fit of pique, he was actually testing the old man, but he didn't expect that the old man would actually compromise. From the foot of the mountain to the top, he had been inquiring about the academy. This matter made Zhang Feng couldn't help but mutter. If it was really that simple, then it would be good. But now, it seemed that things were far from as simple as he thought. The more this old man compromised, the more uneasy he felt. From the high-profile move of so many things when he went up the mountain today, he could see that it was not right to say that he wanted to live on the mountain for a long time. After all, there was nothing on the mountain now, and they were still squeezed together. That stench, that foot stench that could almost send people away, and that thunder-like snoring, although separated by a room, still made Zhang Feng feel like dying. But even so, Zhang Feng still forced himself to go to the academy every day. At this time, this old man came up. Where did he want to live? There was no place to live. But at this time, Zhang Feng was just guessing. He could only follow the old man's request and tell the old man about the academy in detail. After that, Li Yuan stroked his beard in thought, and then said, Kid, today's book, take it as a gift for me to be the honorary vice president. What? Zhang Feng was completely dumbfounded. He asked again, Old man, what did you say? Li Yuan said with a smile. Why, is it wrong for the old man to be the honorary vice president? Not to mention others, Sun Simiao, Chu Suiliang, and Yu Shernan have to call me when they see me. Do you think you can suppress them? Zhang Feng was anxious. No, old man, what do you mean? You. Li Yuan nodded. Why not? If not, then return Xianxia. I will go down the mountain now. Don't. Zhang Feng was anxious. At this time, he finally understood Li Yuan's intention. From the beginning, he was inquiring about this and that, to asking for the villa, and then when he went up the mountain, he displayed his playthings with great fanfare. Good Lord, it turned out that he was digging a big hole for him. Now, could Zhang Feng refuse? If she refused, what if the old man went back with great fanfare and walked down the mountain? Wouldn't that be terrible? What could Zhang Feng say? He could only give a thumbs up and say, Old master, you're awesome. You won. I'm convinced. I'm convinced. At the same time, outside the wooden house, a few people stuck their butts out and listened through the crack of the door. They couldn't help but gasp. Oh my God! What is the old man doing? What was he thinking? He actually wants to be the honorary vice principal? This, Cheng Chumo could not help but exclaim. At this time, everyone finally understood what the two of them were doing. So, the old man was using something that Zhang Feng could not bear to let go to force him to agree to let the old man be the vice principal? However, they were not fools. At this time, although everything was fine in the academy, it was only a matter of time before it aroused the dissatisfaction of the Shandong aristocrats. Another thing was the Imperial College. This was an important place for the Shandong aristocrats in Chang'an City. Before this White Deer College, it was still fine. It did not arouse the covetous eyes of the people, and they only took it as a joke. However, now that the miracle doctor went up the mountain and Yu Shernan had retired from riding, the news of Yu Shernan going up Shao Mountain would spread sooner or later. When that time came, the old man went up the mountain in a high-profile manner and took the initiative to accept the honorary vice principal. This meant that the old man was shouldering all the responsibility. Although the old man was no longer involved in the imperial court, he still had a lot of connections, especially those aristocrats. Although they did not fall for the old man's tricks, once the old man made a decision, in that case, they would still consider it carefully. After all, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. How many valiant generals were loyal to retired emperor back then? They were all illustrious existences. Moreover, they were not subject to the imperial court's control. If they angered Li Yuan, then could they withstand Li Yuan's fury? At the thought of this, the few of them were deeply shocked. Hurriedly leaving the small wooden hut, they arrived at a place in the valley of Shao Mountain. After lighting a bonfire, Li Chengqian said, "I suspect that today's matter was Father's idea. Otherwise, Father Emperor would definitely know about such a big matter as retired emperor leaving the palace. That means that the White Deer College incident has aroused the attention of the Shandong aristocrats after all." "Then, what do you plan to do?" Zhang Sun asked. After a moment of silence, Li Chengqian said faintly, "This is not something we can worry about. We just have to take care of our own matters. However, now it's up to Feng Zi. If the academy can be opened before this matter completely explodes, then this matter can be easily solved." Cheng Chumo was stunned. "Speak human language, I don't understand." Li Chengqian looked at Cheng Chumo and said, "At this time, we are on the side of the people. For the time being, we have the help of the great scholar Yu Shernan and others. Although we are using my name to the outside world, paper can't hide the truth. They will know that the real owner of this academy. Therefore Feng Zi is the key. I am very sure that when the time comes to open the gates, those great scholars of Shandong will definitely come together. Then, it will really explode." Chapter 674. Coo coo coo. Pain. Great pain. In the middle of the night, Zhang Feng's stomach was churning. He couldn't help curling up like a shrimp. Damn it, maybe they used raw water to boil the pig trotters, this mother asterisk cur. Zhang Feng had diarrhea 5 times in one night. At this time, he only felt uncomfortable as if his whole body was about to collapse. Finally, after a violent contraction of his lower abdomen, Zhang Feng suddenly got up in a hurry, and then stumbled out of the door in a hurry. Before coming to the outhouse, he directly finished his business on the spot. Yes, he couldn't hold it anymore. After squatting for about a quarter of an hour, Zhang Feng only felt that his intestines were about to come out. Then he habitually touched his waist and suddenly remembered that he was in the Tang dynasty, and the toilet paper he carried with him was used up. Chen Tiniu. Da-bing, da-bing. Zhang Feng had to call someone, but he didn't. Instead, Uncle He hurried over and almost kicked Zhang Feng's head. Uncle He looked at Zhang Feng in surprise and asked, "Feng Zi, what's wrong with you?" "Diarrhea." "Uncle He, you came at the right time. Do you have any paper?" "Paper? No." "What do you want paper for?" Zhang Feng was speechless. "To wipe my ass." Uncle He was stunned. "So, you usually use toilet paper to wipe your face?" Zhang Feng was also stunned. "What else can I do?" "Let's not talk about it now. Hurry up and get me some paper." Uncle He sighed and secretly called him a prodigal. Then he groped on a tree next to him and handed Zhang Feng a thick stack of leaves, saying, "I don't have any paper." "That thing is precious. If you don't mind, you can make do with the leaves." In the end, Zhang Feng had no choice but to make do with it. Only then did he enter the small wooden house with old Ho's help. Their movements finally alerted Zhang Sun and the others. When they went out and saw Zhang Feng's pale face, they were scared out of their wits. "Feng Zi, what's wrong with you?" "Diarrhea." After learning that Zhang Feng was suffering from diarrhea, they rubbed their sleepy eyes and left. When Old He heard Zhang Feng's voice and rushed over, Old He's wife also heard Zhang Feng's voice. At this time, she had already brought over a big bowl of ginger soup. However, there was a layer of black substance floating on the ginger soup. Upon closer inspection, it was actually charcoal powder. "Come, Feng Zi. Drink this and you'll feel better at night." Tomorrow morning, I'll go find Dr. Sun to take a look at you. As she spoke, Old He's wife took out a packet of white powder wrapped in old Spring Festival couplets from her sleeve. Zhang Feng saw that this was lime powder from his kiln factory. Under his horrified gaze, Old He's wife poured a little lime powder into the bowl. Then, the bowl seemed to be boiling. She held the bowl of water and handed it to Zhang Feng. It seemed that she was going to feed him. Zhang Feng hurriedly stopped her and said, "No, no, I'll have to trouble sister-in-law to bring me a bowl of salt water and a piece of charcoal." When Old He heard that, he said with some displeasure, "Fengzi, these are commonly used things. You'll be able to sleep well after a bowl. Drink it." As he spoke, Old He took the bowl and brought it to Zhang Feng's mouth. Zhang Feng had no choice. It seemed that if he didn't drink it, he wouldn't be able to have a good night. At this time, Li Chengqian and the others put on their clothes and walked out of the door. They looked at the ginger soup and said, "Drink it. This thing is a good medicine. If you don't drink that, I have something good here. Do you want to try it?" As he spoke, Li Chengqian took out a small porcelain bottle and tossed it in his hand. Zhang Feng's eyes lit up. But Old He's next words still made him drink this bowl of poisonous soup. Regardless of anything else, although it was a little shocking when these things were mixed together, the effect was still very good. At the very least, Zhang Feng's rumbling stomach warmed up after a bowl, and he no longer felt so uncomfortable. Seeing that Zhang Feng was fine, Old He pulled Li Chengqian out of the door and said, "Young Master Li, Fengzi just asked for toilet paper. You know my situation. I can't afford it, so I'll have to trouble young Master Li to quickly buy some for Fengzi tomorrow." Li Chengqian asked in surprise, "Why does he need toilet paper when he has diarrhea in the middle of the night?" "To wipe his butt." Old He didn't know that this thing was commonly used by people in the upper class, so he said it naturally. But when Li Chengqian heard it, he couldn't help but widen his eyes. "What did you say? Fengzi wants toilet paper to wipe his butt?" Old He was also stunned. "Young Master Li, don't you know?" What did Li Chengqian know? Even his father, the emperor of the dynasty, only gave him coarse cloth. Good lord, this kid used toilet paper? Toilet paper was not cheap in the Tang dynasty. A caddy of toilet paper cost at least 100 copper coins. How could ordinary people afford it? Moreover, this thing was thick and heavy. Only medicine shops would use a little of it, as well as during weddings and funerals. Also during festivals, window flowers and couplets would be used a little. This was already considered extravagant. Good lord, this kid actually used toilet paper to wipe his butt? Your butt is very expensive. Chapter 675. After dealing with Old He for a while, only then did Li Chengqian walk into the wooden house with a solemn expression. He looked at Zhang Feng, who was curled up on the recliner, and asked, "Fengzi, I just heard from Old He that you're going to wipe your ass with toilet paper?" This time, it was a big deal. In an instant, Cheng Chimo and the others who were joking with Zhang Feng were shocked. "Damn, Fengzi, you're so awesome. Come, let's see if your eyes are made of gold." "Get lost." Zhang Feng slapped Cheng Chimo's hand away and said, "What else can I use if not paper? But I forgot to buy some when I went up the mountain this time. I usually use rice paper. Toilet paper is too easy to tear." Hearing this, Li Chengqian looked at Zhang Feng in disbelief and exclaimed, "You still use rice paper? Fengzi, you absolutely cannot mention this matter to anyone else. Otherwise, your academy will cease to exist." Hearing this, Zhang Feng was stunned. Looking at them with a solemn expression, he asked, "Isn't it just a toilet paper to wipe your ass? Do you have to go so far?" "Go so far? You actually said that? Come, let me calculate for you. This toilet paper costs 500 coins, and no one needs to buy a fixed amount every year. This rice paper is even more different. It costs 1,000 strings of coins. Even the current emperor only uses a little when he writes the imperial edict. You actually use such a precious thing to wipe your ass." Li Chengqian was crazy. He must think that Zhang Feng was really crazy. If those scholars were to find out that Zhang Feng actually treated the rice paper that they were reluctant to use like this, how would they fly into a rage? But Zhang Feng was also stunned. He was anxious. "Isn't it just a piece of paper? Do you have to go so far? You still say that the academy is closed? Okay. Tomorrow Lao Tzu will make you paper of a higher grade than rice paper. Isn't it just a piece of paper? As for 1,000 strings of coins? Believe it or not, if I'm willing, I can get you 300 caddies in one day. Do you believe it or not? Old man doesn't believe it. At this moment, Li Yuan's voice faintly sounded from outside the door. Although it was already the Cho hour at this time, these guys' voices were too loud. In addition, the environment had just changed, and there were many mosquitoes. How could Li Yuan sleep? At this time, with such a ruckus, Li Yuan heard everything. When he heard that Zhang Feng actually wanted to make paper, and it was the kind of paper that was better than rice paper, he finally couldn't sit still. Even he didn't dare to say this sentence. After all, rice paper was something the world was proud of. It was also the secret method of the Tang dynasty. But in Zhang Feng's hands, it was reduced to a tool to wipe his ass? How could this not make Li Yuan angry? However, he was also looking forward to it. When Zhang Feng saw the old man come out, he couldn't help but have a headache. Old man, it's the middle of the night. Why don't you sleep and come out? With your voices so loud, do you think old man can sleep? Zhang Feng was speechless. However, were you bragging just now, or are you really planning to make paper? Zhang Feng pointed to his pale face and said with a wry smile, "Look at my face. Do you think I'm joking?" When Li Yuan heard this, he couldn't help but put away the joking expression on his face and said seriously, "Then what are you going to do?" Zhang Feng was not stupid. He glanced at Li Yuan and said, "It's a secret. It can't be spread." When Li Yuan heard this, he was so angry that he almost wanted to beat him, but he still resisted and asked, "Then tell me this paper, how long will it take you to make it? And how much do you plan to sell it for?" At this time, after a bowl of dark cuisine, Zhang Feng finally raised his spirits and said, "If we don't count the preparation time, the first time, it will take 2 days. The second time will do. It only needs 1 day. You can guarantee 300 caddies every day?" Li Yuan suddenly stood up and asked. Zhang Feng was stunned. This is the worst-case scenario. Under normal circumstances, it will be more than 500 caddies. This is not considered expanding the scale. Otherwise, a few thousand caddies a day is not a problem. Hiss! When Li Yuan heard this, he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Now, everyone was using their book collection to compete with their master's profound knowledge, and what they were competing with was nothing else but their book collection. And books were expensive. What was expensive about them? It was expensive in this paper. A book, just a casual binding, would need to consume 3 taels of rice paper. 1 tael of rice paper was 1,000 coins. This book was 3,000 strings of coins. The reason why paper was so expensive was not because of anything else, but because this manufacturing process was too troublesome. If a paper mill could produce 100 caddies a month, that was already a high yield. But what did Li Yuan just hear? He actually heard it. 300 caddies a day. And this was the worst-case scenario. If it was good, a few thousand caddies a day. What did this mean? This was a windfall. Li Yuan couldn't help but ask, "How do you plan to sell this paper?" How could Zhang Feng not know that this matter was serious at this time? He inadvertently fiddled with another thing that could make him rich overnight. How would he know that paper in the Tang dynasty would be so scarce? If that was the case, then what was he doing earlier? If he had made paper earlier, then wouldn't he have made a fortune? Chapter 676. Zhang Feng's stomach finally turned for the better after Sun Simiao helped him with a smile on his face. 2 days later, Zhang Feng spent most of the time in bed. That feeling. It was simply unbearable. The price Zhang Feng paid was 10 jars of white wine and 3 braised pig trotters a day. These were not important. The key was the wine. It was inconvenient for him to move now, and coupled with the shortage of food, he could not get any food to make wine. When he thought of the 10 jars of wine, Zhang Feng's heart felt like it was being stabbed by a knife. But there was no other way. Zhang Feng secretly called Old He and Zhuzi's father to come to the bed and said with a sobbing tone, "Old He, Zhuzi's father, now I can only rely on the 2 of you. You also saw those people. They are all F***ing ungrateful wolves." When the 2 heard this, they turned pale with fright and hurriedly asked, "Fengzi, what happened to you? If the problem is big, we will carry you down the mountain and let the godly doctor take a look at you. If it doesn't work, we will find a Taoist priest to exorcise you. You must not scare us." Old He and Zhu Zi's father were so anxious that they almost cried. They thought that Zhang Feng was making arrangements for his death. Zhang Feng also understood the meaning of the two, but he did not say much. He just took a breath and said with a pale face, "I have a letter here. I will have to trouble the two of you to pass it to this old man. This matter is too big. Please do not tell those ungrateful people." The two of them wiped their tears and sobbed. "Feng Zi, don't worry. Although we can't pluck the stars for you, you don't have to worry about this small matter of delivering a letter. Why don't we break into the imperial palace right now, and bring the imperial physician up to the mountain for you?" While speaking, the two picked up the spatula and kitchen knife in their hands and were about to run down the mountain. Zhang Feng was so scared that he hurriedly pulled them back. "I'm fine. It's just diarrhea, isn't it? Just do as I say. Also, while they're not paying attention, I've hidden 10 bags of food in the courtyard behind the tavern. Give them to the old elementary scholar. Remember, don't tell anyone about this." After the two confirmed that Zhang Feng was not going to die, they sniffled and hurriedly ran away. There was no other way. Zhang Feng was also the best at using this kind of fake but not real method. Otherwise, the people of this era were too straightforward. Plus, the people of Guangzhou did not like to lie. Zhang Feng could only secretly shout in his heart that he had sinned while secretly ordering people to brew wine. There was no other way. He could not leave this thing alone. There were wolves all around him. He had to find a safe way. After thinking for 3 days, he could only lock his gaze on the old elementary scholar. In addition, he pretended that he was about to die to fool the two of them. Now, even if the heavenly emperor wanted to pry something out of their mouths, it would be useless. Zhang Feng laughed mischievously. He crossed his legs, hugged his head, and closed his eyes once again. And this act of Zhang Feng's instantly stirred up big trouble. First of all, when the two walked out of Zhang Feng's house and saw the people everywhere and the embryonic form of White Deer College, how could the two hold back? They sat down beside the old neighbors of Tonghui Lane and started bawling. Everyone was stunned. When they thought about how the two of them were fine when they entered Zhang Feng's room, and how they suddenly started crying, they almost scared the hell out of everyone. The old village chief used his walking stick to hit the two of them on the back and shouted, "Feng Zi, what's wrong? Why don't you two tell me?" Everyone's hearts couldn't help but thump when they saw the two of them. After sniffling twice, Old He was about to say something, but the old village chief waved his hand and glared at the people beside him. He shouted, "Do you have nothing to do? Do you not want to eat any more? This is a family matter in Tonghui Lane. Why are you interfering? Get the hell out of here." When everyone heard this, they were even more certain that something had happened. But at this time, under the command of the old village chief, everyone carried the two people who were crying until their arms and legs were weak into the temporary kitchen. Everyone surrounded the two people in a circle, and then there were a few strong men who specially raised their sticks, angrily staring at anyone who dared to take a step forward. This included Du Go, who was rubbing his head and walking forward. At this moment in the middle of the crowd, Old He said, "Just now, Feng Zi asked us to go in." Then, the two of them spoke one after another and finally explained everything clearly. Instantly, the old women and young women in Tonghui Lane started crying. The old village chief shouted angrily, "Are you crying at a funeral? All of you were shut up by Lao Tzu. If anyone dares to spread this news, Lao Tzu will break their legs if they dare to King enter Tonghui Lane in the future." You saw it too. This is all because of this group of Kers who came to harm Feng Zi. What a good kid. If it wasn't for him, would Tonghui Lane have such good days today? He's such a good kid. Ayaya, from today onwards, I will take care of Feng Zi's daily needs. Don't spread this news. Let those ingrates know that no one in Tonghui Lane is easy to mess with. If anyone dares to ask Feng Zi for anything, Lao Tzu will bite off a piece of their flesh. Feng Zi should be fine for now. Wait for this old man to personally go and ask the godly doctor. In front of the godly doctor, I will take a closer look. Otherwise, this old man will feel uneasy. Chapter 677. In fact, although every city square had a supervisor, this position actually meant that the supervisor and the village chief were both in the same position. In the beginning, they called him the old village chief. If it was necessary, they would not call him supervisor. The old village chief's words were like an imperial edict to the people of Tonghui Square. Moreover, Feng Zi's situation was unclear. However, old he and old man Chiu would never lie. Now, everyone thought that Feng Zi's stomach suddenly hurt in the middle of the night 3 days ago. Everyone could not help but think that Feng Zi was about to die. Now, everyone looked at Du Go and the others with a different expression. In the past, when they saw it, it was because of Feng Zi's face and the prestige of the 4 demon kings that everyone treated it as a big deal. But now, Feng Zi was about to die because of them. How could they still treat her well? Even the students were the same. If not for them, would Feng Zi come to the Cultivation Academy on the mountain? This was because she was tired out. At this moment, Du Go was stunned. Originally, he was looking for old he and old man Chiu to reconcile the accounts. However, when he saw old he and old man Chiu sobbing and looking at Feng Zi's room from time to time, he was completely stunned. Old he, you guys. Get lost. If you dare to call Lao Tzu that again, do you believe that Lao Tzu will break your bones? Du Go could only say that he was scared silly. He watched as old he and old man Chiu rushed down the mountain with murderous intent. He was even more stunned. However, when he turned around and saw the red-eyed and unfriendly neighbors of Tonghui Square at the entrance of the kitchen, Du Go could not help but feel his heart skip a beat. Bad guy. Beat him up. At this moment, Steamed Bun came out from behind the crowd with a handful of stove ashes in his hand and threw them at Du Go. In the next moment, how could the crowd hold back? They rushed up and beat Du Go. Du Go was stunned. He was also furious. Who was he? He was the young duke. At this moment, he was beaten up for no reason. Even Steamed Bun, who was known for his cuteness, scratched his face and left a bloody mark. This made Du Go explode with anger. Limping and hopping, he didn't even care about his clothes, which he usually cared about the most. He lifted his robe and ran. Just you wait. You're going against the heavens. You actually dare to. Ouch. Who the hell threw the stone? F***CK. Beat him up. It's all his fault. If he hadn't been following behind Feng Zi and chanting scriptures all day long, Feng Zi wouldn't have ended up like this. Sob, 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 it's all your fault. I noticed you before. Once you came up the mountain, you were always so nosy. You followed Feng Zi to eat and go to the toilet to annoy him. If it weren't for you, Feng Zi wouldn't be like this. Beat him up. Du Go was completely confused. But at this moment, how could he dare to explain? With great difficulty, he squeezed out of the crowd and scrambled to the back of the mountain. At this moment, when the crowd at the mountain gate saw the people from Tonghui Fong, they all shuddered and took a detour. He was afraid that these red-eyed fellows would grab him and beat him up for no reason. They knew that these people were from Tonghui Fong and were well taken care of by the dean. If they were beaten up, they wouldn't even have a place to reason. Didn't they see that even young Master Du, who called the dean his brother, was beaten up? As for Du Go, the more he thought about it, the angrier he got. His hair cap had long been thrown away and his hair was disheveled. His face was covered in soot and black mud. His face was bruised and one of his legs was crippled by some bastard. From afar, he saw Li Chengqian and the others lazing around on a rock. Du Go felt wronged and shouted, "Why are you still standing here? Lao Tzu was beaten up by someone. Go help Lao Tzu." When Li Chengqian and the others heard this, they were stunned. But when they saw Du Go's current appearance, their eyeballs couldn't help but fall out. Li Chengqian rubbed his eyes and nudged Zhang Sun in disbelief. He asked, "Who is this? Why does his voice sound so much like De Bing?" Zhang Sun was also stunned. He scratched his head and said, "It seems like this guy is really De Bing. Look at his belt. It's the only one in Chang'an." When everyone heard this, they hurriedly looked at the inlaid blue jade belt hanging on Du Go's waist. It was about to fall off. "De Bing, what are you doing? F***CK, who is so daring to beat you up? Is there still justice? Is there still law? We, the 4 great demon kings, dare to beat us? Who has eaten the guts of a leopard?" Du Go was also furious. As he rushed towards Du Go, Cheng Chumo and the others rolled up their sleeves, wanting to avenge him. The 4 great demon kings didn't show their might. Did they really think that they were sick cats? How preposterous. But Du Go's next words made the 4 of them dumbfounded. Du Go didn't wait for them to remember him. He pointed in the direction of the mountain gate and shouted, "Those lowly commoners in Tonghui Fong are crazy. Everyone's eyes are red and they want to beat someone up. Look, the wound on my face was scratched by steamed bun. It was also led by steamed bun. If you are brothers, then go and chop them up. Chapter 678. Li Chengqian was dumbfounded. Cheng Chumo, who was rolling up his sleeves, almost stumbled and fell on his face. Strange. This matter was strange in every way. Logically speaking, the people in Tong Hui Fong were untouchable on this mountain. Because of Feng Zi, these people worked very hard. They even fought to do the dirty and tiring work on a daily basis. He was always polite and amiable to everyone. In their own words, they could not embarrass Feng Zi. But what was going on today? With great difficulty, the few of them helped Du Go to sit down on the large blue stone. Li Chengqian asked, "Tell me in detail, what exactly happened? If there is even the slightest bit of concealment, you know me." This was the first time Li Chengqian used his identity as the crown prince on the mountain. It was also the first time he used his identity in front of these people. At this moment, everyone could smell that something was wrong. When Du Go heard this, his face also became serious. He explained the matter from beginning to end. When he said this, everyone could not help but be dumbfounded. If Du Go was not wrong, old He and Zhu Zi's father were two honest people. Ever since Feng Zi called them into the room, this problem had happened? And the moment they left the room, they started bawling? There were only two things that could cause these two men to be in so much pain. One was that their family members were no longer around, and the other was... Li Chengqian's face suddenly changed. He asked, "Which one of you saw Feng Zi this morning?" When Wei Shuyu heard this, she could not help but be shocked. "You mean, something happened to Feng Zi?" When Wei Shuyu said this, everyone's hearts could not help but thump. But at this moment, Zhang Sun stroked the fluffy beard on his chin and said, "It shouldn't be. In the morning, I saw him come out to pee. Apart from being a little weak, there was nothing wrong with this kid. He ate and drank as he should." However, this was before midnight. When everyone heard this, they could not help but turn pale with fright. Feng Zi had started to have diarrhea 3 days ago. It had been 3 days. Logically speaking, he should have recovered by now. But he did not get out of bed these 3 days. Could it be? The few of them could not help but look at each other in shock. Leaving Du Go behind, they ran towards the mountain gate. Combined with what Du Go had said, they suddenly thought of something bad. After all, now that the academy was so famous, it was inevitable that there would be people who coveted and hated Feng Zi, including Guanlong, the 7 major clans, Shandong, and the Imperial College. When everyone thought about this matter, they couldn't help but panic. As they ran, Li Chengqian no longer bothered to conceal his identity. He waved his hand at the Jianghu guards who were disguised as servants and guards, and everyone rushed towards Zhang Feng's wooden house. If Zhang Feng turned out to be a vegetable, even if they weren't beheaded, the emperor would be furious. They couldn't bear this responsibility. In particular, although Feng Zi had a bad mouth as a brother, there was no need to say anything. When they thought of this, Cheng Chumo and the others couldn't help but emit a murderous aura. Li Chengqian was even more direct. He pointed at a god and said, "Pass down the order. Lock down the entire Shao Mountain. No one is allowed to leave the mountain without orders. If anyone suspicious is found, they can be killed first and reported later." Understood. Also, find the old master immediately. Protect the old master well. Don't disturb the old master at all costs. Otherwise, you will be held accountable. Yes. The guard was shocked and hurriedly ran towards the mountain gate. As he ran, he whistled for an emergency assembly. In an instant, the entire Shao Mountain was in turmoil. Under the stunned gazes of the crowd, the servants and guards brought by young Master Li Chengqian instantly revealed pairs of soul-stirring eyes and stared coldly at the crowd. No one knew where they got their knives from. They stared coldly at the crowd as if they were looking for something in the crowd. At this moment, the people who were building the student dormitory at the foot of the mountain were also hurriedly called up. Everyone gathered at the mountain gate, trembling in fear. What's going on? Everything was fine. Why did it suddenly? Did something happen? I'm not sure. I heard that something happened to the dean. What? The whispers of the crowd instantly reached everyone's ears. It's over. I heard that the dean was killed by a traitor. Oh no, the dean was killed by a Turkic spy. The dean passed away on the spot and ascended. In an instant, Such words spread across Shao Mountain like a spring breeze. At this moment, as he was explaining to Ma Zhou, Zhang Tufu, as well as Zhang Tufu and Zhang Tufu's son about castration, someone suddenly ran towards the mountain entrance from afar. As he ran, he shouted, "Oh no, oh no, I heard that the dean was eaten by a wild beast." Hearing this, Zhang Tufu and the others were stunned for a moment. After that, Zhang Tufu flew into a rage. He picked up a butcher's knife and shouted angrily, "Which bastard dared to kill Fengzi? Kid, tell me clearly. Otherwise, Lao Tzu's butcher's knife will not be careless." Chapter 679. In the entire Shao Mountain, the only one who didn't know about this matter was none other than Li Yuan, who was currently watching his villa being built bit by bit under the waterfall. At this moment, the people he brought up also displayed their talents. In a short 3 days, they took materials from the ground beside this waterfall and built a wooden house. It was even the kind with 2 floors. Moreover, they used bamboo to form a fence around the house. He looked like a scholar who lived in seclusion here. At this moment, Li Yuan was sitting on a Western region leather blanket. While looking at the boiling tea on the small stove on the table, he used a palm leaf fan to lightly fan himself. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the construction site in the distance. But gradually, Li Yuan also discovered that something was wrong. At the beginning, there seemed to be hundreds of people at the construction site. However, following the arrival of a group of guards, the people here slowly decreased by a lot. Until now, there was not a single person at the construction site. Instead, those guards were increasing in number. Although Li Yuan didn't recognize these guards, from their orderly movements and standing posture, he could tell that these were the golden guards of the palace. In the entire mountain, other than the ones he brought himself, only Li Chengqian could bring out these guards. Li Yuan frowned and lightly hooked his finger. Standing behind him, the old eunuch who was like an old monk in meditation hurriedly bowed. "Did something happen over there? Why is there not a single one of these people? This old servant doesn't know. Go investigate." Li Yuan was somewhat angry. Originally, he wanted to personally witness the house that belonged to him being built bit by bit. This was also an interesting thing. However now, this sudden increase in golden guards made him smell something unusual. Not long after, the old eunuch still found out and hurried over. Without waiting for him to enter, the old eunuch hurriedly said, old master, something bad has happened." "Something bad has happened. You sure know how to say old man. Zhang Feng, that brat. I heard something happened to that brat. He was assassinated by someone." Hearing this, Li Yuan's hand trembled. The tea stove on the table was instantly knocked over by him. "What did you say?" Li Yuan's voice was so cold that it scared people to death. It made everyone around him tremble and uniformly kneel on the ground. This old servant doesn't know. Bastard! Men, follow me to take a look. Pass down my order to the golden guards to seal off Shao Mountain. If anything happens to Fengzi, all of you will be buried with him. Li Yuan was furious. After so many years, this was the first time he had met such an interesting kid. Moreover, this brat dared to throw a tantrum at him. He had long regarded Zhang Feng as his confidant, but he had just gone up the mountain and encountered such a thing, which made his heart suddenly ache. What is this? This was slapping his old face. Li Yuan. Once Li Yuan was enraged, it was bound to cause a world-shaking incident. However, at this time, he still didn't know Zhang Feng's specific situation. Therefore, Li Yuan could only treat him as an elder. He had several people carry the sliding pole and run wildly towards the mountain gate, where Zhang Feng's residence was located. However, when he arrived with his men, the place was already filled with a sea of people. Everyone in Tonghui Lane was currently holding knives and shovels in their hands, glaring angrily at everyone. Just like that, they guarded Zhang Feng's door and refused to budge an inch. Meanwhile, Li Chengqian and the rest were also confronting this old village chief. "Old thing, are you going to budge or not? If you don't budge, do you believe that Lao Tzu will slaughter you?" Cheng Chimo shouted in anger. He wanted to grab the old village chief, but before his hand could grab the old village chief, Zhang Tufu's huge butcher's knife had already chopped down on his hand. According to this momentum, as long as Cheng Chimo's hand grabbed the old village chief, his hand would also be gone. Under the horrified gaze of the crowd, Cheng Chimo hurriedly retracted his hand and glared at Zhang Tufu. Zhang Tufu's black tower-like body slowly moved in front of the old village chief. Behind him was his son. Although he was not taller than him, his bulging muscles still made Cheng Chumo's eyelids twitch. Behind the two of them, Ma Zhou's hands were also trembling as he pointed at the few people. This made Cheng Chumo instantly feel a chill in his crotch. He hurriedly took 3 steps back and glared angrily at Zhang Tufu. He said, "Rebel, rebel. Are you all trying to rebel?" "Rebel? I've long heard that the 4 great demon kings are rude and unreasonable. It's true. Dear villagers, have you all seen this? These people are the stubborn people of Chang'an City. They are known as the 4 great demon kings of Chang'an. Although they were influenced by your dean and came to the academy, you all have seen that they have been angering the dean all day long. That's why the dean suffered such a great calamity. Tell me, are they speaking human language now?" "No. Beast. You are simply worse than beasts. The dean is such a good person. Why did he befriend such heartless and unscrupulous brothers like you? It's all thanks to the dean treating you so well. Now you're saying that we're rebelling? Good. Good. We, more than 5,000 people on Shao Mountain. How about rebelling for the dean today?" Just when Li Chengqian and the others were unable to resist, Li Yuan's dignified and cold voice that made people tremble all over rang out behind the crowd. "If you dare to rebel, come, kill all of you for the old man. Leave no one alive." Chapter 680. Li Yuan's voice was still rather intimidating. Under this cold shout, the clamor of the entire Shao Mountain was suppressed in an instant. Everyone turned around to look, only to see Li Yuan slowly walking down the pole, and those servants behind him had already flashed their shining white knives. Li Chengqian was shocked, urging everyone to open up a path, saying, "Everyone, calm down a bit. I know you are all Fengzi's good neighbors, but right now no one knows Fengzi's situation. He is your good neighbor, but he is also our good brother. You are anxious, but I am even more anxious. If something happens to Fengzi, what are you all blocking here for? That will only delay the time to save Fengzi, and also the time to track down the culprit. If you all continue to delay like this, perhaps that thief would have already escaped by now." When everyone heard this, they all turned to look at the old village chief. The old village chief also had some misgivings. But looking at those servants behind Li Yuan who were eyeing covetously, only then did he clench his teeth and point at Li Yuan. "I am not at ease with these bastards, you go in. Also, you go in together with Dr. Sun. No one else is allowed to enter. Zhang Tufu, you come with me and follow them in." After finishing his instructions, Li Yuan glanced at Sun Simiao who was standing behind the crowd, pinching his fingers and frowning for a while. "Old Sun, the 2 of us make a trip. Before I come out, if anyone dares to leave, kill without mercy." Grandson obeys. Soon after, the 4 people slowly pushed open the door to Zhang Feng's room, and everyone's gaze uniformly looked towards that door. When the few people entered, the first thing they heard was a rhythmic snoring sound. Everyone was stunned. Li Yuan coldly glanced at the somewhat stupefied old village chief and Zhang Tufu. Only then did he flick his robe and lift Zhang Feng's mosquito net. He pursed his lips towards Sun Simiao. Sun Simiao hurriedly grabbed Zhang Feng's hand and checked his pulse. But after a few breaths, Sun Simiao's face was filled with a strange expression. Shaking off Zhang Feng's hand, a slap landed on Zhang Feng's white but that was exposed outside the blanket. "Pah!" At this moment, the old village chief's soul was about to leave his body. Butcher Zhang almost lost his grip on the pig slaughtering knife in his hand. If he wasn't an idiot, he would be able to tell that this kid was dreaming. Zhang Feng was already in a sweet dream. At this time, he was suddenly touched by a pervert. He instantly woke up and sat up. When he saw the 4 angry people in front of him, Zhang Feng was dumbfounded. "Old master, godly doctor, old village chief, Zhang Tufu. Since when did you all have the bad habit of peeping on people sleeping?" "Shut up, old man." Old man is furious. Dr. Sun glared fiercely at Zhang Feng. Then with a wave of his sleeve, he stormed off. This time, Zhang Feng was even more dumbfounded. "Old master, what's going on?" "What's wrong? You still have the nerve to ask me what's wrong? Why don't you ask this old thing what's wrong?" Li Yuan was furious. He glared at the old village chief and roared. He almost shouted at the people outside to chop the old village chief into pieces. Zhang Feng scratched his head full of question marks and asked, "Old village chief, what's going on?" The old village chief took a deep breath and glared at Zhang Feng. He asked, "Fengzi, I ask you, tell me honestly, how many is this?" While speaking, the old village chief stretched out 3 fingers. Zhang Feng was speechless. "Isn't this 2? What's going on? Hurry up and tell me." When the old village chief heard this, he sat on the ground and cried, "You little bastard, do you know that you almost killed everyone in Tonghui Feng?" Zhang Feng was dumbfounded. He hurriedly stood up and asked, "Old village chief, get up first. Tell me what's going on." "What's going on? Let me ask you, what did you say to old he and the others just now? I watched them grow up and never lie. When they left your house, they wailed and cried, saying that you're about to die. Now give me an explanation. What's going on?" Zhang Feng was dumbfounded. However, after looking around, he looked at Zhang Tufu. To be precise, he looked at the pig slaughtering knife that was trembling so much that it looked like it would fall at any moment. He asked, "Old Zhang, tell me what's going on?" I don't know. I was learning about castration from old Gao. Suddenly, someone said that you were harmed by a villain. That's why I came here with the pig slaughtering knife." "Humph. Kid, if you don't give me an explanation today, old man will beat you up as soon as you leave the house. If you're willing to beg me, old man might protect you from death." Li Yuan saw that Zhang Feng was fine, but he could not swallow the anger in his heart. He said fiercely. Zhang Feng rolled his eyes, which could be considered an answer to Li Yuan. After inquiring about the situation outside again, the old village chief asked with a face full of worry, "Kid, what did you do? The whole mountain knows that you've been harmed. If it wasn't for this old man rushing over, you might have been bleeding." The more Zhang Feng listened, the more his expression changed. In the end, he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. "I'm innocent. I'm innocent." Chapter 681. Compared to the people inside the room, the people outside were even more worried. Seeing godly Dr. Sun Simiao walk out with a gloomy face, everyone immediately surrounded him. "Godly doctor, what's going on inside? How's Feng? What happened? Is it?" Facing everyone's questions, Sun Simiao didn't say a word. He only said coldly, "Get out of the way." Li Chengqian couldn't sit still anymore. Seeing Sun Simiao's attitude, he hurriedly went forward and asked, "Godly Dr. Sun, what's going on inside? How's Feng?" If it was someone else, Sun Simiao would be disdainful. However, facing the crown prince, he still spoke politely and coldly spat out 2 words. "It's fine." Then, he walked away angrily. When Li Chengqian heard that, he was completely dumbfounded. "It's fine? What did that mean? How was it fine?" Looking at his frosty face, it was obvious that something big had happened. Whether it was Li Chengqian, the people in Tonghui Square, or the onlookers, their hearts instantly turned cold. "It's over. It's all over. The dean is gone." Even the crowd couldn't help but cry. Li Chengqian was extremely annoyed. He waved his hand and wanted to vent his anger. However, when he saw the crowd, he didn't want to anger them. He could only wave his hand and say, "Tine Yo, guard outside. Don't let anyone in. You guys follow me in to take a look." As he spoke, Li Chengqian hurriedly brought Du Go, whose face was red and swollen, Zhang Sun, and Wei Shuyu into Zhang Feng's room. At this moment, the 4 of them had already imagined how Zhang Feng would look like. However, when they opened the door curtain, their eyeballs almost fell out. They saw Zhang Feng talking cheerfully with Li Yuan about something, while the old village chief and Zhang Tufu stood at the side with a strange expression. Seeing this situation, as long as one's head wasn't clamped by the door, one would know that Zhang Feng was fine. Du Go exploded in anger. Looking at Zhang Feng on the bed, he didn't care about the retired emperor beside him and shouted angrily, "Zhang Feng, you little brat, die!" As he spoke, he directly pounced on him. And this angry shout was heard by the people outside and inside the room. Zhang Feng was stunned. Li Yuan was also stunned. However, Li Yuan, who was a shrewd person, only looked at Zhang Feng with a smile. He stepped aside and let them toss about. Bang! A punch landed on Zhang Feng's face right in front of his eyes. In the next moment, Zhang Feng let out a scream that sounded like a pig being slaughtered. Ouch! Murder! Duda Bing! Does anyone care? Ouch! Yours! Fuck you. Get out. Idiot way, don't have king pull my hair. Fight me one-on-one if you dare. Wu? Li Yuan smilingly waved his hand at Zhang Tufu and the old village chief whose faces were filled with confusion. The three of them slowly left the room and let go of Cheng Chumo who had charged in. Only then did they sigh. Sir, just now it was me. I hope you won't lower yourself to the same level as us commoners. The moment the old village chief went out, he bowed to Li Yuan in front of everyone's shocked eyes. Li Yuan waved his hand and sighed. This is all caused by this bastard. You guys also saw it. This brat is a tortoise, a scourge. Are you relieved now? Relax. Relax. What could the old village chief say? He hurriedly bowed and sent Li Yuan away. Following Li Yuan's departure, there were also the Jianghu guards disguised as guards, as well as Gan Ziyuan and the others. Only at this moment did the old village chief sigh angrily and said, Everyone disperse. You all heard that bastard's voice just now. You're living better than anyone else. Just now was a misunderstanding. Everyone go and work. When you're free, I'll let that brat give you an explanation. When everyone heard this, they repeatedly said that they didn't dare to accept it. Only then did they slowly leave. Listening to the waves of pig-like screams in the room, who would dare to let Zhang Feng give them an explanation? If this brat did something bad and vented his anger on them, then the ones who would suffer would be them. Although the people had dispersed. But this matter still became a joke at the Xingshan construction site. The matter of the dean being a tortoise also became Zhang Feng's label at this moment. It was just that at this moment, their dean was currently in a life-and-death contest in the room. The few of them only stopped panting after fighting for a quarter of an hour. To put it bluntly, they were pitying Zhang Feng. This brat had just walked out from the state of being jerked. At this moment, he was beaten up by the few of them. Now he was paralyzed on the bed, like a soft noodle, constantly sticking out his tongue. Du Go and the others were not in a good state either. Although Zhang Feng could not beat them, his fingernails were long, and he scratched them in handfuls. Everyone's hair was disheveled now, and the streaks of blood on their faces were quite visually shocking. Tell me, Lao Tzu is sleeping well, and he's still a patient. Who did Lao Tzu offend? Zhang Feng cried. Du Go snorted twice, pointed at his own face and roared. Damn, you still feel wronged? It's all your fault, you bastard. Look at me being beaten up. Look at this, it's that girl steamed bun who pinched it for me. Tell me, how should I compensate? Chapter 682. Zhang Feng glared at Du Go's face. Who knows what kind of shady business you did to get caught by steamed bun? You're the most reserved one here. Who knows? You might have gone to take liberties with that innocent woman and got caught by the village chief and the others. Now, you're complaining? Du Go was about to vomit blood. His eyes turned red and he was about to pounce again. Zhang Feng hurriedly shouted for him to stop. He asked, You can't blame me for this. If you want to blame someone, blame it on the few of you. You always bully me when you have nothing to do. Do you see it now? Even our neighbors can't stand it anymore. Hit me again. Just wait for strange things to appear in your rice bowl from time to time. Du Go stopped moving when he heard that. He just sat on the edge of the bed and groaned. Li Chengqian tidied his clothes and asked, What happened just now? What did you say to old he and the others? I still remember them. They don't seem like liars. You must be up to no good, right? Zhang Feng glared. When did Lao Tzu do anything bad? I'm still a patient, okay? I'm just making them. At this point, Zhang Feng stopped abruptly. He would rather die than say anything else. Li Chengqian and the others looked at each other and then clenched their fists so tightly that cracking sounds could be heard. Zhang Feng was so scared that he hurriedly said, Well, we just want them to do something and give you a surprise when the time comes. Seeing Zhang Feng being so honest, they took the opportunity to ask, What did you make them do? Go. Scram, I don't know. I won't know even if I'm beaten to death. Zhang Feng was also annoyed. His wine was about to be finished by these people. The wine was still very useful. After all, if he wanted to pull those gods up the mountain, the wine was essential. Furthermore, that old man and divine Dr. Sun Simiao had an incredible tolerance for alcohol. Zhang Feng's heart ached as he watched the wine dwindle bit by bit every day. Seeing that they were unwilling to give up, Zhang Feng had no choice but to tell them the truth. When they heard that, they couldn't help but be stunned. Just because of this, you still need to hide it from us? Do you still treat us as brothers?
Cheng Chumo gritted his teeth and roared. If you want to brew wine, you should have said so.
Although we don't have much food, we can steal a little from home. It should be enough for you to brew, right? Do you have to hide it from us? F***ck, this brat is blaming us for drinking his wine. Forget it. We'll pay back the money for the wine tomorrow. We're not brothers anymore. Zhang Feng was completely dumbfounded by the roars of these people. I say, is what you're saying true? For those who have a good relationship, I'll give each of you 10,000 taels of gold. Their expressions froze. 10,000 taels? Why don't you just King rob someone? Ahem, I still have something to do. I'm going to patrol the mountains. Wei Shuyu coughed and hurried away. Then Cheng Chumo searched his body and roared, F***ck, who took Lao Tzu's account book? Then, Li Chengqian also left. Only Du Go and Zhang Feng were left looking at each other. Forget it, I'm leaving too. When it was Du Go's turn, he had nothing to say. He could only obediently run out. Zhang Feng was speechless. Was it necessary? Wasn't it just 10,000 taels of gold? How could he be so stingy? F***ck Zhang Feng had no desire to sleep at this time. After being beaten up for no reason, if he was in the mood to sleep, it could only be said that he had a big heart. At this time, fortunately, his stomach was also much better. He got up and looked at himself in the bronze mirror. Although there was something wrong with his face, at least he could see people. However, the matter on the mountain was solved, but at this time, something big had happened in Chang'an University. When Uncle He and Li Chengqian came to the old scholar with red and swollen eyes, the old scholar knew that something had happened. Something big had happened. He hurriedly sent someone to call Jingshu into the study and let Uncle He and Li Chengqian explain the matter in front of Jingshu. How could they explain it clearly? They just kept sighing and wiping their tears. By the way, Jingshu's face suddenly changed and her whole body trembled. Although she was wearing a veil, the tears at the corner of her eyes had already wet the veil. After the two finished talking, Jingshu suddenly stood up and quietly returned to her room. Then, she picked up a pair of scissors and walked out of the Chang'an Academy under the shocked eyes of all the stubborn students of Chang'an University. Li Gang naturally saw this scene. He kicked Yuchi Baolin and Li Chengqian's buttocks and shouted, "Follow the old man. If anyone dares to touch a hair of hers, the old man will tear down his house." Hearing this, the two hurriedly followed. Li Gang was worried and pointed at Fang Yai. Fang Yai also hurriedly followed. At this time, Li Gang hurriedly went into the old scholar's study and asked, "Brother Zihuai, what's going on?" The old scholar looked at Li Gang and pointed at Uncle He and Li Chengqian. "Fengzi, it seems that something has happened." Hearing this, Li Gang's face suddenly changed. He didn't care about anything else and waved his hand. Let's go to Shao Mountain. Chapter 683. Zhang Mansion. Isan Pastry Shop. At this time, the sun was setting. Zhang Shan was humming a tune and fiddling with the beads on his abacus. He looked at the beggars at the door fighting for the crumbs of pastries handed out by the servant. He sighed and said, "Are there any pastries left? Give them some." The servant pouted unhappily and said, "Master, aren't you too much? These kids have been squatting here all day, waiting for you to give them a bite to eat. Besides, my family has been eyeing these pastries for a long time. If you are kind, give me a few pieces." Zhang Shan laughed and scolded, "You only know how to eat. Don't think I don't know that your whole family has gone to the son-in-law's academy to eat and drink. Do you still care about this? If you want, you can take some back tomorrow when there are fewer beggars here." The servant pouted. He snorted in his heart. A family of good people. It's not easy to find a son-in-law. Why is he also a good person? No, he is a fool. 20,000 dawn of grain is given to those poor beggars so easily. He had forgotten that at this time, if his whole family had not gone to Shao Mountain, they would have taken their bowls and begged for food. The servant took out a small dustpan from the back room. There were some pastries in it. When Zhang Shan was not paying attention, the servant put a piece into his embroidered robe. Then, he reluctantly threw the pastries in the dustpan to a group of beggars.
At this time, a beggar looked at Zhang Shan and said, "Philanthropist Zhang, I just saw the young lady who often comes to see the young lady." Zhang Shan said, "Oh," without raising his head.
The beggar said while eating the pastries. She was holding a pair of scissors. A large group of people followed behind her. The young lady was crying.
Hearing this, Zhang Shan finally put down the brush and abacus in his hand and asked, "Is what you said true?"
Then you...
Before he finished speaking, his eyes instantly swept over old He and Zhu Zi's father who were not far away from the shop.
They were walking towards him listlessly. When Zhang Shan saw them, his heart skipped a beat. He rushed out of the shop and asked, "You too, did you come from Abandoned Mountain?" Seeing Zhang Shan, old He and old He's faces turned bitter. They told Zhang Shan about Zhang Feng's situation. Hearing this, Zhang Shan's face suddenly changed. He shouted at the snack shop, "Airwazi, call people. Take the weapons and follow master to Shao Mountain." The servant named Airwazi was shocked by Zhang Shan's angry shout. He had been doing odd jobs in the dessert shop for 3 years. Master Zhang was always smiling. When had he ever seen him so angry? In an instant, Airwazi did not dare to be careless. He hurriedly entered the house from the back door.
As soon as he entered, he shouted, "Everyone come out." When the old butler heard this, he walked out of the accounting room and cursed, "You uncultured thing.
Is this a place where you can bark?"
Something happened to Master Butler. Master asked everyone in the family to bring their weapons to Shao Mountain.
The butler was shocked when he heard this and hurriedly ran out of the house. When he saw Zhang Shan's expression, he instantly became anxious. "Someone come. Men in the family, as long as you can still walk, come out for old man. Take the weapons. Someone come. Are you all dead?" The old butler's loud shout instantly alarmed Madame Zhang and Yu Yao. The 2 women hurriedly sent a maid to ask. Something happened. Something happened to Shao Mountain. Master is now running away with 2 crying faces from the Shao Mountain son-in-law's academy. Hearing this, Zhang Yu Yao almost fainted. Shao Chui, quickly prepare the carriage. Go to Shao Mountain. For a moment. From Chang'an University to Tao Tong Hui Fong, and then to the depths of the palace, there were rumors everywhere. Li Shimin, who was discussing matters with Du Ruhui and the others, was suddenly interrupted by Xiao Gizi, who suddenly broke in. Xiao Gizi did not have time to explain and hurriedly said, "Your Majesty, I just received news in Chang, and that something happened to Shao Mountain. It seems that Zhang Feng is dying. Now, the people who came down from the Abandoned Mountain." "What did you say? Say it one more time." When Li Shimin heard that, his expression suddenly changed greatly. Xiao Gizi was shocked and hurriedly repeated, "Just now the Crown Prince's junior tutor, Mr. Li Gang, sent news from Chang'an University that something happened to Zhang Feng. At this time, he has already gone to Shao Mountain." Li Shimin heard this and fell on the dragon throne. He asked in a trembling voice, "Then, has there been any news from the Crown Prince and the Jianghu guards?" Xiao Gizi thought for a moment and said, "There hasn't been any news." Hearing this, Li Shimin's anxious heart could not help but relax a little. As long as there was no news from the Crown Prince and the Jianghu guards, it would be fine. He waved his hand and said, "Quickly send someone to ask what happened." "Yes. Report. Report from Shao Mountain." At this time, a scout hurriedly entered the imperial study. Li Shimin and the others heard this and all stood up with a bang, looking at the person who came in with shock. The scout hurriedly said, "Your Majesty, Shao Mountain. Speak." Li Shimin waved his hand and said in a cold voice. The scout trembled all over. He hurriedly said, "Your Majesty, there is news from Shao Mountain. They are fine." "Fine?" Li Shimin and the others could not help but exclaim in unison. "Are you sure?" Several people asked in unison again. The scout's face that was covered in cold sweat trembled. He hurriedly said, "This is news from the retired emperor's personal eunuch." Chapter 684. Li Shimin was speechless. He asked, "What's the situation in Chang'an City?" Hearing this, Xiao Gizi said, "Your Majesty, Jing Shu took the scissors with tears of blood in her eyes and went to Shao Mountain like a puppet. Zhang Mansion also hurriedly took all the servants and followed closely with sticks. The people of Chang'an University were basically all dispatched. Now, Basically everyone in Chang'an City knows about what happened in Shao Mountain. The remaining people of Tonghui Square, the veterans of Anil Square, and the people who have interacted with Zhang Feng all rushed out of the city at this time. Li Shimin asked again, "Send someone to check the Imperial College and those literati. These literati are not peaceful recently." While speaking, Li Shimin waved his hand and sent everyone away. Then he frowned and asked, "My dear ministers, what do you think of this matter?" Chung Chumo and the others pulled their beards and looked at each other, dumbfounded. "Your Majesty, this guy always does not play by the rules. This time, I don't know what this guy is doing." Zhang Sun Wuji thought for a while and finally sighed. Li Shimin heard this and said, "Alas, let's not talk about him first. The main thing is that nothing happened. But recently, Tianzhu has become restless. We still have to strengthen the deployment at the border. Also, around Shao Mountain, Lao He, go to the barracks outside the city and directly mobilize the barracks between Chang'an and Shao Mountain. If something happens, I will know immediately." At the same time, on Shao Mountain, Zhang Feng was listening to the interrogation of the three guilds at this time. If Steamed Bun had not brought a small stool for him, he might have been standing there at this time. In the small living room in front of him, Li Yuan, Sun Simiao, Lao Gao, and the old village chief were sitting on pins and needles. Li Chengqian, Chung Chumo, and the other bastards were drinking Zhang Feng's tea and criticizing him while chatting with each other. Zhang Feng was very depressed. However, he also knew that this matter seemed to be serious. After 3 bowls of tea, Li Yuan spat out a tea leaf on his lips. Only then did he glance indifferently at Zhang Feng and said, "Do you know your mistake?" Zhang Feng was speechless. Was he really treating him like a criminal? What did you do wrong? Seeing Zhang Feng stiffen his neck, Li Yuan was both annoyed and amused as he said, "You brat, do you know how big of a reaction this mess of yours will cause? Do you know that if Old Man had appeared a little later, Chen Tinia's arm would have been reimbursed by Zheng Tufu? How are you going to explain it to his father?" Zhang Feng was speechless. He felt that something was wrong. He hurriedly asked Chung Chumo in a low voice. Chung Chumo snorted twice, which meant that he admitted it. This time, Zhang Feng finally realized that the matter was serious, but he also felt wronged. He said, "This brat also feels wronged. Look at you guys, you want to eat every day when you open your mouth. Moreover, you guys don't eat what old he and the rest make, but insist on eating what I make. I've been having diarrhea recently. I've been having diarrhea until I'm about to be crippled, and you guys won't let me go? You even took the opportunity to extort 10 jars of wine from me? Cough cough, brat. When did Old Man extort you? If you continue to talk nonsense like this, Old Man will go down the mountain right now and tell the people at the foot of the mountain that you, Zhang Feng, are a person who deceives the world to gain fame. The consultation fee promised to Old Man. In the end. All right, you're awesome. You're right." At that time, this brat was dizzy and said something wrong. Zhang Feng was terrified. He had no choice but to be terrified. As long as this brat said that, would he, Zhang Feng, still want his face? The fans that had just grown up with his own ability were completely smeared in an instant. That would be terrible. However, Zhang Feng was not terrified and said, "You guys have wronged me. You also know that since this brat went up to Shao Mountain, this wine is just a little bit. Old Man Li, you saw it. After all, it was your people who moved. Go and count how many jars of wine are left in the wine cellar. In this day, more than a dozen jars will be consumed. Sooner or later, it will be finished, right? Then after drinking, this brat has no more wine. Won't you have to say that this brat is not good again? So even if my legs are weak, lying in bed, I can't eat or sleep. I'm thinking, how can I make wine for you guys?" When Zhang Feng said this, Li Yuan's face could not help but stiffen slightly. However, he was a smart person after all. He coughed once and it was over. However, Sun Simiao was different. When Sun Simiao heard that Zhang Feng wanted to make wine, he could not help but sigh and said, "Since that's the case, you can come out and say it openly, right? Look at this matter. If you do this, the people on the mountain will think that Old Man Li and the rest bullied you. How can you let him live on the mountain in the future? After all, he's also the vice dean of White Deer College." Zhang Feng was speechless. "Old man's son, you've wronged this brat. You also saw my situation at that time. My face was pale and I was weak. I had no choice. I didn't want to lie in bed and say it. I just said to pass this thing to the old scholar. How could I know that they misunderstood?
Then can't you say it normally?
Zhang Feng spread his hands. What else can I say? I can't possibly jump and say it, right? Wouldn't that make me crazy? Chapter 685. Just as they were arguing in the room, Wei Shuyu, who was patrolling, was dumbfounded. At this time, the sky had already darkened for a while. It was almost time for the evening. At this time, the people at the construction site had already hurried into their small shacks. Families were talking and laughing. There were even some people's shacks and tents. The sound of boiling water and the sound of children fighting over meat and bones could be heard from time to time. In this joyous and harmonious night, Wei Shuyu sounded the copper gong on the sentry post. Bang! 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 Following the sound of the copper gong, the golden guards stationed on the mountain all appeared at various important places at the mountain gate. Li Chengqian and the others in the small wooden house also hurriedly walked out upon hearing this. What's going on, big fool? Something happened at the foot of the mountain. Come up and see for yourselves. Wei Shuyu pointed at the foot of the mountain and said in a serious voice. Hearing this, they hurriedly climbed up the sentry post and looked down the mountain.
On the winding road at the foot of the mountain, a group of about 100 people carrying torches was hurriedly rushing up the mountain.
When they saw this, they couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Could it be that people from the city have come? At this time, this was the only situation. Otherwise, how could the people at the foot of the mountain not give out a warning? After all, after such a thing happened at the foot of the mountain this afternoon, there were basically patrols all day long. At this time, these people could actually go up the mountain. They were definitely from the palace. Could it be that Imperial Father had come? But after thinking about it, Li Chengqian also didn't think so. If Imperial Father had come, the lineup would definitely be much bigger than now. Moreover, if Imperial Father had come, he would definitely have notified beforehand. It couldn't be like this. Like this, Chongzi, quickly go down the mountain and see the situation. Then quickly go up the mountain and report the situation. Tainyo, go and inform the old master and the others. Just say that people have come from the foot of the mountain. They will naturally know. After Li Chengqian made some arrangements, he then quietly looked at the torches at the foot of the mountain, guessing who it was. Cheng Chumo jumped down the sentry post.
As soon as he entered the room, he glanced at Li Yuan and said, Grandfather Li, people have come from the foot of the mountain.
Hearing this, Li Yuan's eyes flashed. If someone from the palace had come, then that child, Cheng Qian, would definitely have said that someone from his family had come. Then who had come now? But no matter who it was, the news must have spread. Li Yuan glared at Zhang Feng and said, See, the mess is here now, right? Now, I'll give you some time to think about how to deal with those people. Old man can guarantee that your 2 wives will definitely come.
Ha ha ha.
While speaking, Li Yuan and Sun Simiao both laughed loudly, completely ignoring Zhang Feng, who had a dumbfounded expression. Zhang Feng was also anxious. He scampered outside and saw a few people looking down the mountain with their buttocks sticking out. He couldn't help but climb up the sentry post and stick his head out, sticking his butt out. Seeing this, Zhang Feng couldn't help but think of this possibility. At the thought of the 2 crying girls going up the mountain, Zhang Feng's head started to hurt. That, Li Gon, you take care of it. My head suddenly hurts, I want to. Zhang Feng was just about to slip away, but how could Li Chengqian let him go? He and Du Go each held him down with one hand. Only then did they say with a smile that wasn't a smile, You brat, you want to slip away after causing trouble? Just stay here obediently. Zhang Feng's face instantly turned bitter. He could only watch as the people at the foot of the mountain slowly approached the top. Not long after, Zhang Sun rushed back with a strange expression.
He stared at Zhang Feng playfully and said, Come down, my Lord Viscount.
Your 2 wives are coming up with knives to denounce you. Hearing this, Zhang Feng's vision went black, and his head fell down. However, he hit the handrail on the side of the sentry post, making him even more dizzy. He simply sat down on the ground and sighed to the sky. Mother Kerr, what kind of people are these? They can't even do something well. I've met a bad person. I've met a bad person. However, no matter how much he struggled and yelled, it was useless. At this time, he had already rushed to the mountain gate.
First, it was the old scholar, Xianxia, and old he. As soon as they entered the mountain gate, they grabbed Zhang Xuan's collar and asked, "Brat, what did you do to Fengzi?
Where is Fengzi?"
Zhang Sun Chong was completely dumbfounded by this. However, without waiting for him to speak, his body suddenly trembled, and he felt a piercing cold. He could only stand obediently, not daring to move at all.
At this time, Jingshu didn't waste any words.
She looked coldly at Zhang Sun, a pair of scissors pressed against his neck, and asked coldly, "Where is my husband?"
Zhang Sun was about to faint.
At this time, the people on the sentry post opened their eyes wide, and their jaws were about to drop.
At this time, they were stunned and couldn't say a word.
Seeing that he didn't speak, the swaying Zhang Yuyao grabbed Zhang Xuan's neck and asked in a shrill and trembling voice, "Young Master Sun, may I ask where is my husband?"
Zhang Sun was crazy.
He swallowed a mouthful of saliva with difficulty, and looked at the people around him who were raising their hammers high, as if they would fly away if he said yes. He said in a trembling voice, "Zhang Feng, your second uncle, why don't you fart?"
Chapter 686. Cheng Chimo's voice was heard.
The people who had just gone up the mountain followed Cheng Chimo's gaze and looked at the person on the sentry post. Although it was dark and only a little bit of torchlight swayed in the wind, the people could still vaguely see a young man inside, and leaning on the railing and looking down foolishly.
That person, if not Zhang Feng, who was he?
Fengzi. Zhang Feng. Prince Zhang.
Immediately, the people exclaimed. Zhang Feng slapped his face.
Before he could express his feelings, Wei Shuyu kicked him on the butt and kicked him down the sentry post.
Fortunately, Cheng Chimo was below.
Even if he was a jerk, he reached out a hand and firmly caught Zhang Feng, so that he would not make a fool of himself in public. At this moment, Li Yuan and Sun Simiao, who were in the room, were accompanied by Old Gao and Old Village Chief. They stood on the doorstep and watched for a while with smiles on their faces. Li Yuan rubbed his belly and said, "Old Village Chief, go, go, go. Go prepare a table of the dishes that Fengzi taught you." How could the village chief not know the seriousness of the matter?
Not to mention anything else, this Sun Simiao did not dare to be negligent.
Moreover, who was the old man in white following the old elementary scholar? Although the old village head did not know, but he could imagine that the old man from Chong'an University, other than the old elementary scholar, could only be the Crown Prince's junior master, Li Gang.
At that time, this matter caused an earthquake in Chong'an City.
The news that the young master of the Crown Prince resigned and went to teach at Chong'an University also made the people in Tonghui Feng straighten their backs.
At this time, Zhang Feng's 2 wives and father-in-law came. No matter what, this was also Zhang Feng's home. How could there be no wine in this house?
Zhengwazi, what are you waiting for? Go and slaughter the sheep and the chickens. Old he, don't just stand there.
Go and slaughter some pigs with Zhangwazi.
Remember, it's mainly their hind legs and tails. Guzi Zhuzi, you 2 brats. Go and get the beggar's chicken. Steamed bun. Follow your mother to the wine cellar to move the wine. The old village chief waved his walking stick and shouted as he walked. Although it was the middle of the night and most of the people were gathered at the mountain gate to watch the show, once the old village chief shouted, everyone dispersed. As for Xiao Xiao, who was following Jing Shu, the moment she saw steamed bun, she bared her teeth and hugged steamed bun in her arms, refusing to let him go anywhere.
The 2 girls hadn't seen each other for a long time. At this time, Xiao Xiao took out a bag of snacks from her small pocket. The 2 girls looked at Zhang Feng, Jing Shu, Zhang Yuyao, and Han Xian. They ate while giggling non-stop. Embarrassed, Zhang Feng glared at the 2 little girls, which instantly made Jing Shu furious. She hugged Xiao Xiao and held steamed bun in her hand. She didn't even look at Zhang Feng and entered the house. There was no choice. There were too many people here, and the only habitable house was Zhang Feng's. She hurriedly entered the house and heaved a deep sigh of relief. Zhang Yuyao's cheeks were also burning. She wanted to say something to Zhang Feng. However, seeing that there were people all around, she could only stomp her feet in anger and follow Jing Shu into the house. This time, they couldn't enter the house. Everyone could only light a bonfire on the flat ground at the mountain gate. Everyone sat cross-legged around the bonfire and asked Zhang Feng what he was doing. Zhang Feng was speechless. Shrugging his shoulders, he looked at the crowd and said, "As you can see, I'm still alive and kicking.
And I fell from such a high place and nothing happened. No, we're asking, what the hell are you doing today? Do you know that old he and the others spread the news of you to the foot of the mountain?
Do you know that Chang'an City was almost turned upside down? First, Jingshu rushed to Shao Mountain with a pair of scissors, and then the Zhang mansion rushed to the city gate with a stick. Do you think you haven't made enough trouble? The old Xianxia was so angry that his beard was trembling. Is this Prince Zhang Feng? At this time, an old man in white clothes and white beard, who was sitting between Li Yuan and the old Xianxia, glanced at Zhang Feng and asked. Zhang Feng was shocked.
He looked at the old man's clothes and hurriedly stood up.
Are you the Crown Prince's master, Mr. Wenji?
I, Zhang Feng, am here to pay my respects to Mr. Wenji.
Zhang Feng saw that Li Gang didn't say anything and just looked at him indifferently, as if he wanted him to give an explanation. Zhang Feng said helplessly, in fact, this is a misunderstanding. I've thought many times about what kind of situation I would meet Mr. Wenji, but today, I hope Mr. Wenji won't take offense. What happened today wasn't my intention.
My intention was.
Zhang Feng could only recount the whole thing that he explained to Li Yuan and the others once more. Li Gang frowned and ignored Zhang Feng. Instead, he looked at the old Xianxia and asked, Brother Zihuai, was the magical wine you gave me before made by Zhang Feng? The old Xianxia nodded.
After thinking about the ins and outs of the matter, he sighed and said, Fengzi, you also know that old he and the others are dull people.
In the future, although they can be smooth and sly, it depends on the person. Look at how you scared old he and the others. Look at us old bones. If old man's guess is right, the mountain is not peaceful today, is it? Chapter 687. As the old scholar spoke, he glanced at Li Yuan. He knew Li Yuan, and Li Yuan naturally also knew the old scholar. However, at this moment, the two of them only cupped their fists.
I didn't expect Brother Li to also come.
The old elementary scholar sighed. Li Yuan smiled and said, Since I parted with Brother Zihuai, it's been almost 10 years. Brother Zihuai is just like before. After the two of them simply greeted each other, it could be considered that the previous contradiction was resolved. And the old scholar also finally understood the meaning of the Li royal family from Li Yuan's words. That meaning was self-evident. They had no intention of finding trouble with him at all. If they did, how could he live comfortably in Chang'an City until now? Perhaps they already knew about him, but he himself was still brooding over the matter of the Sui dynasty.
The old scholar shook his head and no longer said anything.
He changed the topic and said, This kid's nature isn't bad. This time, as you can see, it's a misunderstanding. I hope Brother Li can be more forgiving. Ha ha ha, Brother Zihuai, you still don't know? In this Chang'an University, you're the chancellor and also the dean. But in this White Deer College, old man is already the honorary vice dean. If he didn't know this kid's temperament, do you think old man would come to this place? The two of them looked at each other, and Zhang Feng's head was about to explode. Won't come here? That's good. Go down the mountain right now. I guarantee that gongs and drums will fill the sky, and firecrackers will sound all the way to send you off. Zhang Feng couldn't wait for the old man to go down the mountain right now. This old guy seemed to be able to see through people's hearts. His myriad of tricks couldn't escape old man Li's eyes. This feeling was very unpleasant. But the old man didn't go down the mountain, and had plans to stay here permanently. This made Zhang Feng somewhat embarrassed, but he couldn't do anything about Li Yuan. At this moment, listening to Li Yuan's words, Zhang Feng could only roll his eyes. And in his heart, he was also silently guessing the old scholar's identity. Brother Zihuai? Time separated? This old elementary scholar was something. The mysterious Confucian scholar was also acquainted with the Crown Prince's junior tutor, Li Gang. It seemed that the two of them had a close relationship. Furthermore, he seemed to be an old acquaintance of the old Master Li, who was a merchant. This made Zhang Feng even more curious. However, the two of them only spoke simple words that Zhang Feng couldn't understand at all. Then, the two of them went from ignoring each other to putting their arms around each other's shoulders. This was what shocked Zhang Feng the most. This was awesome. This was truly awesome. Li Gan, is this how the old man makes friends? Zhang Feng kicked Li Chengqian, who was sitting next to him, and asked. Li Chengqian glanced at the old scholar and randomly made up a reason. 10 years ago, My old man met the old scholar on the business road. But later, he encountered the Sui dynasty incident. This parting was as long as 10 years. Previously, he saw that the old scholar looked familiar, but he didn't confirm it. Finally, when Chang'an University opened, he suddenly remembered. But he didn't know what the two old men were playing at. If you want to know, go ask the two old men. Li Chengqian didn't lower his voice. On the contrary, he basically gave everyone an explanation. Naturally, Li Yuan and the old scholar could also hear it. But Li Gang just remained silent. He looked at Zhang Feng with a smile and said, "Kid, to be able to gain Brother Zihuai's favor, your future is limitless. But by all means, don't go astray. Don't let Brother Zihuai be bitterly disappointed." Zhang Feng was dumbfounded. But he still got up and respectfully saluted. "I'll remember it. I say, Brother Wenji, don't scare him. This kid has always been timid. Today's matter, you all understand now. It's all a misunderstanding. I hope you can give me some face. Brother Zihuai, you worry too much. If it weren't for this kid's character, courage and insight, as well as this so-called innovation and popularizing the common people, do you think Old Man and the others are idle? Old Man, Brother Li said that in a few days, Brother Bashi will also come up the mountain to teach. At that time, us old men will also have a good time on this mountain." Sun Simiao stroked his beard and laughed. Hearing this, the old scholar was shocked and hurriedly asked, "Brother Li, is Brother Bashi really coming up the mountain?" Li Yuan laughed loudly. Looking at Zhang Feng, who didn't know whether to stand or sit, he said, "It's all because of this kid's trick that Brother Bashi was fascinated. Otherwise, do you think Brother Bashi would suddenly stop writing and then announce that he would come up the mountain in a high-profile manner? It's all because of this kid's trick." Hearing this, everyone looked at Zhang Feng in great shock. Zhang Feng laughed awkwardly and said, "Don't listen to the old man's nonsense. This kid can invite Mr. Bashi. That's also based on my ability. Moreover, Mr. Bashi has a discerning eye. That's why he came up the mountain. It's not some kid's trick. If this spreads out, this kid won't have any face." Ha ha ha. Everyone burst into laughter. Although everyone more or less knew a little, but at this time, hearing Zhang Feng say this, everyone was really stunned. Who was Bashi? Yu Shernan was one of the 4 great Confucian scholars of the present age. He was also the emperor's favorite person. Since this kid was able to poach him, he must be really talented. Moreover, this matter happened in a small tavern, so people only knew a few words about it. At this time, Li Yuan let out another big news. "You still don't know, this kid's ulterior motive is not in the wine. He wants to dig the 4 great scholars up the mountain so that he can be a hands-off shopkeeper." Chapter 688. Conversations with Scholars. Especially with these great scholars, especially with his elders, it was a very troublesome thing. When he thought of his previous life, when he followed his elders out, Zhang Feng suddenly felt that it was nothing. Even if his face was pinched and his head was pulled out, at least he could understand what they were saying. But now, this was a kind of mother**king torture. This was simply not a place for people to stay. Cheng Chimo and the others had already run away, along with the several big black men behind Li Gang, as well as the stubborn Chang and university students. Zhang Feng was so angry that his teeth itched. That direction was clearly the place where he hid his wine. When he saw the chicken and duck in Zhang Xuan's hands, Zhang Feng's head was dizzy. These bastards ate Lao Tzu's food, drink Lao Tzu's food, and now they **king treat Lao Tzu as heir in front of him? Moreover, he couldn't run away even if he wanted to now. He could only look at the fire with his head down and use the fire stick to poke at the blazing flames on the bonfire. Then under Zhang Feng's aghast gaze, Jing Shu, holding the zither, and Zhang Yuyao leisurely passed by him without even looking at him. In this way, they joined Cheng Chimo and the others' bonfire party, causing waves of wolf howls. Zhang Feng was so angry that he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Fortunately, when Jingshu's zither sounded, Li Yuan and the others also stopped talking, pointed at Zhang Feng, and then suddenly burst into a burst of loud laughter. Forget it, forget it. Let's not leave this kid here. This kid is probably going crazy now." The old elementary scholar had been observing Zhang Feng the entire time. He had known that this kid would not be able to sit still. However, he knew all of these people, and had a good relationship with them, so he hadn't had the time. Now that he heard the sound of the zither, He dismissed Zhang Feng.
Seeing Zhang Feng withdraw, Li Yuan looked meaningfully at the old Xiaotai and said, Brother Zihuai, for so many years, the few of us outside have always been worried about you.
I didn't expect that you would find such a good seedling when you arrived. Not bad, not bad. We are really envious.
Hearing this, the old scholar sighed and said, Brother Li, what are you saying?
This kid Zhang Feng is very talented. This old man is old. I can only help him a little when I can still move.
To be honest, at the beginning, I really wanted to accept him as my disciple, but you all know what happened to him later, especially Brother Li. This kid is not a fish in a pond. But fortunately, to be able to witness him slowly grow up from decadence, this old man's life is not in vain.
Li Gang sighed and said, Brother Zihuai, I think you are treating this kid as your own child?
Hearing this, the old scholar was silent.
After a moment, he shook his head and sighed. Smelling the meat fragrance coming from the kitchen not far away, he said, Is this something Feng Zi spread? Seeing that the old scholar didn't want to say more about this matter, Li Yuan patted him on the shoulder and said, It seems that this is the first time old man tasted Feng Zi's cooking before Brother Zihuai. This is braised pig trotters. It was originally a stinky dish, but after being cooked by Feng Zi, it became irresistible. If you like it, I can send a few chefs to your academy. Or do you want to go up the mountain too?
The old scholar sighed and shook his head.
Since I promised Feng Zi this academy, old man still has to help him look after it. Don't you guys go up the mountain? Li Yuan was silent.
At this moment, the scenes of his youth, and when he was an official in the Sui dynasty were like reflections, flowing in his mind.
At that time, which one of the guys here wasn't in high spirits? But now, since you have decided, I can't say much. If you need anything, just tell those bastards in the academy, and they will pass it to me or my son.
Come, let's go into the house.
Tonight, we won't go back until we are drunk. 10 years, we haven't gathered like this for 10 years.
While speaking, Li Yuan stood up with the help of the old eunuch, pointed to the house and said. Only then did they take a look at the noisy figures of Zhang Feng and others, sighed and entered the house. It was as if the noise of Zhang Feng and others now was the reflection of their past. It was so sad, so enviable. Seeing that the old guys had entered the house, Chung Chumo and others finally broke out of their nature and howled. Following the sound of Jingshu's zither, they kept making comical movements. In the bonfire, they raised wine jars high and drank to their heart's content. After 3 rounds of drinking, finally, roasted whole lambs and beggars' chickens were placed around the bonfire, forming a circle. Li Changqian shouted, Everyone stop! After shouting it a few times, everyone finally stopped clamoring. Li Changqian pointed at the fragrant braised pig trotters and pigtails that old he brought over and said, You Bao Lin, you Bao Qi, Fang Yi, and all of you little brats. If all of you want to enter White Deer Academy, then what are all of you waiting for? Why don't you come and greet your teacher now? Students Yu Bao Lin, Yu Bao Qi, and Fang Yi greet teacher. Chapter 689. They had wanted to come to this academy for a long time. Every time they saw these people showing off when they went back, they felt like a cat was scratching their hearts. At this time, whether the crown prince said anything or not, they would think of a way to settle this matter. That was, they would not leave. Especially the Yuqi brothers. These two had heard from their father at home about Zhang Feng's various abilities. They had also heard about the things that happened a few days ago. However, because they were at Chang'an University, they did not have time to go up the mountain. But when they went up the mountain tonight, good lord, this mountain was called Envious. After seeing that Zhang Feng was fine, they were also tempted. After seeing these 3 talking, those stubborn children also bowed to Zhang Feng in 2s and 3s. When Zhang Feng saw this, he could not help but feel embarrassed. It was not that he did not know about these people's matters. They were all a bunch of stubborn people. If they went up the mountain, how could it be? However, before he could say anything, Chung Chumo hooked his arm around Zhang Feng's neck and pointed to the 2 men who were like iron towers. He said, Let me introduce you. This is old Feng's child. He has been at Chang'an University. Since you came up the mountain today, then stay. When Zhang Feng heard this, he clasped his hands and said, It's an honor to meet you. When Feng Yai heard this, he hurriedly bowed back and said, I have heard of Brother Zhang's talent. Seeing it today, it is indeed extraordinary. Cheng Chumo pointed at the two Yuchi brothers and said, "These two men are the two sons of Yu Baolin and Yu Baoqi, who were tricked by you a few days ago and vomited blood.
What do you think? Are they the same as old Yu?
He's a natural-born general." When Zhang Feng heard this, he clicked his tongue in wonder. Gao Can, who had just rushed back from the foot of the mountain with the crowd, snorted coldly. He seemed to be very unhappy. It couldn't be anything other than his displeasure. A few days ago, Zhang Feng sent him down the mountain to tinker with some things at the foot of the mountain. When the people at the foot of the mountain went up the mountain, he knew that Zhang Feng had an accident. That was why he went up the mountain with a murderous look. After asking Ma Zhou, he knew the reason. Now, no matter who asked him to go down the mountain, he would not do it. He just stood behind Zhang Feng like this. Even if Zhang Feng went to the toilet, he would follow him. Now that he saw two men who were as muscular as him, he was naturally displeased. And this cold snort instantly infuriated the Yuchi brothers. The three of them glared at each other. The corner of Zhang Feng's mouth twitched. Is this old Yu's child? Zhang Feng was dumbfounded. When he asked about Cheng Chumo, Yuchi Baolin was the first to protest. He clenched his fists and pouted. The three of them disappeared into the darkness. This made Zhang Feng sigh with emotion. What kind of F***king logic was this? But at this time, he couldn't care so much. He only shouted at the three of them. Go easy on them. We're all brothers. Don't play dirty. Hee, don't worry. This is the way these two idiots work. They can't bear to see others stronger than them. If they don't fight, they won't be able to live peacefully on the mountain in the future. Zhang Feng couldn't help but have a headache. He glared at Li Chengqian and said, What kind of playthings did you find for me? Li Chengqian spread out his hands. These are all talents. Although you saw their stubborn side, you didn't see their stubborn side. So in the future. Zhang Feng was speechless. He glared at Li Chengqian and said, Lao Tzu doesn't care about these things. Let me give you a word of advice. Be careful not to bite off more than you can chew. In the future, I'll leave their harmony to you. If anyone dares to cause trouble on the mountain, get lost. This will be included in the school rules. If anyone dares to cause trouble or fight, there's no need for a reason. Those who beat others, beat them to death and throw them down the mountain. Those who were beaten, get lost from Lao Tzu. Li Chengqian was stunned. Why should those who were beaten get lost? Aren't the victims wronged? Zhang Feng spread his hands. If you can't beat them, it's because of personal reasons. Cowards. Our White Deer College doesn't accept cowards. What kind of logic was this? Li Chengqian was speechless. In the end, he shook his head and pointed at the remaining stubborn people. What about them? No, get lost. If anyone can get into the top 3 of Chang'an University this season, come. If you can't even get into the top 3, how can you have the face to come to White Deer College? In an instant, those people were pissed off, but there was nothing they could do. When they came in, they were forced to come in. Now that they saw how good the mountain was, who wouldn't be envious? There was no other way. Everyone could only hang their heads. Under Li Chengqian's signal, they went down the mountain dejectedly. However, the anger in many people's eyes was filled with a sense of unwillingness to admit defeat. Li Chengqian didn't notice this. However, Zhang Feng didn't care. Because if they were too stubborn, the atmosphere on the mountain would be foul. If they didn't get rid of their ruffians, they would get lost sooner or later. Why not give them a chance? Whether or not they could go up the mountain would depend on their luck. This matter was settled. Zhang Feng rubbed his belly and said, Let's eat, let's eat. Lao Tzu hasn't touched a drop of water since this afternoon. However, when Zhang Feng was about to grab the lamb leg, Li Chengqian stopped him with a smile. It's rare for so many important people to be here today. Kid, you made such a fuss. Shouldn't you do something? Chapter 690. Fengzi, what you did today was not right. What do you think will happen if you don't do something about it? Du Go was still twisting his neck and swinging his arms as he spoke. He looked like he wanted to challenge Zhang Feng again. Zhang Sun then leaned in front of Zhang Feng's ear and fanned the flames. Actually, it's nothing. I just don't want you to be a bachelor. Now that your father-in-law is sitting there, and Li Gang is also here, do you want to rely on your two mouths to keep them here? Why don't you think about why they're willing to stay here?
Now that you've done this and they know about it, it means that Chang'an City is in chaos. Do you still want Yu Shernan to go up the mountain? Zhang Feng glanced at Jingshu, who was playing the zither, and then looked at Zhang Yuyao, who was whispering to him while hugging a steamed bun. He could not help but feel a little awkward. Li Chengqian saw that Zhang Feng was still playing dumb. He could not help but look up and say, "The wind is blowing, the moon is like a hook, the lonely shadow on the cold river provokes the cold clothes." When Dugo heard that, he also stood up and drank a mouthful of wine. If it were not for the bruises on his face, his current appearance would have attracted the hearts of young girls. But now, it was already good enough that he could not hold back his laughter. However, he also recited, "It rained night after night in the small tower. The bell in the corner tower rang with laughter, like a flourishing brocade, not like the flames of war in the human world." Good poem. Young Master Du is really a role model for us. Young Master Li is not bad either. This poem has a deep meaning. Both of you are students of teachers. Both of you are so talented, then are teachers, aren't they? The recitation of the two naturally attracted the students who had been hiding in the dark. Even Hao Chujun, Ma Zhou, and the others looked at the people sitting in the bonfire with flickering eyes. However, they also knew their identities and did not go forward. But after the two poems, these people could not sit still. They all went forward. And Li Chengqian and the others could not sit still either. You sang one song, I sang another, causing waves of exclamations. In the end, Cheng Chimo and the others also went up to recite poems. However, in the end, they only caused waves of laughter. Amidst the crowd's uproar, Jingshu was also pulled up and sang a poem, causing Li Yuan and the others to involuntarily join in the enjoyment by the bonfire. Even Zhang Yuyao, who had always been shy, walked out under the pull of Xiao Xiao and steamed bun. She recited a poem, and then hurriedly hid in Jingshu's embrace with a red face. In the end, Li Gang looked at Zhang Feng and smiled. I've always heard that Zhang Feng is a master of both poetry and poetry. Why are you so quiet tonight? Why don't you sing a song to liven things up? Ha ha ha, Brother Wenji. Look at your appearance now. You clearly despise these brats' poems for being too lousy. Everyone, if you have any good poems, feel free to say them. As the honorary vice dean of White Deer College, the old man will take out 100 taels of gold as the prize tonight. If anyone's poem is good, not only will you get the 100 taels of gold, the old man will also guarantee that when the time comes for the official opening of the college, you will have the opportunity to directly enter the Great Confucian School. What do you think? Li Yuan could not help but use this sentence to fan the flames. Everyone could not help but be stunned. They looked at Li Yuan for a long time before coming back to their senses. Then someone asked excitedly, "Old sir, what you said, does it count?" Old man Li Gang. I'm sure everyone has heard of him. Moreover, even if you don't know the name of the old man, you will still remember the name of the godly doctor. Tonight, the old man and steamed bun will be the guarantor. What do you think? In an instant, everyone burst into an uproar. Crown Prince's junior tutor Li Gang. Teacher Wenji. To be able to be the Crown Prince's teacher, how could he be bad? Although he had retired, the title of Great Confucian was still shining, not to mention the godly Dr. Sun Simiao. Hearing this, Sun Simiao smiled faintly. Since Brother Li wants to play, then let's play to our heart's content tonight. The old man Yi is willing to take out 100 taels of gold as the bet. This time, everyone could not sit still. In that case, I'll go first. Snow in front of the hall, howling in the wind, skinny horses running in the wind, water in the snow in the water like snow. Candlelight shadow, the moon is slightly curved, the night is slightly cold, the stars are dim and yellow. Yesterday, candlelight shadow. Many voices reciting poems sounded from around the bonfire. As more and more poems sounded, more and more people gathered around. Even those who had already fallen asleep could not help but stretch their heads out and listen to the clamor on the mountain. Their eyes revealed a tinge of envy. 4 hours later, after the wine and meat had dispersed, Hao Chujun came to the rescue. Gua Zhengyi, Ma Zhou, and the others did not disappoint and fought hard. However, they could not compete for first place. In the end, as the dean, Zhang Feng, was pushed up by the crowd, everyone looked at Zhang Feng expectantly, waiting for him to compose a poem. Zhang Feng was also speechless. Once Lao Tzu made his move, would they still have a chance to survive?
However, these few people that he had taken care of did not disappoint. After a flash of thought, he smiled and cupped his hands. He did not know what these people were thinking, but he knew that this was the time to show off his skills. This was the chance that Old Man Li gave him to establish his prestige. He could only helplessly say, "Since the seniors are so fond of me, then I will show my incompetence. However, if anyone can solve my math, then the first place will belong to him. However, from now on, I, Zhang Feng, will protect you guys."
Chapter 691. When Lai Ji and the others heard this, they were so excited that they were about to kowtow. However, Zhang Feng's expression turned cold.
He looked at them and said, "However, if you kneel down to Lao Tzu like this, then get out of the mountain tomorrow morning."
Hearing this, everyone's expression suddenly changed. Li Gang and Sun Simiao couldn't help but frown. Only Li Yuan held his breath and looked at these guys with a smile. "What do you mean by that, teacher? In our line of work, we are also students. What's wrong with the etiquette of kowtowing to teacher?"
Hao Chu-jun plucked up his courage and asked. Zhang Feng glanced at him, then looked at Ma Zhou and said, "Ma Zhou, tell them about the rules of White Deer College."
"This student understands."
Hearing this, Ma Zhou bowed respectfully. Then he bowed to Li Yuan and the others and said, "Teacher once said that a man has gold under his knees. No matter how you bowed before, from the moment you enter White Deer College, except for your parents, heaven and earth, anyone who dares to kneel will be immediately expelled from the college and will never be accepted."
Teacher's original words were like this. "A man can kneel to heaven and earth, kneel to his parents. This is filial piety. As a man, he must have a lofty and unyielding character. Once the lofty and unyielding character is gone, then this person will only bow and scrape to others for the rest of his life. He is not considered a man." Buzz! Everyone's mind was instantly filled with muffled thunder. This was what Zhang Feng said. Especially Li Gang, after looking at Zhang Feng in astonishment, he asked, "Brother Li, is this really what Zhang Feng said?"
Li Yuan laughed and said, "It is indeed this kid.
Otherwise, who do you think would have the guts?
However, this makes sense."
"What do you think?" Li Gang was silent. At this moment, Jingshu and Zhang Yuyao's eyes were full of splendor. The two girls held hands, their eyes glistening with tears. They stared at Zhang Feng, as if Zhang Feng's shoulders, which were not considered broad, were so stalwart. After Ma Zhou finished speaking, he bowed to everyone one by one before returning to his original position. However, his chest was heaving up and down violently. At this time, Hao Chu-jun and the others were still immersed in Ma Zhou's words. After a while, they bent their bodies and bowed. If not for their waists supporting them, their heads would have been on the ground. "This student will remember principal's teachings."
"This student will remember." Zhang Feng waved his hand and said, "Since you know, then follow Ma Zhou.
After some time, I will personally teach you."
"Thank you, teacher."
"Feng Zi, stop wasting time. Hurry up, old man is tired." Li Yuan was somewhat impatient. He urged, "But let's make things clear first. If the old man knows, don't talk about it anymore.
Otherwise, the old man will look down on you."
Zhang Feng smiled. What he knew was not only limited to the 300 Tang poems.
"Bring me some wine,"
Zhang Feng shouted angrily. Cheng Chimo and the others rummaged around for a while. In the end, they only found a jar of wine under Zhang Feng's bed and handed it to Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng opened the mud seal.
Taking advantage of the time to find the wine, he also discussed all the poems in his memory and drank a mouthful of wine.
Zhang Feng then pointed to the moon in the sky and shouted angrily, "When will the moon be bright?" With a cup of wine in my hand, I asked the blue sky, "I wonder what year it is in the heavenly palace. I want to ride the wind and go back, but I am afraid of the Jade Palace. It is too cold at the top, dancing with the shadows. How is it like in the human world?" After Zhang Feng finished speaking, he drank again. What he didn't know was that at this time, on the entire peak of Shao Mountain, as long as someone was listening, they were all stunned at this time.
Moreover, on the entire mountain, other than the sound of the wind and the explosion of the flames, there was no other sound.
Even the sound of the insects could not be heard. At this time, Zhang Feng somewhat dizzily glared at Cheng Chimo. After looking at the words, 65 degrees, written on the jar of wine, he somewhat wanted to curse. At this time, after 2 big gulps, he was somewhat drunk. After all, from the afternoon until now, his mouth did not have a single bite of food. Under this kind of fierce drinking, it would be strange if he could not get drunk.
Turn the red pavilion, low and beautiful house, illuminated without sleep. Following Zhang Feng's loud shout again. He seemed to be deranged like a lunatic, but everyone had long been stupefied. The first thing Li Yuan did when he came back to his senses was to glare at the old eunuch behind him with a sharp gaze. The old eunuch understood and hurriedly found ink and paper to record in a hurry.
Should not hate. How can the moon be round when we are apart? People have joys and sorrows, the moon waxes and wanes. This matter is difficult since ancient times. I hope that people will be together for a long time. With the last word, a gust of wind blew. A gust of wind blew. Under the moonlight, Zhang Feng's thin and weak body, coupled with his head raised to the sky to drink, looked so lonely and bleak under the contrast of the bonfire and the moonlight. Everyone was stupefied. Zhang Yuyao and Jingshu had already stepped forward with tears in their eyes. One on the left and one on the right, they held Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng continued to sing loudly. The world is a big dream. How many autumns are there in life? At night, the wind and leaves have already sounded in the corridor, looking at the bun on my eyebrows. Wine is cheap. Often worried about the lack of guests, the moon is full of clouds. Who will share the lonely light of the mid-autumn, a cup of desolation looking to the north? Chapter 692. This night was destined to be a crazy night, a sleepless night. But the night would eventually pass. Zhang Feng did not know when he passed out drunk, but when he woke up, it was already late in the morning. Other than the people who were working as usual, the old scholar, Jingshu, Zhang Yuyao, and the others left as if they had never been there. Quietly. If Zhang Feng had not seen the bonfire not far away, he would have thought that it was a long dream. Finally, when he was washing up, he suddenly saw 2 bright red lipstick marks on his cheeks. Zhang Feng was no longer calm. He quickly turned over the quilt, and when he saw that there was nothing on the sheets, he heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that last night was real, but what did Lao Tzu do last night? Gao Can, come out! Zhang Feng was also a little worried and shouted at the door. After a while, Gao Can, who looked like a wooden stake, slowly appeared in front of Zhang Feng. Although his nose was bruised and his face was swollen, one of his legs was lame, and one of his hands was drooping, Zhang Feng was speechless. However, although he had been beaten up, the dull look in his eyes had disappeared. Zhang Feng asked in surprise, "How long did you fight last night?" "About 2 hours. Who won?" "Me, those 2 were knocked out by me." Zhang Feng was speechless. Looking at Gao Can, he could only give him a thumbs up. "Awesome." "Oh right, what happened to me last night, do you know?" "You were drunk and howled for half the night. In the end you passed out. Your 2 wives took care of you until dawn. Those who went up the mountain all went down." Zhang Feng was dumbfounded. He continued to ask, "What did I do last night? I remember that I was reciting poems. What happened after that?" Gao Can scratched his head and said, "Last night, it seemed like you were the one shouting. Then, there were more than 10 people behind old masterly writing. The rest of them didn't even dare to fart. They just stared at you. As for how much you recited, I don't know. I only know that you stood there for 4 hours. 4 hours. Does that mean that Lao Tzu recited a poem for 4 hours? F***CK. Could something have happened to him? Wasn't this 2F***King shocking? Li Bai had written hundreds of poems when he was drunk. How long had that been? This is a single breath of air. Wasn't this a little too shocking? Zhang Feng hurriedly asked. Then, what were their expressions in the end? Is there any reaction? Gao Can thought for a moment, looked outside the door, and said, "They were all talking about monsters, perverts, and whatnot." In the end, Mr. Li Gang and an old man called Zihuai looked worried and went down the mountain that very night. They also said that no one was allowed to spread the news. When Zhang Feng heard this, he couldn't help but feel relieved. Fortunately, the old elementary scholar was here. Otherwise, there would have been trouble this time. Zhang Feng didn't say anything else. He hurriedly washed up, ate a mouthful of rice, and hurried out of the house. But as he stood outside the door and looked at the people rushing outside, Zhang Feng didn't know what to do. It was as if no one recognized him. Li Gan had already run away. Cheng Chumo and the rest were also at the construction site, trying to smooth things over. Zhang Feng walked all the way. Not to mention old he, even steamed bun ignored him. It was as if Zhang Feng had done something that angered the heavens last night. This time, Zhang Feng was completely dumbfounded. What the F***ck did I do? In the end, Zhang Feng sat in Zhang Tufu's house and looked at him.
Zhang Tufu opened his mouth and said, Fengzi, where did you hear all those things you said last night?
What?
The poem they were talking about. Last night, after all of them listened to your poem, they all thought that you were a poet immortal.
Zhang Feng pointed at himself and asked with his eyes wide open. Because of this, these people ignored me today?
Old he looked outside the door and whispered, This is what the old village chief said.
His chicken went to Huashang Temple to pray.
He said he was going to ask the Bodhisattva.
Zhang Feng was speechless. Was it necessary? Wasn't it just a few poems? If they wanted, he had a bunch here. Was it necessary to ignore him? Zhang Tufu, you don't believe me. Ma Zhou, come over here. When Zhang Feng was talking to Zhang Tufu, he saw Ma Zhou hiding at the side and looking at him. He shouted angrily. Only then did Ma Zhou cower and come out. Zhang Feng asked, Why didn't you greet me when you saw me? Why did you run? Why are you hiding? Is this what you've learned from books? Don't you know that a gentleman should be magnanimous? This student greets the teacher. This student was stupid just now. Ma Zhou felt wronged, but he still bowed obediently.
Zhang Feng then asked, At the end of last night, did old Master Li and Mr. Li Gang say anything?
No, they just warned us to seriously comprehend your heroism last night.
He said that it was a kind of realm that even they could not be envious of.
He said that you have entered another realm. I don't understand.
Zhang Feng was speechless.
Don't think too much. This is just a kind of epiphany. Do you understand epiphany? Chapter 693. In the following few days, the people on the mountain seemed to be very busy. There was still no trace of Li Chengqian. Even Li Yuan had lost his initial enthusiasm.
Looking at the mud and rocks all over the place, and the white ash powder that floated from the lime kiln from time to time, Li Yuan choked and hurriedly fled.
However, when he left, he did not return Zhang Feng's poetry collection to him. Zhang Feng was so angry that he kept shouting. Sun Simiao did not leave. Instead, he took in 3 clever and talented children from Tonghui Square as his last disciples. He also acknowledged that he would be the chief medical instructor of White Deer College. But the price? Every month, other than his normal salary, he had to give him 10 jars of wine.
Zhang Feng could not help but laugh so hard that his mouth was about to split to the back of his ears.
These few days, Zhang Feng was very idle.
Other than the teaching tools that had not been made, the school uniforms that had not been made, and the teaching materials that had not been customized, he had nothing else to do.
Zhang Feng took the opportunity to give pointers to Hao Chujun, Lai Ji, and the others. Just when Zhang Feng thought that things were going to be carried out in an orderly manner, the exhausted Li Chengqian was slowly carried up the mountain on a sliding pole. Zhang Feng could not help but be surprised. Looking at Li Chengqian lying on the tiger skin recliner, Zhang Feng clicked his tongue in wonder. How many babies did you give birth to in one go? It seems like you're completely useless. Li Chengqian rolled his eyes in annoyance. He glared at Zhang Feng and said, Do you think everyone is like you? I have nothing to do all day. I've been so busy these few days that I'm about to die. Zhang Feng could not help but ask curiously, What have you been busy with? Pigs. Last time, in order to deal with the locust plague outside Chang'an City, we collected a large number of pigs. In addition to the pigs we got from Tubo, at least a few hundred pigs starved to death every day. I've been busy with this stupid thing for a while. Don't you think I'm tired? Until now, I've been smelling like pigs. Li Chengqian was about to cry. Ever since she returned to the palace a few days ago, she had heard that her imperial father was worried about the matter of the pigs and wanted to ask Zhang Feng about it. Yet, he had been so hot-headed that he had accepted the task. Now, the matter had not been handled properly and she still had to look for Zhang Feng. How could this not make Li Chengqian depressed? Ever since he heard Zhang Feng's magnificent feat of composing 100 poems in one night, Li Chengqian was discouraged. Even if he was beaten to death, he would never touch this plaything again. Once he saw this plaything, his mind would be filled with Zhang Feng's crazy appearance that night. He couldn't even wave it away. Originally, he thought that with Zhang Feng's inspiration, he would also find dozens of eunuchs from the palace to follow Zhang Feng's example and fan the pig. However, this knife directly accelerated the pig's death. From a few hundred pigs a day, it suddenly increased to a few thousand pigs. One had to know that there were at least 300,000 pigs outside the city. If they died in this way, if Tubo found out, he would take the opportunity to demand and extort them. That would be a real pain in the ass. Without any other choice, Li Chengqian could only hurriedly report this matter to Li Shimin. When Li Shimin heard this, he fiercely reprimanded Li Chengqian. Li Chengqian wanted to cry but had no tears. He originally wanted to show off, but in the end, he cut his balls and smashed his feet. Zhang Feng's expression was somewhat strange as he looked at Li Chengqian and asked, "How many pigs did you get?" "Not many, just over 300,000. Pooh! When Zhang Feng, who was drinking tea, heard this, he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of tea onto Li Chengqian's face. His voice suddenly trembled as he asked, "How many?" "Over 300,000? You! Lao Tzu, are you out of your mind? Why did you buy so many pigs?" Zhang Feng was dumbfounded. Li Chengqian was even more dumbfounded. He asked back, "Didn't you say that you wanted to buy more pigs? You also said that after the locust plague was over, these things could be sold at a high price. Why did you forget?" Zhang Feng really forgot about this matter. "And oh my god! Lao Tzu didn't ask you to buy so many. You bought so many pigs. Are you thinking of opening a pig farm?" But it was too late to say anything now. Zhang Feng asked again, "When did I say that? You can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want." Li Chengqian was anxious. "No, I heard from my father. Father, that the last time was also in May, which was before the fine salt incident." "Oh right, it was the night you gave my father the deep-fried locust eggs. Have you forgotten about it?" Zhang Feng heard this. He was stunned. He was completely dumbfounded. He had really forgotten about this matter. He only remembered that this matter was mentioned at that time, and it was during the drought in Longyu Road. But he didn't ask you to buy so many pigs. Oh my god! 300,000. Zhang Feng was going crazy. "Are you sure you only bought so many pigs?" "No, if we bought them, it was only 100,000. And they were scattered in Longyu Road, Guanyi Road, and other places. But most of these were because when we were trading with Tubo, didn't you say that you wanted to take their pigs, chickens, ducks and livestock?" And the emperor seemed to have the same idea. In the end, I don't know why Tubo went crazy and directly gave these things to us. Zhang Feng wanted to faint. Just faint. 300,000 pigs. Chapter 694. Zhang Feng was completely dumbfounded. There were 300,000 pigs. How was he going to deal with this thing? He dared not think about it. Lao Li was so stupid to get 300,000 pigs. If it was just a little, he could get it done. But 300,000 pigs? My god, are you trying to kill me? However, after thinking about it, Zhang Feng calmly coughed and said, "Sai, since we are brothers, isn't it just 300,000 pigs? I'll get it done for you. But there's one thing I have to say first. Don't spread it out. And it's only limited to 300,000 pigs. If there are more, I really can't do anything." Hearing that, Li Chengqian seemed to have grasped the last straw. He hurriedly asked, Brother Zhang, Uncle Zhang, let's talk about it. As long as you can get rid of 300,000 pigs, you're my uncle." Zhang Feng glanced at Li Chengqian, wondering if there was something else he didn't tell him. But he didn't care about that. He said, "Let me ask you, do you want to make a fortune?" Li Chengqian was a little confused. He asked blankly, "Are you kidding? What time is it? Brother, you still want to make a fortune. You have to figure out a way to get rid of 300,000 pigs for me. My father almost scolded me to death for this." Zhang Feng waved his hand and said calmly, calm down. This thing can be solved. If you really treat me as a brother, then believe me, I'll definitely solve it for you. And I'll let you make a fortune. But I have a request. You have to get my share of food. I only want snacks. I don't want money now." Li Chengqian was dumbfounded. Asking him to get food at this time. Where was he going to get food? Food was more precious than gold at this time. Although there was food from the south, it was only enough to solve the problem of food and clothing. How could there be any extra food? Even though there was not much food left in the Chong and local government's warehouse, which was basically used for disaster relief, Li Chengqian could not help but have a headache when he thought of the food consumed by the 300,000 pigs every day. But when Li Chengqian thought of Ho Junji, he couldn't help but see a sliver of hope. Perhaps Ho Junji had a way, so he clenched his teeth and said, "As long as you have a way, the grain matter is easy to deal with. At worst, I'll just throw away my face and borrow it for you."
"All right, that's enough for me."
Seeing that Li Chengqian had agreed, Zhang Feng gave Li Chengqian a stack of money and said, "Actually, this matter is very simple. You only need to give me 100 or more eunuchs from the palace who specialize in cleaning people, or some eunuchs from the forbidden rooms in the palace. Then, this matter can be solved." Li Chengqian was dumbfounded. "I say, Fengzi, are you messing with me? At a time like this, why do you still want me to find so many eunuchs?" But when he thought about how this brat had hidden eunuch Gao away like a treasure and was fiddling with him for no reason, Li Chengqian's eyes brightened. "Now that I think about it, kid, are you thinking of—" Zhang Feng nodded with a cheeky smile. "Yes, it's exactly what you're thinking. But this matter isn't so simple. After all, there are 300,000 pigs. Let me ask you, how many of these pigs are over 3 months old? How many are females and how many are males?" Li Chuanqing's face turned bitter. "How would I know? I don't specialize in this field. But I've heard people say that about half of these pigs are under 3 months old. They are piglets. The other half are adults. But these adults are dying every day because there's nothing to feed them. This is also what gives us a headache. After all, you know that food can only be used on people. How can we waste so much food on these animals?" Hearing that, Zhang Feng patted his shoulder. "That's enough. The current situation is that there's something wrong with these 150,000 pigs, right?" "Yes, it's these 150,000 pigs. If Tubo's people know that there's something wrong with the pigs they gave us, what if they turn around and ask us for medicine or other things? If they keep dying like this, we definitely won't be able to return so many pigs to them. After all, I've looked at the contract. The number of pigs we took from them has exceeded 400,000 sets. At this time, if they're in a hurry, won't they take advantage of the situation and ask us for food? You know the current situation of gambling. How can we take out so many things? Isn't that the same as asking for my life?" Zhang Feng patted Li Chengqian's shoulder to calm him down. In fact, Zhang Feng hadn't thought of many ways to duplicate 150,000 pigs. If this happened to someone else, they would definitely be dead. However, he was Zhang Feng.
Not to mention anything else, just his method of smoking cured meat and his unique method of getting rid of the fishy smell was enough to turn all this meat from pigs into shining silver.
Chapter 695. This was the reason why Zhang Feng dared to take on this task.
Otherwise, he would have turned around and run away the moment he mentioned the 300,000 pigs.
He would never have stayed here for more than a quarter of an hour. No, even a second. Previously, when they were on the mountain, pigs died every day. Zhang Feng had basically used the angelica, star anise, bay leaf, and other spices that could be used in the future, as well as the cooking wine and other things that he had specially made. Later, the braised pig's trotters, braised pig's tail, braised pig's head, and other things became the key to the delicacies on this mountain. Now, not to mention Zhang Feng, even if old he, Zhuzi's father, and the people who helped in the kitchen in Tonghui Fang were casually picked, they would be able to complete this task. This was where Zhang Feng's confidence came from. Although there were a lot of pigs, they couldn't bear to eat.
If all 150,000 pigs were slaughtered and bled, and Lin Su brought back the innards and pork, it would undoubtedly allow the people of Chang'an to not only save some food in a short period of time, but also strengthen their bodies because of the hunger during this period.
At the same time, he could also publicize the new breed of pigs. This was the most important thing. After all, it was useless for Zhang Feng to bring so many pigs.
No matter how many eunuchs he needed, all of this was to prepare for the promotion of the new breed of pigs in the future.
No, it was to prepare for those castrated pigs.
In this era, except for those who were really poor and really had no choice but to eat a little, basically no one would eat this kind of thing.
Even if they went to the mountain to hunt a wild boar or something like a rabbit, it would not be as smelly as this kind of pig.
This was also the reason why there were not many people who raised pigs in this era.
On the contrary, most people raised sheep together.
After all, The people in this era had not yet mastered the technology of ophthalmology. The key was that only after the pig was castrated, the smelly smell on her body would be removed. It should be known that if 300,000 pigs were placed in the future, in Chang'an, 300,000 pigs would only be enough for 3 days. Not to mention others, all the pigs in the large pig farms near Chang, and were much more than this number, not to mention other places. But now, these 300,000 pigs were basically all from Tubo and other countries. This allowed Zhang Feng to seize a business opportunity. In fact, this business opportunity had already been paved by Zhang Feng, but he did not think so much at that time. After the outbreak of the famine after the locust plague, Zhang Feng came up with such a solution. However, although this method had only just begun, he had gone to see Zhang Tufu, Old Gao, and the others in the past few days. Although these pigs were very unaccustomed to very impatient people in the beginning, and some of the pigs in the pigsty had died due to some complications later on, they were still not used to people who were very impatient. However, none of this mattered. At least 80% of the pigs had survived, and they were living very well. Basically, Ma Zhou would personally go over every day and weigh them one by one. Every day, they would gain at least a few taels or even a caddy of weight. Even Zhang Tufu and the rest were bold enough to bring back those pigs that were about a year old and castrate them. Although it was said that out of 10 pigs, at most 2 or 3 would survive, these 3 pigs were a little wilted, and were not as lively as the uncastrated pigs. However, after daily observation, Zhang Tufu was shocked to find that these pigs would steadily gain about a caddy to 2 caddies every day. Moreover, these things seemed to have a problem, and all they did was eat and sleep. They were not as happy as the uncastrated pigs. Zhang Tufu seemed to have discovered something. At this time, he was very excited. This was a new glorious mission. This was also Zhang Feng's biggest trump card at this time. Together with some medicinal herbs found by Sun Simiao from the mountains and some gadgets developed by Zhang Feng himself, such as fertilizers, sleeping herbs, and so on, they were made into feed and hay powder. Basically, the pigs on the mountain didn't have a single grain of food other than swill. It should be known that there were close to 5,000 pigs on the mountain so far. Even if about 10 pigs were consumed every time, there would be hundreds of piglets being born every day. If this went on, the pigs on the mountain would be overrun sooner or later. At this time, the castration was very easy to control. The overflow of pigs, and the selection of good breeds, and so on. Using the best breeds to breed pork, generation after generation, Zhang Feng believed that after 3 generations, these pigs would be completely genetically changed. This was called survival of the fittest. Li Chengqian saw a smile flash across Zhang Feng's face from time to time when he was deep in thought. He could not help but think of something. However, in the end, his mind was only fixed on the pig head meat and the braised pig trotters that they would crazily fight for every day. Suddenly his face changed and he said, "I understand. You want to use your secret recipe to slaughter all the 150,000 pigs?" When he thought of this, Li Chengqian's eyes could not help but erupt with excitement. Instead of watching these pigs starve to death bit by bit every day and become emaciated, if he slaughtered all of them, then... Aren't you talking nonsense? Slaughter all of them. Look at the weather now. If they are all slaughtered, then you will eat them if they are spoiled. Zhang Feng rolled his eyes. Li Chengqian hurriedly jumped up from the reclining chair and hurriedly helped Zhang Feng onto the reclining chair. He eagerly fanned Zhang Feng and asked, "Brother Zhang, Master Zhang, tell me, how should we do this? If I remember correctly, you want to use the braised meat method, right?" Zhang Feng glanced at Li Chengqian. "Not bad. You're worth teaching. I'll give it a try and thought of this idea. You've seen it too. I've thought of this idea a long time ago. Otherwise, do you think I've gone crazy and fed you so well every day? Also, the taste of the pork. Did you ever taste a trace of a foul or fishy smell?" Li Chengqian hurriedly shook his head. "You don't say. I was only focused on eating before and really didn't think of this. Now that you mention it, I think there really is such a thing. Where did you get these things from? How did that thing, which originally had a foul smell, become such a delicacy after passing through your hands?" Zhang Feng did not pay attention to Li Chengqian. Instead, he glanced at the door indifferently and said, What did I say just now? I think I told you to find that eunuch?" Li Chengqian saw that Zhang Feng was unwilling to say and curled his lips speechlessly. Only then did he slowly walk towards the door. "Okay, I will go think of a way for you now.
I will see where I can get 100 eunuchs from the cleansing room for you. You have really given me a big problem. Chapter 696. If Zhang Feng hadn't discovered the star cinnamon, he wouldn't have dared to do this. After all, this was 300,000 pigs. It wasn't a small number. But now, with Sun Simiao's help in formulating a new type of feed and improving the breed of pigs, why was the pork so smelly? Wasn't it because of the pigs? Zhang Feng couldn't figure it out. There was clearly such good meat that could replenish protein. Why didn't anyone know about this? But fortunately, Zhang Feng was in urgent need of money at this time. After all, papermaking was a nice thing to say, but it required money. Now, Zhang Feng didn't have a single copper coin on him except for the good stuff he got from Prince Zhen. The money was needed everywhere in the later stages. Where would the money come from? Wasn't this just a rich man giving him money? As long as these things were dealt with properly, they would definitely sell well once they were taken out. Li Chengqian left. But not long after, he came back again. But this time, Li Chengqian's face didn't have the initial excitement. He sat down beside Zhang Feng and stared at the door in a daze. Zhang Feng looked at him in surprise and asked, "What's wrong?" "Fengzi, I thought about it just now. This isn't a solution. Think about it. We've found so many people, and I heard you say that this thing can make a lot of money. But I still can't figure out how this thing can make money. Tell me, if this thing is given to the poor, we can't even afford to pay for it." Li Chengqian was speechless. "I thought about it. Instead of doing something good like this, why don't we just release the pigs and go our separate ways? There's no need to mobilize so many people. Think about it, this is 300,000 pigs. Even if we only slaughter 150,000, how much manpower and resources will it take?" Zhang Feng frowned slightly, but after thinking about it, he slapped his thigh and said, "If you think it's troublesome, bring them up the mountain." Li Chengqian's expression changed when he heard that. "Fengzi, what are you doing? Please don't mess around. This was the academy. If others knew that they had driven 300,000 pigs up Shao Mountain, what would that be? This is a humiliation to Confucius." "No, absolutely not. If my father and the others find out about this, they'll beat me to death and scold me to death. I quit. Goodbye. Go find someone else." The more Li Chengqian spoke, the more afraid he became. In the end, he prepared to flee. Zhang Feng heard this. She grabbed his streamer and stopped it. Come. Don't be anxious. Let me tell you. Who told you that I'm going to give you this for free? If you don't want to get rich, you can give it to me. When you get jealous, don't blame me for not reminding you." When Li Chengqian heard this, he could not help being shocked. At this moment, he suddenly remembered Zhang Feng's usual style. As long as he said something could make money, and it could make a lot of money, then that thing. Li Chengqian could not help but lose his composure. He rubbed his hands and returned to his original position. He asked, "Fengzi, is what you said true? How can this thing make money? Moreover, everyone knows that he's a piece of pork." Zhang Feng glanced at Li Chengqian and said, "Who told you to hang it there and sell it piece by piece like you're selling mutton? I really don't know how your father taught you to do business. Did you learn all those stubborn things?" Li Chengqian's face darkened. He felt that Zhang Feng was scolding him. Zhang Feng continued, "You don't even know such obvious business skills. You'd better change your profession." Li Chengqian heard this and looked indifferent. After all, he really did not learn this thing. But at this moment, he could not say anything. He only said embarrassedly, "Well, tell me. I've thought about this thing. You said to sell it at a higher price, but no one would buy it. You said to sell it at a lower price. Now, people can't even fill their stomachs. Who would buy it? That bastard is spouting nonsense to you." Zhang Feng heard this and glared. "Think about it carefully. Whether it was the braised pork or the pig intestines that Lao Tzu braised before, didn't you guys even lick the basin clean for Lao Tzu?" Li Chengqian heard this and his face turned red. "That's because you made it delicious." Zhang Feng spread his hands. "Isn't that enough? Lao Tzu made this thing into cooked food and sold it. Isn't that good enough? Lao Tzu can open a few shops for him to sell soy sauce meat. Isn't that good enough? Lao Tzu can open a food processing factory in the mountains and make these things into cured meat, smoked meat, and more exquisite food. Don't you think those upper-class people will fight to eat it?
Didn't you see that Dr. Sun, your grandfather, and old Master Li Gang are all fighting to eat it?
Why, do you think Mr. Li Gang and Dr. Sun don't have any influence? This, Li Chengqian was speechless. But he was also deeply shocked by Zhang Feng's words.
If it was according to what Zhang Feng said, then this was really a business that could make a fortune. After all, this disaster was fatal to the poor. But what about those upper-class people? This matter had no effect on them at all. It was time to get the money out of their mouths.
Chapter 697. Li Chengqian slipped away. He had witnessed Zhang Feng's ability with his own eyes.
If he really followed Zhang Feng's method and got rid of these hundreds of thousands of pigs, how many high-ranking officials and dignitaries in the entire Chang'an city?
How much money would he make? Basically, in the entire Chang'an city, he could meet an official with every step he took. Not to mention other things, if he opened his mouth, it would be like the beer and barbecue. How could he stop? It would be strange if he stopped. In particular, Zhang Feng's cooking skill was unknown. The pork he made was simply too delicious. Li Chengqian hurried down the mountain and rushed into the East Palace.
Then, he hurriedly summoned the guard and asked, "How many businesses do I have in Chang'an?" The guard was stunned. He hurriedly went to find the Eastern Palace's registrar and then answered, "Your Highness, there are 13 shops of various kinds in the East City, 22 in the West City, and about a dozen shops in other parts of Chang'an."
How's the business?
The guard was stunned.
What was wrong with the crown prince? But he didn't dare to think too much.
He hurriedly said according to the information he got from the registrar, since the locust plague, basically all the businesses in Chang'an, except for pawn shops, banks and grain stores, are in a state of loss.
Hearing this, Li Chengqian took the account book from the guard and flipped through it.
Then he said, "Clear out all the shops on the street except for the grain stores, banks, and pawn shops from tomorrow. Within 3 days, I want you to empty all the shops."
After that, Li Chengqian hurried away.
The guard was stunned. He looked in the direction Li Chengqian went with a blank face and didn't know what to do.
What's going on? Why did the crown prince suddenly go crazy?
After muttering, the guard hurriedly ran away. Li Chengqian ran around Chang'an City for 3 days in a row before he contacted all the people he could contact. He even called all the eunuchs in the minister's department who knew how to clean themselves.
This time, the people in Chang'an City were stunned.
No one knew what the crown prince was doing outside the city. However, this kind of thing did not last long. 3 days later, when the morning sun had just shone on Chang'an City, Li Chengqian, who was wearing a white cloak, looked at the mighty pig army and shouted angrily, "Let's go!" Then, he mounted the white horse, neighed, and led the 300 eunuchs and dozens of butchers he found among the people.
Just like that, they drove the grunting pigs to Shao Mountain.
Wherever they passed, the stench was unbearable, but the eyes of the guards on the city wall of Chang'an City, the people who went in and out of the city gate, all fell to the ground.
It was smashed into pieces. Especially those who knew Li Chengqian's identity. F***CK, what are they doing?
So many pigs.
Where are they going? Looks like we're going to Shao Mountain? Go to White Deer College?
Amidst the cries of surprise, they finally discovered this clue in the direction Zhu Luo's army was advancing.
Everyone couldn't help but be even more dumbfounded. Wasn't White Deer College a college? Didn't it only accept people? What was going on? Why were they accepting pigs? Everyone couldn't help but worry about the students of the college. There were also self-proclaimed scholars in the crowd. They waved their folding fans and sighed. Pigs are still unorthodox in the end. Even if one day they fly to the top and become a phoenix, they are still just pigs that have become spirits. No matter how good the college is, how can it compare to the Imperial College? They're just a bunch of stubborn people. Do you think they can do anything earth-shattering? They're just playing with us. You can't take it seriously. Such voices spread among the crowd.
Even those who had children in Chang'an City who had entered the college couldn't help but faint when they saw the mighty Zhu Luo's army. Among them was the manager of Chen Tong Money House, Chen Tong. His faint instantly attracted the attention of passers-by.
Hey, isn't that Master Chen Tong?
I heard the young master of your estate went to White Deer Academy as well? Old man, what were you thinking back then?
What kind of people are in White Deer College? They're all bumpkins and beggars. They're slaves. How could the dignified Chen Mansion let your only son go to such a filthy place? Hearing this, Qian Tong, who had just woken up, spat out a mouthful of blood. Trembling, he shouted in a shrill voice. Go, someone! Go to the mountain. Catch that unfilial son for me. If he doesn't come back, tell him that I told him to never come back. Our Qian family can't afford to lose face like this. It's a disgrace to the immortals. It's a disgrace to the immortals. This matter continued to spread throughout Chang'an city. Coincidentally, a carriage engraved with auspicious cloud patterns slowly walked out of a mansion. When the carriage entered the market, Yu Shernan and Ouyang Sun heard the commotion outside the carriage. Ouyang Sun's expression was cold. Brother Bashi, is this the White Deer College you were talking about? It's really a disgrace to the educated. Forget it. Let's just pretend that the old man has never heard of this college. Ouyang Sun sighed and was about to stop the carriage when Yu Shernan blocked Ouyang Sun with a gloomy face. Trust me. There's something fishy about this matter. Let's wait until the old man goes up the mountain to take a look. The old man doesn't believe that this was caused by that bastard Zhang Feng. Chapter 698. At the same time, at a fermented glutinous rice paste stall at the foot of Shao Mountain, Zhang Feng leisurely drank the fermented glutinous rice paste, admiring the small but well-equipped market, pondering about something. Yes, son. Right at this moment, the sound of Gao Can urging a mule could be heard from the foot of the mountain. Behind him, carts carrying cypress leaves, as well as freshly picked pine needles, appeared in a row in this market. Prince Zhang, the match you asked for is here. Gao Can's muffled voice sounded like a clap of thunder from afar. The already quiet crowd in the outpost looked at Zhang Feng, and then at the thing behind Gao Kansas. Then they all looked up at the mountain and the pine forest. Strange expressions appeared on their faces. There were so many things on the mountain. Did they still need to get it from the foot of the mountain? Hearing this, Zhang Feng slowly put down the bowl in his hand under everyone's strange gazes. He glanced at the carts, put down a copper coin, and waved his hand. Follow me. Then, Zhang Feng clasped his hands behind his back. Gao Can, who was behind him, threw the mule cart to the few youths behind him and followed closely behind Zhang Feng. He even pulled out a chi mei staff from his belt and vigilantly looked around. They didn't go up the mountain. Instead, they went around a river at the foot of the mountain and entered a call in the mountain. At this time, an open space had already been opened up in the mountain valley. On the open space, there were many washed white reed leaves, bamboo leaves, and other things. There were even carpenters who had already set up a water wheel and a dozen or so straw sheds. Sounds could be heard coming in and out of the straw sheds. This leaf has insect eyes. No, throw it away. The leaves that the dean wants must be flawless. Who are you trying to fool? If the dean sees this, you'll all roll down the mountain. Before he even entered this flat area, Zhang Feng could faintly hear shouts. After passing through a bamboo forest, the ringing of a mule bell instantly attracted the attention of everyone in this area. The people here were all very young. Except for the carpenters, basically all the faces here were young. When these people saw Zhang Feng, they all hurriedly put down their work and saluted Zhang Feng. Greetings to the dean, Lord Viscount. Zhang Feng felt more and more uncomfortable. Fine. Just call me Dean. I heard you quarreling from afar. What were you quarreling about? Hearing this, a group of young men hurriedly came forward and said, Lord Dean, we were ordered to wash the leaves and dry them here, but this guy is always picky here. Zhang Feng was interested and asked, What did he say? Seeing that Zhang Feng was interested, that person glared at the young man in the long gown and said, He said that the leaves have been gnawed by insects, and have been contaminated. Besides, isn't this how leaves are dried? He insisted that we go dry them piece by piece. The young man complained over and over again. Zhang Feng also took the opportunity to look at the young man in the long gown. The young man was still standing there, neither servile nor overbearing. Zhang Feng couldn't help but feel a little surprised. After checking the leaves, there really wasn't a single flaw. Zhang Feng was interested and asked, What's your name? Lord Dean, my surname is Qian, and my name is Wanli. I'm from Chang'an. Zhang Feng pointed to the drying leaves and asked, What's the meaning of this? Qian Wanli picked up a leaf and said, Although I don't know why you asked us to wash and dry the leaves here and build these things here, I know that these things are definitely not matches. They must be of great use. That's why I'm doing this. Otherwise, I think that I should do my best. Even if I'm wrong, I'll know where I went wrong. Zhang Feng was a little surprised. This person was awesome. But he couldn't remember a person called Qian Wanli in history. He didn't know if it was because he didn't study the history of the Tang dynasty thoroughly or he forgot. He asked again, "What does your family do?" "The Qiantong Money House in Chong, and is my father's." Qiantong Money House. Zhang Feng was dumbfounded. After thinking about it, there really wasn't such a person in history. He continued to ask, "Then your family background is quite good. Why didn't you go to the Imperial College? Why did you come to White Deer College to suffer?" Qian Wanli gave a fist and palm salute and said, "If one pursues a comfortable life, how can one improve in life? I'm here to learn about finance from you, Sir Dean."
Zhang Feng's eyes lit up when he heard that.
"Good. If that's the case, I'll leave this place to you. From now on, I'll go up the mountain every night and personally teach you about economics.
Are you willing?"
As he spoke, Zhang Feng looked at the crowd and said, "Do you know why I'm building this thing here?" Everyone shook their heads. Zhang Feng said again, "It's because this place is one of the cash crops of my college in the future. This is White Deer College's paper mill." Chapter 699. Everyone heard this. Their expressions changed greatly. Paper mill. They knew about it. This thing, not to mention rice paper, even a piece of ordinary yellow paper or straw paper was frighteningly expensive. Not to mention the Xian paper. And this was something that the academy needed. Moreover, this thing was expensive because of its rarity. Every state capital had one or more paper mills. However, each mill could only produce 100 caddies of rice paper every month. With the remaining materials, they could only produce 500 caddies of yellow paper. With the remaining waste, they could only produce the cheap yellow paper. Even so, the output of yellow paper was only about 100 caddies. One could imagine how precious this thing was. But such a paper mill was not something that everyone could run. After all, whoever mastered the paper-making technique was equivalent to controlling a mountain of gold. This was something that everyone locked in a box for fear of being coveted by thieves. But now, the dean was going to give him full authority? Give it to Qian Wanli, a young boy? Qian Wanli was also dumbfounded. As the young master of Qiantong Money House, how could he not know the value of paper? Now the dean was going to pass it to him? Wasn't this equivalent to handing over a mountain of gold to him? What's more, this was something that could make money faster than a bank. Not only that, was the dean going to accept him as a disciple? What did the dean mean? But he did not have time to think too much. After Zhang Feng finished speaking, Qian Wanli bowed excitedly and said, "Student pays his respects to teacher." Compared to Qian Wanli's excitement, the rest of the people were bored. But they did not dare to say anything. After all, he was the dean. What did they dare to say? After all, they were also in the paper mill. Once the paper mill was opened, they would benefit from each other. Why not? But did the dean really know how to make paper? All of them remained skeptical. Zhang Feng did not care so much. According to the process of the simple paper-making technique that he still vaguely remembered, he carefully checked the workshop. Then he called Qian Wanli to the side and said, "Boy, from today onwards, you are the first disciple of me, Zhang Feng. You should feel honored." Upon hearing this, Qian Wanli wanted to kneel down, but he also knew the rules of the mountain, so he anxiously scratched his ears and cheeks. Zhang Feng waved his hand and said, "Forget about the ceremony for the time being. You just have to remember that the paper-making technique I taught you cannot be taught to anyone without the permission of the academy. 3 years later, when I start printing publications on the mountain, I will arrange for you to work in the Ministry of Works and then teach in the academy." "Are you willing?" "The Ministry of Works? Teaching in the academy?" Buzz! Qian Wanli almost fainted from this sudden happiness. He hurriedly bowed. "I will remember your teachings." Zhang Feng waved his hand and said, "That's enough. There's no need for such formalities. I'll give you a mission. Within 3 years, if the White Dew paper-making mill opens less than 300 branches in the Great Tang, you can pack up your stuff and get lost." Qian Wanli was a little dizzy. But at this moment, Zhang Feng fumbled for a moment in his sleeve and took out a thick stack of modern paper-making techniques for him. Then he pointed to Gao Can and the others and said, "Unload the things from the car and wash them. Then,
Put these things in the oven and bake them until they break with a pinch. Fengzi.
Fengzi.
Fengzi. Just as Zhang Feng was explaining to Qian Wanli how to bleach raw materials, Li Chengqian's voice came from afar. Moreover, the sound of a white cloak that could be seen from afar was rustling on the tree branches. After Zhang Feng hurriedly explained to Qian Wanli, he slowly appeared in the spacious courtyard and looked at Li Chengqian, who was hurrying over. Although Li Chengqian was riding a horse, it was unknown whether he was excited or tired. He said breathlessly, they're coming, the army of 300,000 is coming." As his voice faded away, more than 70 people in the papermaking mill were all stunned. If one listened carefully, one could only hear the roars of pigs and the sound of pigs being driven away. Zhang Feng was also stunned. But after thinking about it, his face darkened and he said, "Speak properly." Oh, it's 300,000. An army of 300,000 pigs. I've driven them all here for you." Zhang Feng was dumbfounded. He rubbed his ears and asked, "What did you say? How many?" 300,000. "Damn you, when did Lao Tzu ask you to drive the pigs up the mountain?" Li Chengqian was also dumbfounded. He scratched his head and said, "A few days ago, didn't you ask me to drive all the pigs up the mountain?" Zhang Feng was dizzy. He sighed and said, "You're a pig. So many pigs. Are you trying to turn White Deer College into a pig farm?" "It's over. It's F***ing over. Look at what you've been doing day after day." Zhang Feng was dizzy. As he spoke, he hurried up the mountain. Earlier, Zhang Feng was still lamenting that he had finally found a reliable person to settle the papermaking workshop's matters. However, there was one thing that saved him the trouble. Before he could even get a moment of peace, that damned Li Gan had already caused a huge mess for him. As he walked, Zhang Feng roared, "Scram! Drive the pigs down the mountain." Chapter 700. Zhang Feng was anxious. It was broad daylight, and early in the morning. How many people could have seen this? He hoped that not many people saw it. At the very least, he couldn't let those lords see or hear it. Otherwise, his plan to rope in Yu Shernan and the other lords would really be ruined. In order to rope in Yu Shernan and the others, Zhang Feng had put in a lot of effort. From the last time they met, to the matter of reciting the poem on the mountain a few days ago, with Li Gang's ability, Yu Shernan and the others should have already known about it, right? Not to mention Li Gang. Even the old county official would definitely have told them about this matter. After all, the old county official knew about the matter of roping in Yu Shernan. However, after Li Chengqian's actions, it would be a blessing from the heavens if Yu Shernan didn't die from anger. In the eyes of the literati, pigs were the dirtiest things. How could they be openly chased up the mountain? What was this? White Deer Academy was already disliked by others, so wouldn't it become the laughingstock of others after all of this was done? How would Lao Tzu survive in the imperial court in the future? What a disgrace. Don't you know how to avoid arousing suspicion? When Zhang Feng exited the call, cursing and swearing, and appeared at the market at the foot of the mountain, he almost fainted from the scene. Everywhere he looked, the sounds of pigs could be heard. Flowery, black, white, wagging their tails, their mouths as if they were plowing the ground. As they walked, they overturned all the obstacles along the way. Even the huts that people had built in the market were overturned. The shopkeeper of the stall that had been eating fermented glutinous rice was nowhere to be seen. There was only a group of pigs, happily chewing on the fermented glutinous rice that had spilled all over the ground. Seeing Zhang Feng appear, the commoners who had hidden far away finally came out and wailed, "Dean, you have to uphold justice for us. I don't know which bastard chased so many pigs here. Our business." Zhang Feng felt like his head was about to explode. "Everyone, don't be anxious. After this, I, Zhang Feng, will send someone to compensate you for all your losses. Now quickly disperse." When the crowd heard this, they ran away happily. However, there were even more people who hid in the dark, wanting to see what these pigs were doing. Why would these pigs appear here so early in the morning? Where is this? This was White Deer College, built by the Emperor's decree. Furthermore, it was White Deer College that was on the same level as the Imperial College. What was going on? Could it be that some enemy had come knocking on his door? The director was such a nice person. Who did he offend? At this time, the incident at the foot of the mountain had finally alarmed the people on the mountain. Cheng Chumo and the others hurried down the mountain.
They were dumbfounded when they saw the back of a pig. When they found Zhang Feng, they asked stupidly, "Fengzi, who did you offend? Who the F***ck dares to chase so many pigs to our Shao Mountain? Tell me and I'll go burn his house down." F***ck, his second uncle. Do they really think that there's no one in White Deer College? Zhang Feng angrily pointed at Li Chengqian, who was hiding under a tree in the distance, and said, "It's this bastard." Ah! The crowd followed Zhang Feng's finger and saw that it was Li Chengqian. They were also dumbfounded. "Li Chengqian, what the F***ck are you doing? You should know that once His Majesty finds out about this. Do you know the consequences? Did a donkey kick your head? How can you do such a stupid thing? Don't talk nonsense. Hurry up and call someone to chase these pigs away." Zhang Feng was anxious. What time was it to talk about this? If they attracted those people, he would be F***king dead meat. Hearing Zhang Feng's roar, a large group of people who came down from the mountain to watch the show finally came down and chased the pigs to a valley in Shao Mountain. This delay wasted at least 6 hours. Looking at the desolate foot of the mountain and the pig dung all over the ground, Zhang Feng felt dizzy. What the F***ck? What kind of stupid thing was this? Was Lao Tzu's brain damaged? Why did he ask him to do this? No matter how much Zhang Feng moaned and groaned, it had already happened. There was nothing he could do. Li Chengqian also knew that this matter was a little too much. He shrunk his neck and came to Zhang Feng's side asking, "Fengzi now, what do we do?" In the beginning, Li Chengqian's mind was filled with countless banknotes. However, after seeing Zhang Feng's expression, as if he was facing a great enemy, Li Chengqian realized that he only remembered the banknotes and forgot about his brain. He also knew that he was in trouble. Zhang Feng really wanted to beat him up. However, when he saw Cheng Chumo and the others hiding far away, while a hammer was raised high above Li Chengqian's head, Zhang Feng finally sighed and said, "Forget it, forget it. Since it has happened, then let's just say that Lao Tzu is unlucky. Go up the mountain and find Zhang Tufu. Kill the pigs on the spot. No need to call, I'm coming." Zhang Tufu's muffled voice sounded behind Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng turned around. It wasn't just him. Sun Simiao was also glaring at him with a gloomy face. Seeing that Sun Simiao was about to speak, Zhang Feng hurriedly said, "Elder son, later, I will only give you a satisfactory explanation. Please let me settle this matter first, okay?" Chapter 701. Everyone on Mount Shao seemed to know what was going on. Even Gonz Yuan was shocked by what the Crown Prince had done. Was this what the Crown Prince had done? But at this time, he also knew the seriousness of the matter. He hurriedly urged the craftsmen to use their power. First, they used wooden stakes and wood to make a simple fence outside the valley. Then they locked all the pigs inside. Then, under the command of Zhang Feng, they hurriedly built a large shed that he had never seen before. The hut covered an area of 10 acres along a stream. From the hillside to the banks of the stream, all the trees were cut down, leaving only wooden stakes about 2 feet high on the ground. Every 3 feet, another one would be inserted, all the way to the market at the foot of the ruined mountain. Then, a triangular gate made of more than a dozen wooden stakes was built in front of these wooden stakes. Then, bamboo was placed on these wooden stakes. After that, a large number of carpenters and bamboo makers went to work. They fixed the birch leaves, branches, and pine branches that were cut down from the mountain, layer by layer on the wooden stakes. When it was dark, after thousands of people worked together, the simple strange-shaped thing was finally finished. Sun Simiao kept his promise. He sat beside the stream with Elder Gao and watched quietly. When Zhang Feng waved his hand and said it was done, he asked, "My young friend, Zhang Feng, what are you going to do with this thing here?" Zhang Feng sighed and said, "Elder son, do you still remember the pork I braised?" Sun Simiao was surprised to hear that. "You mean you're going to?" "Yes. I want to kill all these pigs before this thing gets out of hand. Then I'll make the braised meat and smoked jerky that you usually eat." More than 100,000 pigs? You want to kill them all? No matter how hard Sun Simiao thought, he couldn't imagine what kind of visual impact it would cause if all these pigs were slaughtered. At that time, the whole Mount Shao would be shrouded in a layer of bloody smell. Was that really a good thing for a solemn academy? But Sun Simiao didn't ask. After all, since Zhang Feng dared to take over this mess, he must have a way to solve it. Otherwise, He wouldn't be Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng knew that this seemed a little inconceivable, but he also knew that this was unavoidable. However, this D*Amenligon had already brought these things up. What could he do? He couldn't just stand by and watch, could he? He had to think of a way to deal with this matter before it became serious. Otherwise, it would really cause a lot of trouble. Zhang Feng wiped the stain on his forehead and said, "You've seen it yourself. Although it's a bad thing, what if this kid can turn it into a good thing?" Sun Simiao was stunned for a moment, but he still shook his head. Even if you have thousands of people on this mountain, even if you don't eat or drink, there are still hundreds of thousands of pigs. It will take a few days to kill them. Moreover, these pigs, even if you have that magical cooking technique, how can you turn them into something magical before they turn bad? This is no different from, alas. Forget it, forget it. The old man won't ask. Don't disappoint the old man. If there's anything, you can look for me. I'm tired, I'm leaving. Sun Simiao left as he spoke. He simply did not believe that Zhang Feng could slaughter more than 100,000 pigs in such a short period of time, and then turn something rotten into something miraculous. This was no different from a fantasy story. However, his intuition told him that Zhang Feng wasn't joking. This was what made him feel the most conflicted. Sun Simiao simply stopped looking. The more he looked, the more annoyed he became. Once Sun Simiao left, the people of Tonghui Lane gathered around. They looked at the huge unknown building and asked, "Fengzi, what do you need us to do?" When Zhang Feng saw that they were the old neighbors of Tonghui Lane, he was so moved that he almost cried. Now that something had happened, he had to rely on the neighbors. "Everyone, today's matter is my fault. I didn't make things clear, which led to such a situation. But you don't have to worry. This matter might be the best time to spread the name of our White Deer Academy and Tonghui Lane." The people of Tonghui Lane weren't fools. When they heard Zhang Feng say that, they thought that Zhang Feng was just trying to calm them down. Everyone's eyes turned red. Zhang Feng was speechless. "I'm telling the truth. When have you ever seen me, Zhang Feng, boasting? Do you believe that the braised meat I made will cause a huge uproar in Chang'an City in 3 days?" No one replied to him. Zhang Feng had no choice but to take back his words. He could only instruct them. "This shed is mainly used for smoking and cooking. Go to Du Debing and find him. Ask him to send people down the mountain to buy pots and stoves. The bigger the better. Go home and bring all the pots and stoves you have up here. Also, Old He, are there any kilns here?" Old He rubbed his red eyes and said, "I used to be a kiln." "All right then. Bring some of the students from the mountain and ask that bastard Li Gon for some of his servants. Get me a few hundred pigs and shut down all the brick kilns. I'll tell you how to make roast pigs later. The rest of you, forget it, go up the mountain. After all, we don't need so many people. It's fine here." Chapter 702. After some arrangements were made. Although the sky was already dark, only a small part of the simple shed had been built. It would take at least one more day before it was completely finished. Zhang Feng looked at the shed and sat by the water in a daze. At this moment, the gimmick of the imperial edict and the 20,000 dan of grain had already lost its popularity. Zhang Feng wanted to continue making White Deer College the focus of attention and attract scholars to come to him voluntarily to become lecturers. He had originally planned to rely on this new piece of paper. However, he had never expected that the idiot Li Gon would misinterpret his intentions. If this had happened outside of Chang'an City at the same time as the new piece of paper, the visual impact would have been much better. However, there was no time to think about it now. At this moment, he could only think about how he could spread the braised meat shops all over Chang'an City before this matter completely blew up. Only in this way could the matter of driving the pigs up the mountain be aborted before it was even born. Otherwise, he would never be able to find another student. Moreover, more than half of the students he had recruited would be lost because of this matter. What was this? This was a slap to Zhang Feng's face. Moreover, if Guanlong, the Shandong aristocrats, or the people from the Imperial College spread rumors, then Zhang Feng would be in big trouble. However, Zhang Feng wasn't afraid. The people of this era only believed what they saw and heard. As for things that they had never heard of, they would always maintain a hostile attitude. After all, who didn't know about pork? Zhang Feng was in a daze until Cheng Chumo, Gao Can, and Ma Zhou searched for Zhang Feng with a lantern for a long time before they found him.
However, when they saw Zhang Feng was already deep in thought. No matter how Cheng Chumo and Gao Can called out to him, he wouldn't respond. In the end, they were scared out of their wits and hurried up the mountain to find Sun Simiao. After seeing Zhang Feng's situation, Sun Simiao could only sigh helplessly and say, "It's fine. He's just lost in thought. Just wait for him to wake up." After saying that, Sun Simiao sighed and left. The people from Tonghui Lane slowly gathered around. They wanted to carry Zhang Feng up the mountain, but they were afraid of disturbing him. They could only hurriedly build a shed for him and then light the worm-repelling mugwort powder that Zhang Feng invented around the shed. Only then did everyone sit beside Zhang Feng and wait quietly. Gao Ken was an impatient person. After following Zhang Feng, this was the first time someone had taken a good look at him, and he could finally eat his fill. But today, he saw with his own eyes that it was that damned guy on the white horse who caused Zhang Feng to become like this. Gao Can's eyes were red as he held a torch and crazily searched for Li Chengqian in the crowd. In the end, he found Li Chengqian at the entrance of the valley where the pigs were kept. At this time, Li Chengqian seemed to be talking to Du Go and the others. There were also Jianghu guards standing quietly around them. When they saw Gao Can, no one paid attention to this big blockhead. But when they saw the stick he was holding up, they were instantly frightened. All the Jianghu guards took action and pressed Gao Can to the ground. However, the Jianghu guards also paid the price of at least 3 people being seriously injured and more than 10 people being lightly injured. "Bastard! What did you do to Master?" After Gao Can was pressed to the ground and tied up, he roared with a hoarse voice. Li Chengqian's face was also ugly, but when he saw Gao Can's appearance, he also exploded with anger. "Men, drag him down and behead him." Du Go heard this and quickly blocked Li Chengqian. "Are you crazy? You were in the wrong in the first place. Now that something has happened to Feng Zi, none of us will be able to escape. Moreover, have you ever thought about how you're going to explain this to your father? With your actions, the reputation of the White Deer Institute has been completely destroyed. If you continue to kill I didn't do it on purpose. Moreover, Feng Zi said that I should drive the pigs up the mountain." Li Chengqian was also very irritated. If he didn't listen to Zhang Feng's words, how would he dare to drive the pigs up the mountain so openly? Now that he messed up, everyone was blaming him. He was wronged. Then why didn't you avoid the time? Even if you brought the pigs up at night, it would have been fine. Aren't you worried about the reputation of the college at all? And your reputation? Zhang Sun was also a little angry. He waved his hand and had everyone release Gao Kansas. He asked, "Where's Feng Zi? Call him over and let him come over. We'll discuss how to deal with this matter." It would have been better if Zhang Sun didn't say this. Once he did, Gao Can instantly exploded. "Sir, it's already. Dr. Sun came just now. He couldn't be saved and left." Sir's neighbors covered him with branches and lit a fire around him. What? When everyone heard this, they were almost scared to death. They hurriedly asked Gao Kansas. When they looked in the direction Gao Can pointed, their eyelids twitched. All they saw was a sea of fire. Could it be that Feng Zi? Something happened? Li Chengqian was also dumbfounded. Cheng Chumo and the others' faces darkened. He grabbed Li Chengqian's collar and roared, "Li Chengqian, you bastard! Lao Tzu, let's see who can save you this time. Let's go and take a look. If something happens to Feng Zi, none of us can escape." Chapter 703. How could they care so much? They hurriedly ran towards the direction of the fire. At this time, Li Chengqian was also scared silly. Wasn't it just chasing a pig down the mountain? It didn't have to be like this. Could it be that there was something wrong with this kid? Li Chengqian also couldn't care so much. He was also scared silly by this situation. He wanted to ask Gao Kansas. But when he thought of this kid's strength and that big guy, he couldn't help but ask hesitantly, "Let me ask you, what's wrong with Feng Zi? What happened to him?" Gao Can didn't answer him. Instead, he glared at him even more angrily, as if he was going to pounce on him in the next second. Li Chengqian was so scared that he hurriedly shut his mouth. He didn't care so much and hurriedly ran towards the place where the fire filled the sky. The call wasn't far from where Zhang Feng was. There was only a ridge in the middle. The few of them didn't care about the branches on the ground. They held torches and stumbled down the mountain. The closer they got, the more they felt that something was wrong. They could faintly see many of their companions. Under the illumination of the fire, many people were quietly sitting cross-legged on the ground, staring blankly at the haystack in the middle of the countless bonfires. Everyone was shocked. Could it be that this kid was really so easily frightened? Gone? When they thought of this, their hair instantly stood on end. They hurriedly ran down the mountain as if their lives depended on it. When they hurried down the mountain, they realized that almost everyone who had gone up the mountain had come down. Everyone's face was cold and sorrowful. It was indescribable. The few of them also turned pale with fright and hurriedly squeezed to the front. At this time, the old village chief, Ma Zhou, old he and the others who were walking at the front had sorrowful faces. However, no one cried. Instead, the women and children were crying. Old village chief, this Feng Zi, Li Changqian wanted to ask, what happened to Zhang Feng? But before he could finish, he was coldly interrupted by the old village chief. Scram. He only gave him one word. But in this word, Li Changqian actually didn't hear a trace of anger. Nor was it interesting. It was a different kind of emotion. It was very cold. So cold that Li Changqian suddenly felt that he had done something wrong. It also made Li Changqian, Cheng Chumo, Zhang Sun and the others suddenly feel that this matter was really serious. No, old village chief. You should tell us what happened to Feng Zi. Even if we were wrong, you should first tell us what happened to him. What did Dr. Sun say? Judging from Feng Zi's usual condition, he shouldn't be so weak. He saw that it was Dugo who was asking. The old village chief seemed to feel guilty because he beat him up for no reason last time. He sighed and said, I don't know what to say about Feng Zi's situation. It was as if he suddenly became stupid. He sat there quietly without blinking. Even when Dr. Sun came to see him, he only shook his head and sighed. He told us not to disturb him. We were worried that something would happen to Feng Zi, so we gave him this thing. Hearing this, Li Changqian and the others let out a deep sigh of relief. However, they were also curious. This brat, what are you doing here? This isn't a temple. You're too awesome. However, how could they not know that Zhang Feng was worried about this matter? After all, this matter was too big. If it wasn't handled properly, not only would everything White Deer College be destroyed, but Zhang Feng would also have to face the condemnation of the Shandong aristocratic families and Imperial College. Even though all of the pigs had been brought out, it was undoubtedly one disaster after another for White Deer Academy. AI. You really did something stupid this time. A few people patted Li Changqian's shoulder and sighed. Then, they silently sat at the side and waited. None of them knew what happened to Zhang Feng, but the best way to deal with this matter was to wait. Zhang Feng's situation was very similar to hysteria, but Dr. Sun didn't mention it. Seeing Zhang Feng's current situation, it meant that Feng Zi's current situation wasn't like that. However, it was precisely because of this that everyone was even more worried. However, although they were worried, they could only silently pray that nothing happened to Zhang Feng. After all, they had interacted with Zhang Feng for so long. In their hearts, Zhang Feng was already their brother. It could even be said that in their hearts, Zhang Feng was already their teacher. However, due to the issue of face, they didn't really call Zhang Feng out. However, just as everyone was sitting around the bonfire waiting for Zhang Feng to wake up, Tai Chi received news that something had happened to Zhang Feng. Li Shimin was already asleep, but after receiving the report from the elite guard stationed at the foot of Kuei Mountain, he was abnormally furious. After that, Chang Yaojin, Yu Qigong, and the others were hastily summoned by Li Shimin in the middle of the night. In Li Shimin's bedroom, Li Shimin said with a frosty expression, I just received news that something has happened to White Deer College. Do you all know about it? The few of them fell silent and bowed even lower. When Li Shimin saw this, he waved his sleeve and said angrily, Change your clothes and follow me to White Deer College. Chapter 704. In the end, Li Shimin did not leave the palace. Leaving the palace in the middle of the night would bring a lot of unnecessary trouble. Li Shimin, Yu Qigong, Chang Yaojin, and Qin Qiong waited anxiously in the imperial study all night. When the sky was slightly brighter, Li Shimin hurriedly waved his sleeve and everyone rushed out of the city. At this moment, Zhang Feng's motionless body trembled slightly. Then, under everyone's bloodshot eyes, Zhang Feng moved slightly. His somewhat numb arm and neck stretched. But after seeing the situation clearly, Zhang Feng was somewhat stunned.
Why am I here? What happened to all of you? Why are all of you sitting here? It's not even dawn yet. What's going on? Zhang Feng was completely dumbfounded. He had been busy the entire afternoon yesterday. He only remembered that in the end, he had chased the pigs into the pigsty. He couldn't remember what had happened after that. But Zhang Feng looked around his current situation and the hastily built shack around him. He couldn't help but ask in astonishment, "Did I just sit like this the entire night?" Until now. Only then did everyone slowly wake up from their shock and numbness. Fengzi is back. Fengzi is awake. Everyone, wake up, wake up. Fengzi is fine. Fengzi is fine. God bless, it's really the God bless. Fengzi is finally fine. Everyone, get up, make way for Fengzi. At this moment, everyone saw that Zhang Feng had woken up and couldn't help but cry bitterly. This made Zhang Feng even more confused. Wasn't it just sleeping? Wasn't it just sitting here and sleeping? Did they have to do this? But he didn't notice that his situation last night. If a normal person saw a person sitting there, staring blankly ahead without blinking for an entire night, they would be scared to death. Zhang Feng was speechless when he saw that everyone was just crying. He also had a headache. There were already a lot of things to do. Now that there was the matter of the pig, Zhang Feng's mind was in a mess. He could not help but shout anxiously, "Do you all have nothing to do? It's already morning. Why aren't you going to work? I'll give you a quarter of an hour. Either you get to work, or none of you can eat today." Speaking of which, it was strange. If it was any other day, Zhang Feng's words would have caused many of these people to find Zhang Feng and spout nonsense. But today it was indeed strange. After hearing Zhang Feng's words, these people laughed with tears flowing down their faces. Now Fengzi is back. Our Fengzi is really back. Let's go. Let's go to work. Otherwise, we will do as Fengzi said today. No one can eat. Let's go. Let's get to work. Zhang Feng was completely dumbfounded by these people's godly actions. However, Zhang Feng thought about it carefully and understood their actions. He was now the dean of White Deer College. These people could be considered as part of White Deer College. They were bound together for good or ill. Looking at it from another perspective, if he was one of these people, and if his dean was sitting here, he would do the same. After all, this was the place where the emperor's orders were placed. If something happened to the dean, it would be equivalent to defying the emperor's orders. Once this matter was carried out, these people would bear joint and several responsibility. However, this was secondary. People in ancient times valued relationships. If you gave them a piece of buckwheat flour bun when they were hungry, they would repay you for the rest of their lives. This kind of relationship was rarely seen in Zhang Feng's previous life. However, during his time in the Great Hall, he had seen these people. It was also called loyalty. This was what made Zhang Feng feel incomparably precious. The people were simple and honest. Compared to the scheming of his previous life, they had an additional layer of sincerity. After everyone left, only Li Chengqian and the others were left. Zhang Feng grimaced in pain and glared at them. "Come in and help me up. My legs are numb." Everyone was stunned for a moment before they reacted. They hurriedly carried Zhang Feng out and placed him on a large bluestone. They patted his legs and massaged his waist. Cheng Chumo even used all his strength to massage Zhang Feng's shoulders. It was so painful that Zhang Feng felt as though his neck was about to break. Fortunately, Du Go and Li Chengqian's methods were relatively gentle. After a while, his blood started to flow again. His legs, which were so numb that they no longer felt like a part of his body, slowly regained feeling. However, as he watched the sun rise, a hint of excitement flashed across Zhang Feng's face. "Brothers, do you know that we're rich?" Zhang Feng's inexplicable words caused black lines to flash across the foreheads of the few people present. Zhang Sun even subconsciously touched Zhang Feng's forehead. After confirming that Zhang Feng was still alive, he carefully asked, "Fengzi, you were too freaking scary last night. Don't tell me you don't know anything about what happened last night? We thought you had done that." Zhang Feng rolled his eyes and shook his head speechlessly. Zhang Sun smacked his lips and gave him a thumbs up. "You're awesome. I admire you. I'm in awe." Chapter 705. Li Changqian said after confirming that Zhang Feng was fine. Feng Zi, I was in the wrong yesterday and I apologize to you. However, you should know that I really can't do anything about these pigs at the foot of the mountain. Seeing so many die every day is as painful as being stabbed in my heart. You should know that hundreds of pigs are lost every day. If they were in your hands, they would be able to feed hundreds or thousands of people at least. That can at least feed hundreds or thousands of people. But in my hands, if this thing dies, it can only be buried in the ground. So my heart ached, and in the end, I could only rush it up the mountain for you. All right, it's not your fault. It's also my fault. I didn't make myself clear. However, since you've already rushed over, to be honest, even though there's a small problem temporarily, I realize that this has created a business opportunity for our White Deer College. It's also a chance to spread the name of our White Deer College. Li Changqian couldn't wrap his head around it. They seriously suspected that Zhang Feng's brain had gone haywire because of what happened last night. Why did he see everything as a business opportunity? If not, it was about getting rich. Was this something a normal person, a normal college dean would think about? However, they also knew the awkwardness of being estranged. They had to rely on those people to donate food to the mountain. The original 30,000 dan of food had basically been used up by now. If they couldn't think of a way to get more food, it would probably take less than a month. When the college opened, they would be starving. Therefore, earning money and fame was what the college needed the most right now. After confirming that Zhang Feng was really fine, everyone let go of their worries and gathered together. Li Changqian finally let go of the grudge in his heart and asked, "You said you're going to get rich. You've said this many times. You even told me 3 days ago. No, 4 days ago you even told me this. However, I'm very puzzled now. Since yesterday, when you saw these pigs, you decided to build this thing here." Li Changqian spoke very straightforwardly. He stood beside the strangely shaped shed and said, "What exactly is this thing for? Don't tell me you want to slaughter all of these 150,000 pigs here?" When everyone heard this, they couldn't help but stare at Zhang Feng with wide eyes. Zhang Feng nodded, but then shook his head. This couldn't help but make her even cuter than a few years ago. She was nodding and shaking her head. What was the meaning of this? If it's 150,000 pigs, I did have the thought of slaughtering all of them yesterday. After all, this matter is too big. If I don't take out something, then our White Deer College's reputation might really be ruined. Fortunately, after thinking about it for an entire night, I really did think of a solution. Thinking about it all night. Big brother, did you think about it the entire night? You scared me to death that night, okay? You slept so well last night. Do you know which one of us on the mountain is unbearable? They're all staring at you with their eyes wide open. The few of them rolled their eyes. However, this wasn't important. After all, the most important thing right now was to solve this huge problem. After all, these things ate more than humans every day. If they didn't solve this problem in a day, in less than 3 days, all the food on the mountain would be eaten by these damned pigs. At that time, everyone would starve. Cheng Chimo looked at Zhang Feng with shining eyes and asked, "What good idea do you have? Don't tell me you want to open a big restaurant here? If that's the case, I promise I'll bring 300 to 500 brothers here before noon today." Zhang Feng glared at Cheng Chimo. "If you want to eat, then eat. Why do you have to bring your brothers into this? At most, you can bring all your family members here for a meal. That's easy, but you'll have to pay. You know that I'm in desperate need of money, but it's best to use food to exchange. 1 caddy of food for 1 caddy of meat." After seeing Chu Mo's murderous gaze, Zhang Feng hurriedly changed his words. "Yes, I'm talking about braised meat, not raw meat." When the others heard this, they all expressed that they could bring many people here today to see the world. However, this was all a joke. After all, everyone knew that they were deep in the mountains. Even if there were so many people, where would they sit? Moreover, they wouldn't be at ease with the people they could bring. If 1 or 2 of them had a big mouth and revealed their identity, then wouldn't they be finished? The most important thing was that they weren't at ease. Therefore, they could only treat this matter as a joke. After laughing for a while, Dugo's words instantly brought them back to the problem of reality. "There are so many pigs, what do we do?" Zhang Feng also put away his cheeky smile. However, the mischievous smile just now was just a forced act for these guys and everyone who was observing him while working.
When the topic returned to the main topic, Zhang Feng pondered for a long time before saying, Iron Bull's idea is actually a way, but it doesn't have to be here.
Where is it then? Do you really want to open a restaurant? Everyone asked in unison.
Even those who were eavesdropping on Zhang Feng's painting of Tong Huifang couldn't help pricking up their ears and looking at Zhang Feng.
Yes, it's a restaurant. A restaurant.
Zhang Feng nodded and said, Do you remember why I didn't recommend opening a restaurant after the beer and barbecue was introduced?
He knew that these people didn't understand.
Without waiting for them to answer, Zhang Feng continued, Barbecue and beer are small tricks that can't be used in a restaurant.
However, you have all tasted the dishes I made.
How do you think my dishes compare to the top restaurants in Chang'an City?
There's nothing to be said about it.
You don't know, but ever since that fat chef surnamed Zhou learned from you for a period of time, Miley family's kitchen has basically become a place for those bastards to secretly learn from. Originally, my family's kitchen could only accommodate a few people, but now, it's been moved to the courtyard. Every time I cook, it's like I'm opening an Arabian restaurant. Dozens to hundreds of people stare at that guy surnamed Zhou and learn from him. You don't know, but that fatty surnamed Zhou is now as awesome as an ox. Li Chengqian took the opportunity to complain, but when he saw the unfriendly faces of Chen Chumo and the others, he hurriedly changed his words and said, Let's get down to business.
Actually, Fengzi, you don't have to trouble yourself.
Before I came to White Deer College, I already ordered my servants to vacate the shops in the downtown areas of Chang'an City. If you want, they can be turned into restaurants in an instant.
When Zhang Feng heard this, his expression changed instantly. So everything you did was a trap set up for me? Chapter 706.
However, when Zhang Feng said that, the expressions of Cheng Chumo and the others changed slightly.
I say, Fengzi, are you looking down on your brother?
If you're going to do something like this, you should at least give us a heads up first.
We have some businesses in Chang'an City.
If you and Li Gan are eating meat, you should at least let us have some soup, right? They were aware of Zhang Feng's culinary skills, and they knew that he was preparing to open a restaurant. Everything else aside, the pig head meat and Zhang Feng's culinary skills were enough to make a fortune.
How could they remain calm at this moment? However, Zhang Feng did not care. I thought you guys only knew how to play. Who knew that you guys have businesses?
When Cheng Chumo heard that, he flipped his hair and said, Although we are stubborn, we have never asked our parents for a penny. We spend the money we earn. After Cheng Chumo finished speaking, Wei Shuyu and the others nodded.
Zhang Feng looked at Du Go suspiciously. Du Go's face turned red.
How can I be convinced by the stench of money?
TSK.
Zhang Feng gave him the middle finger in disdain. If you guys want to do it, hurry up. The braised meat will enter Chang'an City tomorrow morning. However, when the time comes, I will need you guys to lead the way. Also, didn't Li Gan say that Fatty Zhou is doing well in your house? Let him and the people he taught stay in your shop for the time being. After 10 days, when I have trained a batch of cooks, they can leave. Of course you can tell him that if he wants to learn real skills, he can go up the mountain.
I will teach him for a month. Li Chengqian nodded. Oh right. Is your shop big? In the end, Zhang Feng asked casually.
Li Chengqian looked around and thought for a while before saying, It is about the same size as your pub.
However, it is empty for now.
If we do it now, it will probably be ready by tomorrow morning.
How should we do the signboard? We need a signboard, right? Something like Yen Lai Restaurant.
When it came to signboards, Zhang Feng's first thought was Chang'an Restaurant. However, after thinking about it, he did not want it to be too shocking. However, he could not think of a common name. He could only lie on the big green rock and bathe in the morning sun. He said, You guys think of a name for the restaurant.
I am having a headache now.
When they heard that, they gathered together. What do you think of calling our store Hongbin Restaurant? It doesn't sound good, it doesn't sound domineering, and it doesn't reflect how different it is from the masses. I think it should be called the White Deer Winery. Only then would it reflect the name of our White Deer Academy, right?
No, Bailu.
Although the name of the academy is unique and elegant, how can it be the name of a restaurant? How about calling it Room Restaurant?
No.
Why don't we use the first word of our names to think of a name for each of our restaurants?
This.
I think it will work. They squatted on the ground and debated for a long time.
When Zhang Feng was about to fall asleep, they excitedly shook Zhang Feng awake. Seeing that Zhang Feng had woken up, Li Chengqian was the first to say, "We have thought of a name. How about Good Again?" Good Again? How did I hear the smell of a roadside stall? Zhang Feng was dumbfounded. He shook his head speechlessly. In any case, you're all reputable figures. What the hell are you thinking of when you think of a name? Can't you guys think of a proper one? Li Chengqian spread his hands. We have been thinking about this for 2 hours. The key is that this silly guy doesn't sound good. That's why we came up with this name. Why don't you come up with it? I am going to die from anger if I have to deal with these guys. Li Chengqian immediately stopped being a handsome guy. Trying to reason with Cheng Chumo and the other two? It would be more practical to fight with them. Zhang Feng thought for a while and said, "Since you guys can't think of a name, then I have an idea. Listen to me." The few of them were instantly energized. They climbed up the big green rock and leaned against it to wait. Zhang Feng thought for a while and said, "This can be considered the first chain business of White Deer College in Chang'an City. This is actually a way to explore the market and also to build a reputation for our college. Therefore, I think we should call it the Chang'an Hotel chain. We will arrange the branches in order. For example, Li Chengqian's 20 stores will be called the Chang'an Hotel chain number 1 store, White Deer College store. The second store will be called the Chang'an Hotel chain number 2 store, White Deer College store. What do you think? What kind of name is this?" Li Chengqian and the others stared at Zhang Feng with their mouths agape. If this name was hung on the signboard, wouldn't it make people laugh their heads off? This name was even worse than the previous one. Wasn't this a little too much? Li Chengqian's face was a little stiff. His stores were basically known to all the high-ranking officials and dignitaries in Chang'an City. If they suddenly changed the signboard to this name, how would he dare to go out in the future? This was a signboard? Which store had this name on their signboard? Chapter 707. However, it was clear that Li Chengqian and the others could not win against Zhang Feng's stubbornness. Under Zhang Feng's strong suggestion, Li Chengqian could only pinch his nose and accept it. There was no other way. The arm could not win against the thigh. After the few of them saw Zhang Tufu leading about 100 or so pig slaughterers valiantly rushing to the battlefield, they could no longer sit still and hurriedly went down the mountain. Just as the few of them had just gone down the mountain, Zhang Feng returned to the wooden house at the top of the mountain and was about to have a good sleep. He heard something that he did not want to hear at all. Yu Shernan had gone up the mountain. Moreover, he had gone up the mountain in a rage last night and was currently in Dr. Sun's courtyard. Dr. Sun's house was temporarily next to Li Yuan's house. Li Yuan was afraid of being lonely, so he pulled Dr. Sun to the side of the waterfall, listening to the sound of the water and the shouts of the construction site. He even built a wooden house for Sun Simiao while he was at it. However, Li Yuan was unable to withstand the choking smell of the lime kiln and ran away. Only Sun Simiao was left to live there alone. This time, Li Yuan's empty house was coincidentally occupied by Yu Shernan. When Zhang Feng learned of this matter, he sighed and could only hurriedly rush to Yu Shernan's place and wait to be reprimanded. There was no other way. He was under someone else's roof and had to lower his head. After all, he still had to invite Yu Shernan and rely on Yu Shernan's relationship to invite those 3 great gods up the mountain. When Zhang Feng arrived with 3 jars of fine wine and 3 charred earth mounds, Yu Shernan and Sun Simiao both looked at the boiling tea stove and burst into hearty laughter from time to time. They did not look as angry as Gozi had said. Zhang Feng could not help but feel a little confused. However, he didn't dare to be careless. He put the things on the door and bowed. "Student Zhang Feng greets Mr. Bo Shi." However, Yu Shernan acted as if he didn't hear anything. He continued to chat with Sun Simiao and Sun Simiao about things that even Zhang Feng found boring. He laughed until his beard trembled. Zhang Feng wondered if the two of them would just leave if they continued laughing. However, this scene finally stopped when Zhang Feng spoke for the 3rd time. Yu Shernan glanced at Zhang Feng. Instantly, the smile on his face disappeared. With a straight face, he pointed at the opposite side of the table and said, "Sit." Zhang Feng felt as if he had been granted amnesty. He nodded and bowed as he sat down. There was nothing he could do about it. Although this was his territory, he still needed help from others, so he had to lower himself a little. Moreover, this matter was caused by them. Since Yu Shernan was here,
It meant that there was still room for negotiation. As soon as Zhang Feng sat down, he hurriedly put the 3 beggars' chickens on the table and then opened the mud seal on the wine jars. Sure enough, no matter how honest and upright Yu Shernan was, he still lowered his arrogant head under the temptation of fine wine and delicious food. I didn't know that Mr. Bo Sure came up the mountain last night. I didn't serve you well. These 3 jars of fine wine are the last 3 jars of fine wine left here. I specially present them to you as an apology. Please calm down, Mr. Bo Sure. Boy, you seem to owe me 3 days of wine. Looking at the wine, Sun Simiao was also greedy and took advantage of the situation. Zhang Feng's expression froze for a moment before he hurriedly said, Dr. Sun is right. I've always kept that in mind. Unfortunately, after I got drunk that night, I drank all the wine. This is my mistake. In half a month's time, when the new wine comes out of the cellar, I'll definitely give Dr. Sun the first batch of good wine. Hearing this, Sun Simiao grabbed a jar and filled it with 30,000 wine for the 3 of them. He had forgiven Zhang Feng. But Yu Shernan wasn't willing to buy Sun Simiao's excuse. He coldly snorted and said, Don't try to bribe this old man with such mundane things. Kid, let me ask you, yesterday's matter of 300,000 pigs coming up the mountain, was it you who instigated it? Sir, you are wise. It was my idea. Sun Simiao glanced at Zhang Feng and sighed. Hearing this, Yu Shernan could not help but get angry. Do you know where this place is? Zhang Feng hurriedly sat up straight and said, I know. This is White Deer College. Since you know about such a thing, how can you openly rush up the mountain? If the scholars of the world knew about this, wouldn't they think that this deserted mountain is actually a place for pigs to be raised? What is this? This is an insult to the sages. Have you read the sages' books all the way down to your toes? Don't you understand this? Have you ever thought about us? Have you ever thought about Dr. Sun's reputation? The more Yu Shernan spoke, the angrier he got. In the end, he was almost shouting. Of course, he would do the same. This time, he had just announced his retirement from writing in a high-profile manner. Then, he learned from the Emperor Emeritus that Zhang Feng had read out a few poems on Shao Mountain a few nights ago. Just when he was inexplicably excited, this boy directly poured a piss on him. Yu Shernan instantly felt a chill in his heart. At this moment, it would be strange if he did not get angry. Zhang Feng also knew that he was rash. He could only obediently endure Yu Shernan's anger. When Yu Shernan's mood was slightly better, he said, Mr. Bo Sure is right. I was indeed muddle-headed back then. Of all the things I should not have done, I should not have let that bastard Li Gon do this. However, I have a different opinion about the impact this matter will have on White Deer College. Chapter 708. Sun Simiao was shocked. He quickly stopped Zhang Feng and said, Kid, hurry up and apologize to Brother Bashi. Maybe Brother Bashi can. Fine. Brother Sun, just let this kid speak. Old man wants to see how he's going to argue. Sun Simiao wanted to find another way out. But at this moment, Yu Shernan was truly enraged. He stopped drinking and looked at the waterfall not far away with his hands behind his back. Zhang Feng gave Sun Simiao a fist salute helplessly. How could he not know that Sun Simiao was trying to find a way out for him? But if this matter was not explained clearly, it would be troublesome later. Moreover, Chang'an City would be abuzz by now. If he did not explain clearly, Yu Shernan might not even come, let alone Chu Suiliang and the other 2. Then, he would be exhausted to death if he was the only one in this huge academy. Seeing this, Zhang Feng sorted out what he wanted to say in his mind. Then he said, Mr. Bashi, please calm down. The reason why the student union did this was because they were concerned about the academy's reputation. Humph. You're still concerned about the academy's reputation? Old man's reputation has been ruined because of your 300,000 pigs. You're still concerned about your academy? I'm afraid that in less than 3 days, everyone in your academy will leave. Yu Shernan didn't even turn his head as he responded. Sun Simiao hurriedly tried to persuade him. Brother Bashi, he's still a kid. Calm down and listen to what he has to say, okay? Old man asked this kid last night, and old man also learned from Li Gon. Zhang Feng brought 300,000 pigs here because he wanted to improve the breed of the pigs and get rid of the foul smell, making them more delicious. You weren't on the mountain these days.
Zhang Feng used 13 kinds of Chinese medicine to make the pork. Old Man thought that he had eaten all kinds of delicacies, but this pork still made Old Man drool. Speaking of which, why didn't you bring any braised pork trotters today? Zhang Feng slapped his head. Look at me. I was so busy at the foot of the mountain that I forgot. I'll send someone to bring it to you later. As he spoke, Zhang Feng was about to get up to look for someone. But he was stopped by Yu Shernan. You can't win and you want to run away? When Zhang Feng heard this, he retracted his foot that had just stepped out. He knew what Sun Simiao meant. That meant that no matter how much you said, it was not as practical as a braised pig trotter. Zhang Feng also understood. But how could the two of them be able to hide from Yu Shernan's ears? Zhang Feng was speechless.
He could only stand where he was and say, "Actually, as Old Man Sun said, I did come up with some Chinese medicine to get rid of the smell of the pork. After I got the confirmation, I asked Li Qian to go down the mountain and find a large number of eunuchs from the cleansing room to castrate the pigs." Zhang Feng told him about the process of rotting the pigs, how to get rid of the foul smell, and how he had Sun Simiao prepare the feed so that the pigs could grow to 200 catties in half a year at most. Moreover, the pigs would not have a foul smell on them at all. Although Yu Shernan was shocked and asked Sun Simiao again and again, he still couldn't believe it. However, after glancing at Zhang Feng, Yu Shernan's anger flared up again. I'll believe you for now. But after all, it's just flattery and can't be taken out. Is your academy only good at teaching people how to raise pigs? Although Yu Shernan was still rude, Zhang Feng could tell from Yu Shernan's voice that Yu Shernan's anger had subsided. He was just waiting for an explanation. Zhang Feng said hurriedly, "We students learn the Tao of Confucius, and he taught us to take from the people and use for the people. He also taught us not to forget the people and fire." Did Confucius say this? Yu Shernan frowned slightly. Although Yu Shernan had never heard of these words, they seemed to make some sense. Yu Shernan turned around and sat back at the table to ask, how could Zhang Feng know who was the one who said all this? It was just a slip of the tongue. I don't remember which sage said it, but these words must have come from the sage. But I think that we were born to eat the 5 grains and understand the ways of the world. Almost none of us grew up slowly from the daily necessities, and then studied. What is the purpose of this? Yes. We want to serve the court better, change our lives, change the lives of the people, and let everyone have good food, clothes, and laughter at home. What do you think, Mr. Bosher? This was another piece of information that was put together. Although Yu Shernan was thinking hard, he still nodded. Don't change the topic. Tell me about your current situation. Okay. Hearing this, Zhang Feng immediately sat down obediently and said, regarding this matter, Li Gan misunderstood what I meant. However, I did not blame him. If I had not said those words, Li Gan would not have been so agitated that he did not even know the time and hurriedly drove the pigs up the mountain. He didn't do anything wrong, and I think I didn't do anything wrong either. Chapter 709. Yu Shernan was so angry that he laughed. Sun Simiao hurriedly signaled to Zhang Feng with his eyes. However, Yu Shernan stopped Sun Simiao and said, "Continue." Zhang Feng then said, "Let's not talk about the past. Let's talk about this year. The Longyu province of the Tang dynasty suffered from a drought. Let's not talk about this. Old Man knows that you want to show off your achievements again, right?" Zhang Feng was stunned. Then he picked up the most recent topic and said, "Ever since we reached an agreement with Tubo forgot about the basics in order to obtain more food to fight against the plague of locusts. Therefore, I asked Lao Li and the others to take the opportunity to gather a large number of pigs to eliminate the locusts. Fortunately, the heavens took pity on us. In the end, the locusts were eliminated. However, the first thing that happened after the locusts were eliminated was the outbreak of famine." Yu Shernan frowned in dissatisfaction. Zhang Feng hurriedly fast-forwarded again and said, "These pigs require a large amount of food every day. If we leave them to their own devices, if Tufan finds out and takes the opportunity to ask for the pigs, wouldn't that put old Li and the others in danger? We can't let the pigs go and can't afford to raise them. After all, people nowadays can barely afford to eat 1 meal a day. Where would we find the money to spare for rice? That's why this kid is so impatient. He only went up Mount E. When he was supervising the construction of White Deer College, he sent someone to find old Gao to experiment on the mountain first. The godly doctor knows about this." Yu Shernan nodded and his anger subsided a little.
I already know about this. Old man has seen old Gao before.
But what does the 300,000 pigs at the foot of the mountain have to do with this matter?
Have you thought about it?
I have.
Zhang Feng picked up the wine bowl and drank it.
He sighed and said, on the one hand, I was worried about the people all day long.
I was hungry all day long. I couldn't sleep at night and didn't know how to eat. Fortunately, I found a solution in my dream. I developed a braising material made from 13 herbs. It temporarily removed the smell of pork and made it delicious.
It's just that you don't know that there are so many pigs outside Chang'an City that are troubling Lao Li. Lao Li and I are brothers. When my brothers are in trouble, how can I stand by and watch?
That's why I came up with this bold idea.
After Zhang Feng finished speaking, he gently opened the beggar's chicken.
At this time, he was sure that Yu Shernan and Li Mu hadn't eaten yet.
Therefore, when the mud wrapped around the beggar's chicken was knocked open, the fragrance instantly attracted the two of them.
Yu Shernan's Adam's apple involuntarily moved.
Zhang Feng slowly peeled off the layers of lotus leaves, then took out a small knife from his bosom and cut open the chicken's stomach. The spices wrapped in the chicken's stomach, as well as the steaming hot eggs, instantly rolled all over the table. Zhang Feng pointed to the beggar's chicken and said, "This is the way I came up with to solve the problem of the chickens and ducks starving to death because of lack of food every day."
That's eating. This method is simple. It doesn't need a stove. You can learn how to cook just by looking at it once.
While Zhang Feng was talking, Yu Shernan and Sun Simiao had already picked up a chicken thigh and gnawed at it.
Seeing this, Zhang Feng heaved a deep sigh of relief.
Then he slowly said, "As for the 300,000 pigs, when I learned from Li Gon that more than 100 of them starved to death every day, I couldn't help but feel distressed.
So many people in Chang'an are starving, but pork is a natural food. Wouldn't it be a pity if we just let it be wasted and no one knew how to eat it? So I plan to build a food processing factory at the foot of the mountain. Every day, I would let the people who learned how to braise meat in Tonghui Square continuously braise the pork. Then, I would send people to deliver it to Chang'an City for everyone to eat."
Zhang Feng explained his plan in detail. At this point, Yu Shernan finally asked in shock, "Your original intention wasn't to save the ordinary people of Chang'an, right? Although I haven't eaten it before, from old Sun's slanderous look when he heard about the braised pork, I knew that it wasn't a common thing. Tell me what you think." At this point, Yu Shernan's anger finally disappeared completely.
Zhang Feng heaved a deep sigh of relief.
However, he knew that what he was about to say next was the most important thing. If he didn't get to the point, Yu Shernan wouldn't go up the mountain. Even if he had agreed before, he would regret it now. Zhang Feng thought for a while, then raised his wine bowl and respectfully toasted Yu Shernan and Sun Simiao. Then he said, "As I said before, this plan was indeed for the sake of the Academy's reputation. You also know that White Deer College is actually a hodgepodge. Those who don't know won't be able to accept such a model. Although I don't force everyone to come, I, Zhang Feng, also want to fight for my reputation and let everyone see White Deer College."
So,
Yu Shernan threw away the chicken bones and picked through them. He took the small machete from Zhang Feng's hands and cut the chicken breast meat. He held it in his hands and ate it as he asked this question. "I want to pry the food out of the mouths of those dukes and officials in Chang'an."
Chapter 7:10.
Zhang Feng said very calmly, as if this was how it should be.
But when these words came out, instantly, Yu Shernan and Sun Simiao's faces changed. They hurriedly looked around.
After making sure that no one was around, they heaved a sigh of relief. Yu Shernan looked at Zhang Feng for a long time with a dignified face. Then he said, "Boy, do you know that if what you said today is known by others, even if you have 10 heads, they won't be enough to chop off your head?
Do you understand? In the future, don't say such things.
Old man doesn't want his reputation to be ruined by your hands."
Sun Simiao couldn't help but sigh.
"Boy, your idea is right. But pork is pork after all.
It can't be put on the table. What's more, who doesn't know the value of food at this time?
No matter how fragrant your braised meat is, this old man feels that no one will pay for your impulsiveness." Zhang Feng shook his head. "No, since this boy dares to do this, he has already thought about everything.
Last night, this boy thought about it all night."
"Yes."
Sun Simiao was surprised. "You had hysteria last night because of this?"
Zhang Feng nodded.
You're right. Without that diamond drill, this boy wouldn't dare to take on this porcelain job.
Until now, the matter had finally come to an end. But let alone Yu Shernan, even Sun Simiao felt that it was impossible.
Your idea is perfect, but in reality, do you intend to deal with this matter with the jealousy of all the people?
If you do so, then old man will go down the mountain now. From now on, he will have nothing to do with you and Shao Mountain.
Yu Shernan said simply and directly.
Zhang Feng heard this and laughed.
If this boy is like this, then he really wants to kill himself. Selling pork, in fact, is the same as the cooperative and the bone-strengthening powder. They both need one thing, public opinion. What did you say? Bone-strengthening powder? And the cooperative?
Did you come up with all these things? Yu Shernan could no longer sit still.
Zhang Feng was also a little surprised. Did old Feng not tell Mr. Bo sure?
Yu Shernan rubbed his forehead. What else did you do?
Now, let's talk about it. The old man doesn't want to be surprised by you from time to time. Previously, the old man always thought that this magical thing like the bone-strengthening powder was made by Brother Sunday. However, after meeting Brother Sun, the old man knew that this thing wasn't made by him. The old man is still wondering who made this thing.
But I never expected it to be you.
Alas!
Yu Shernan sighed and said, if it weren't for this matter, those 3 stubborn old men probably wouldn't have needed the old man to waste his breath.
He would have only needed this bone-strengthening powder to make them rush up the mountain overnight. Yu Shernan wasn't exaggerating. This bone-strengthening powder was so miraculous that even he was surprised. After taking it, one's whole body would feel comfortable and even their strength would be stronger than before. Moreover, what was the cooperative? This was a benefit to the people. He didn't know if there were any descendants, but no one in the past could have done such a feat. Okay, let's not talk about this anymore. However, the pig matter has too much influence. Maybe Guanlong is already thinking of a way.
Even the people of the Shandong nobles know about this matter.
If you have any ideas, hurry up and say it. The old man will let you see if it will work or not. Hearing this, Zhang Feng asked the 2 to eat the chicken.
Then, he hurried to a group of craftsmen who just passed by not far away and said something.
Then, he came back and ate and drank with the 2. While eating and drinking, Zhang Feng said, Mr. Bo sure, my real purpose this time is to use the fragrance of this pork to make those dignitaries cry. Then, I will cook it outside Chang'an City and give it to the poor people on the spot.
As long as the fragrance floats into the stomach of those people in the city and arouses their appetite, they will want to taste it even if they know it is pork.
Yu Shernan curled his lips. However, when he looked at the delicious chicken in his hand, he couldn't help but be stunned.
Then he laughed and said, then this isn't your original intention, right? As far as the old man knows, you are the kind of person who won't act until you see the hair.
Are you willing to give away all this pork?
Zhang Feng waved his hand dizzily and said, Mr. Bo sure, you must be joking.
Although I love money, I get it in a good way. I don't dare to be greedy for such a national disaster. I only have Confucius's teachings in my heart. Of course, at this time, I have a big family and a big business. I need money everywhere on the mountain. After this wave of public opinion blows up, I plan to let Li Gan and the others open restaurants in Chang'an City under the name of White Deer College. I don't want money, and I won't ask for more. I only want a gene of grain in exchange for a gene of braised meat. Yu Shernan couldn't help but frown. Although he understood some things from Zhang Feng's words, he faintly heard the way of merchants. How could this be said by a dean of an academy?
This was clearly an unscrupulous merchant.
Chapter 7:11.
What the literati despised the most was the merchants who were full of evil intentions in the dark.
This was also the reason why merchants in this era had such a low status. In everyone's eyes, they were heartless scoundrels who sold high and received low. He was very unwilling to let Zhang Feng do this. After all, Zhang Feng was no longer alone in this matter. Behind him, there was a complicated network of relationships. The emperor, the retired emperor, and the crown prince, the divine doctor, etc. Behind him, the gazes of Guanlong, the landowning clans of Shandong, and so on were all focused on him. If he made even the slightest mistake, it would be like today. Everything he had done today, as well as the reputation he had painstakingly accumulated, would instantly collapse. But fortunately, Yu Shernan was not a stubborn person.
When Zhang Feng said that 1 gene of grain could be exchanged for 1 gene of meat, he already understood what Zhang Feng was doing. However, this was what shocked Yu Shernan the most. This guy actually used the strategy of retreating in order to advance in the military book. Just like when the Academy first issued the Imperial Edict, everyone was full of contempt for him, thinking that he was just a local rich man or a stubborn person who was playing around. But then, when the granary was opened and 20,000 dawn of grain was distributed, what Yu Shernan saw on the mountain was not ordinary. Sometimes, even Yu Shernan had an illusion. If not for Zhang Feng's personality, he would definitely think that Zhang Feng was the reincarnation of a saint. Especially now, when he knew the real purpose of the 300,000 pigs, he deeply felt the horror of Zhang Feng. This guy was not simple. In time, who could be on the same level as him? No one could compare to his courage. Although he was a little timid and afraid of death, a little training was enough. Knowledge, even he could not understand the magical arithmetic at this time, and even those poems that made him feel ashamed of his inferiority. It was also after he decided to go to Shao Mountain that he took the initiative to stop writing. Every time he thought of Zhang Feng's poem, he looked at the pen in his hand and felt a sense of shame. He felt like he was humiliating this pen and this piece of paper. Let's talk about strategy. Just by opening his mouth, this kid was able to toy with the Tubo Turks and other countries. Even if Zhuge Kongming was still alive, he would probably only be able to catch up to him. What happened just now seemed to be a joke. However, as long as Zhang Feng put the pork in the stove outside Chang'an City on fire, naturally, any trick would fall apart. People would never be able to deceive their eyes, nose, and ears. Sigh. Boy, this old man is very curious. Who are you? Yu Shernan asked as he finished the last egg in his hand. Zhang Feng shrugged. I don't know. Someone said that I was Kongming's teacher. I also vaguely remember that Kongming seemed to be one of my disciples. This kid had been sitting on Mount Wutai for 500 years. Shut up. I'm not full yet. Quickly go and get some pork trotters for the old man to try. This time, the old man doesn't plan to leave. It's a good chance to keep brother-son company. Hearing this, Zhang Feng was overjoyed. However, Zhang Feng's face turned bitter and he sighed. Aya, this kid is really too excited. I can't express it with words. However, as you can see, there are so many students on the mountain. Moreover, this pork incident has attracted everyone's attention. This kid is worried that Mr. Bo Sure won't be able to handle it. Yu Shernan wanted to laugh. He waved his hand and said, That's enough. Don't try to show off in front of me. I'll write a letter to those 3 stubborn old fellows. Moreover, it all depends on whether you're able to accomplish what you said. If you're really able to accomplish it, then even if I don't write them a letter, they'll naturally come to White Deer Academy. Hearing this, Zhang Feng was overjoyed and bowed. Then this kid will thank Mr. Bo Sure in advance. Scram, I'm hungry. Yu Shernan found it funny. In the end, he could only smile speechlessly. However, at this moment, Zhang Feng looked into the distance and pointed at a few people carrying a large dustpan. What a coincidence. You're in luck today. This is the braised pork that was just brought up from the foot of the mountain. This kid even made a whole pig. I'm going to prepare a pig feast for you. Please take a seat. Sun Simiao couldn't wait any longer. Seeing the people carrying the dustpan, he crawled up and took out 3 wine gourds from the wooden house. In the end, he was still worried and shook Zhang Feng's wine jar. I know you can't hold your liquor well, so I didn't prepare anything for you. What could Zhang Feng say? He could only laugh and hurriedly put the steaming hot braised pork on the table with the 4 students. Before he could put everything out, a large pig intestine coiled together in a pot attracted Yu Shernan's attention. Zhang Feng saw this and said, This thing is good for the intestines. In other words, it's digestion in the stomach. Right now, the meat is fully cooked. You can try it. Yu Shernan heard this and hurriedly picked up a long piece of pig intestine. Under Zhang Feng's instructions, he dipped it in some vinegar and sauce and took a small bite. Yu Shernan couldn't help but let out a moan when he smelled the fragrant, soft and sticky scent. Kid, what is this? Pig intestine. Chapter 7:12. As soon as Zhang Feng finished his words, Sun Simiao's expression changed instantly. He even stopped chewing his favorite pig trotter and looked at Yu Shernan instead. Yu Shernan's expression changed, but in the end,
He chewed slowly and looked at Sun Simiao with a smile.
Old man even dared to eat the locusts, let alone this? Ha 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 ha. Brother Boshi, you're right. This guy is as timid as a mouse. He would never dare to serve those dirty things on our table. However, don't bring these dirty things to the taverns in Chang'an. If those people get hold of them, you'll be in trouble.
Zhang Feng curled his lips. He didn't take it seriously. It was a pity that there were no chili peppers in this era. Now, the chili peppers should still be living well in America. When the steam engine was ready, Lao Tzu would go and get the chili peppers back. Lao Tzu didn't believe that no one would eat a plate of spicy fried pig intestines. This thing, even in the future, was a top-grade delicacy. There were some people who felt disgusted, but that was a small matter. Zhang Feng couldn't be an all-purpose charger. He didn't force everyone to like it. As long as some people could accept this thing, how could his pocket not hold the money of half of them? But this was a story for later. Zhang Feng was afraid that the introduction wasn't good enough, so he moved the whole pig up the mountain and sent it here. However, the three people's stomachs were only so big. When they were eating and drinking, the fragrance attracted a group of children working on the mountain. Yu Shernan waved his hand, and a large group of children gathered around and ate heartily. The three people had no choice but to move slowly along the mountain path and walk toward the waterfall, treating it as an exercise after dinner. As they walked, Yu Shernan picked his teeth and asked, Fengzi, looking at the construction, the building of the academy will be officially completed in a month, which is around the Mid-Autumn Festival. However, Old Man saw something that he had never seen before. They call it teaching tools. What's going on? When Yu Shernan went up the mountain yesterday, he happened to meet the old craftsman who was looking for Zhang Feng with the teaching tools. Yu Shernan asked him about it, but when he looked at the semicircular and triangular teaching tools in his hand, Yu Shernan couldn't see through them. These tools were engraved with scale marks like the ruler, but they were completely different from what he knew. If it wasn't for the pig's matter, he would have asked him. At this time, the pig's matter was solved, and Yu Shernan remembered his business. If he didn't want to teach at the academy, he wouldn't care. However, since he decided to stay, Yu Shernan naturally got into his role. Zhang Feng didn't hide anything and said, These things are the teaching tools needed for mathematics and the science after mathematics. Mathematics is only a basic science. These things are needed to accurately measure the area of fields and objects. The things we measure now are either measured with a ruler or footprints. It's too troublesome. However, once we learn mathematics we can calculate these things. For example, the area of my Shao mountain will only take a cup of tea's time. Is it really so magical? Yu Shernan asked. It's not miraculous. After a few days, when the pork issue dies down, I'll take some time to finalize the teaching book with you. Then, I'll write down the basics of mathematics and how to learn. I'll show them to Mr. Bo Shi, and Mr. Bo Shi will naturally know when the time comes. Yu Shernan and Sun Simiao were instantly shocked. They exclaimed in unison, You're saying that you're going to write teaching materials? Yes. Is there anything wrong with it? Zhang Feng asked in surprise when he saw the expressions of the two. Hearing this, Yu Shernan and Sun Simiao looked at each other. They suspected that Zhang Feng was drunk. Then, the three of them didn't speak for a long time until they reached the bottom of the waterfall. Looking at the water gushing out from a cave on the cliff, Yu Shernan asked, Kid, do you know the price of paper? Xian paper costs a kilogram. Then you already know. Do you know how much money it costs to write teaching materials? Kid, do you know why there are so few scholars in this era? He knew that he didn't speak. Yu Shernan pointed at a crooked jujube tree under the waterfall. The three of them sat on the intertwined roots of the tree. Yu Shernan said with a serious expression, Actually, Old Man has been wanting to tell you about this for a long time. Do you know why many people don't think highly of White Deer College? Zhang Feng didn't know about this. He hurriedly said, Please enlighten me, Mr. Bo. Yu Shernan sighed and said, You know the requirements to become a great Confucian scholar in this era. The reason why we recommended you was because we saw your talent. But if you want to become a great Confucian scholar with your own ability, you'll need at least 30 years. This doesn't matter what your position is, how famous you are, or how many students you have. What matters is how many books you have. Do you understand? Chapter 7:13. Zhang Feng could vaguely understand some of the words. Then he said, Mr. Bo Shi, you worry too much. I've already collected all kinds of rare books from all over the place. I even got my hands on the ancient literature book. Yu Shernan was surprised. Are you talking about the book in Old Master Li's hands? Zhang Feng was a little confused. He asked in return, are there many copies of the ancient literature book? Yu Shernan didn't answer him.
He just rubbed his forehead and said, I heard that Old Master Li became the honorary vice dean of the academy.
Did he exchange a book for it? Zhang Feng sighed. Old Master Li is really something. How can he talk about this kind of thing? This isn't a matter of talking nonsense. Yu Shernan was a little annoyed. He pointed at Zhang Feng and said, You're really a newborn calf that's not afraid of tigers. You should know that the so-called book collection is partly about this matter. It's also about the books you've written. You can even copy the books of your predecessors or translate a book. But, to put it bluntly, an academy is competing on the number of books it has. But it's also the kind of competition. As a dean and a chancellor, you represent an academy. To forge iron, you need to be tough. You haven't been tough. What do you think will happen? So, you should be able to understand what I'm saying, right?
Yu Shernan sighed again after he finished speaking.
Sun Simiao thought for a while.
He looked at Zhang Feng and Yu Shernan before he said, Old man, I know you don't understand what Brother Bo Shi is saying.
Let me ask you. Do you know that there are many schools in Chang'an City right now? 3. Imperial College, Chang'an University, and our current White Deer College. Sun Simiao asked. Then do you think, other than Brother Bo Shi, anyone else in Chang'an City is qualified to open a school? Yes. Then why are not many of them willing to open an academy?
Zhang Feng fell silent.
At this moment, Yu Shernan slowly uttered 2 words. Paper is expensive.
Although there are many talented people, the reason why they are still so unknown is not because they are not outstanding enough, but because most of the scholars are from poor families.
Or perhaps because they are studying and buying books, they have gone bankrupt? Zhang Feng couldn't help but think of something. Unable to restrain his emotions, he said, Frightened by the public, the Lady Spring overflows, the Three Gorges CI source flows backward. Paper is expensive in Chang'an. Every word that is passed down is worth 1,000 pieces of gold. Cutting a piece of flesh and returning it to his bosom, the teacher will laugh at himself. How can he be honest? But don't ask with a cup in your hand. How can there be such a person in the human world who is like a child growing up poor? Who knows what is in Joshuan's mind? Like the wind, like a dance. Looking back at the setting sun, vast and boundless, dust and wild horses. Longzhong, crouching dragon 1,000 feet. Gao Yin Kai. Qian, who would ask, Lei Ming, Tian Cauldron, Huangzhong is mute. I understand. Zhang Feng sucked in a deep breath of cold air. He had always thought that paper was expensive.
But when he thought about it from a deeper level, he felt that the scholars of the Tang dynasty were all arrogant because of their talent.
But now, Yu Shernan's words instantly woke Zhang Feng up. It was not that these people did not want to teach. It was that they could not afford to teach. A book, no matter what, required 2 or 3 grams of paper. Ordinary yellow paper was not easy to write on. Only expensive rice paper was easy to write on. But how many people could afford rice paper? Finally, he could understand the meaning of Xianxia's poem. Paper is expensive in Chang'an. Thousands of gold coins fight for it.
Cut the meat and return it. The teacher laughs at himself.
At this moment, Yu Shernan was also deeply shocked.
To think that Zhang Feng was so talented that he was able to understand the logic behind the situation in an instant.
He was even able to compose such a poem in an instant. He was simply a genius. Seeing that Zhang Feng was silent at this moment, Yu Shernan thought that his enthusiasm was suppressed by him.
He could not bear to say, Boy, don't be discouraged. As long as you use your 300,000 pigs properly, there is nothing to be afraid of.
Teacher, you worry too much. How can I be frightened by such things? At this moment, Zhang Feng regained his confidence in an instant.
He had known that the paper was expensive, but he did not plan to buy it. Moreover, it seemed that old Master Li did not think that he could really make paper, so this matter was not spread out.
Fortunately, this was still good. Seeing Zhang Feng's reaction, Yu Shernan could not understand Zhang Feng's shock and was a little unhappy. Zhang Feng hurriedly said, Sir, I've actually thought of this a few days ago. Moreover, my academy needs paper, especially high-quality paper. In a month, I'll need at least 300 pounds. This is not considered teaching literature. Every student needs at least 3 pounds of paper to make books. Then there are the teachers' teaching materials and homework, etc. They all need paper. And you said that this paper costs 1,000 strings of cash per pound. Even if I have a fortune of 10,000 strings of cash, I can't support it. So I have already made preparations.
What preparations?
Make it yourself.